Chapter 201, Leave Me Alone. Jing suddenly remembered the red stone that the fox demon used to steal people's blood when they were in Gushu City, while the monsters in the main world also commit evil and harm people.
It seems they have ways to take shortcuts and avoid complicating their own demonic power. The tree monster has now traveling through is, by comparison, a wild one. Just look at its abilities and you'll see. Absorbs vital energy, has a long tongue.
Jing was speechless. This was just instinctive talent. There was no need for a cultivation method. Grandma, Grandma, at this moment. The two women beside him began to shake his body and kept shouting, finally attracting his attention.
I'm fine. Jing reached out and pushed the two women away. He pretended to be bewildered and asked, "What happened?" The first sentence he spoke was in a deep, masculine voice. The second sentence suddenly became a shrill, feminine voice.
It startled him and left him speechless. Grandma, you. The two women looked at each other. The woman on the right in a purple dress said, "You don't remember anything. Say it quickly." Jing's face darkened. Both women were ghosts.
Their ashes were under his control. Life and death were in his hands. Naturally, he had no business being polite. "Grandma, please calm down." The two female ghosts were panicked and quickly explained. Jing listened silently and soon understood the pulse.
It turned out that the tree demon had just achieved success in his cultivation when he was discovered by the Black Mountain Daemon in hell. He immediately sent people to demand his submission, but the tree demon naturally refused. However,
despite both being millennia old monsters, the difference in strength between them was too great. After a decisive battle, the tree monster was forced to surrender and survive. The time when Jing traveled through time was just after the battle.
His brow furrowed. In his past experiences, time travel had always occurred before the plot began, but this time, things seemed different. It had happened earlier, and he didn't know how much earlier. Who among you is Xuanhuan?
Looked at the two women and asked. The two girls looked puzzled and asked, "Grandma, who is Xuanhuan?" Jing was slightly stunned. "What are your names?" The two girls looked at each other, wondering in their hearts.
It seems that Grandma really has lost her memory after being beaten, but they didn't dare to bring it up. They immediately replied, "My name is Shomi." "My name is Xiaoqiu." Jing's mouth twitched. He waved his hand and said, "You guys go down, let me."
And Xiaoqi bowed, exchanged glances, and left the room. After the two women left, Jing stood there motionless, his mind a mess. None of the three tasks this time were easy to complete. During his time in the main world,
especially after joining the Black Evil Guard, he was no longer completely ignorant of the demon race as before. Although the main world and this world are not the same, many principles are still the same.
When Jing watched a Chinese ghost story in his previous life, he was very puzzled by the tree demon's practice of sending female ghosts to seduce men and then absorb their vitality. Logically speaking, with the strength of the tree demon,
there is no need for the female ghost to do such a thing. There is no need to bring people to a fixed location. The entire Lanru temple territory was the domain of his root system. He could absorb anyone who entered without his strength.
There was no need for such a fuss. Jing didn't understand the reason before, but now he understands. There are three main reasons for this. First, when humans are in a state of heightened emotion, their blood and essence boil.
The vital energy absorbed at this time is most easily refined and absorbed. This is also the time when it is most likely to drain a person dry. There's a second reason. As a monster,
one naturally longs to one day cultivate into a monster immortal. But in this world, to do so, one must survive a thunder tribulation. The power of the thunder tribulation is related to the depth of the monster's sins. When a demon harms a person,
before a person dies, they inevitably harbor resentment. As the saying goes, every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its creditor. This resentment, driven by the dying person's will linger on the demon that harmed them. For monsters,
this is a sin, regardless of the existence of heavenly Tao. This sin will erupt during a thunder tribulation, increasing the difficulty of overcoming it. Scientifically speaking, the yin energy entwined within the body forms a magnetic field.
The larger the magnetic field, the more severe the thunder tribulation. If a tree demon uses a female ghost to seduce a man and then kill him, in a sense, most of the sin is transferred to the female ghost, reducing its own sin. After all,
the victim must have known they had fallen into a trap before they died. And the one who lured them into the trap was the female ghost before them. Naturally, most of their resentment before death was directed at the female ghost. Besides these 2 points,
there's another reason. The ancients believed that lust was the root of all evil. Of course, this lust doesn't mean literally. It means indulging in greed and all kinds of sin. As long as you're greedy, you're evil and a bad person.
The female ghost led people to fall. The man who fell was naturally greedy. The tree demon's trick was like fishing. Even if he was originally a good person, once he fell, he became a bad person. Death was his own fault. In this way,
The tree demon harms the bad guys. In this chaotic world, even if there are monks who adhere to the righteous path, they will not have the leisure to meddle in other people's affairs. This is like giving those on the right path a way out. It sends a signal.
I killed only bad guys and giving you face. Don't deny me face. After all, as a 1,000-year-old tree demon, he is not someone to be trifled with. Jing was thinking about tasks 1 and 2. It was obvious that he was being asked to harm someone. Task 1 was easy.
After all, few men could control their lower half. 100 men seemed like a lot, but completing it was just a matter of time. But task 2 was more difficult, although the number required was half that of task 1 in the ancient environment.
Even if he found Amigos handsome as Pan An, seducing an ancient woman would not be an easy task. Just think of Jing. He was rich, powerful, tall, and handsome. But even so, he still put a lot of thought into getting Pan Jinlian. Of course.
Jing could also choose to forcibly absorb the target's vitality to complete the mission. However, this would significantly increase the difficulty of Mission 3. The system prompted him, after completing tasks 1 and 2.
He could directly use his origin points to raise his cultivation to the level of a 10,000-year-old demon. Furthermore, upon his return, all origin points would be converted. Without the 40% loss, the first half of Mission 3 is almost easy.
The difficulty lies in the latter part, which is to survive the thunder tribulation and become a demon fairy. Although Jing knew nothing about tribulation, he had read many novels in his previous life. He knew that even without sin,
tribulation was a dangerous thing, and if the sins were serious, the consequences were predictable. Chapter 22. Just a ghost general. Although the system had a warning, if he failed to survive the tribulation, Jing would not die.
His soul would return safely to the main world, but if that happened, his body in this world would surely be reduced to ashes by the thunderbolt. At the level of a 10,000-year-old demon, its body could transform into 100,000 origin points.
If it were destroyed by a thunder tribulation, the loss would be heartbreaking to contemplate. Jing thought about the consequences. His heart trembled. His expression changed several times, but soon he returned to normal.
Starting from the second stage of the soul, the harvest of origin points increased exponentially. However, the task of strengthening the soul also seemed to become increasingly difficult, and it also came with the risk of possible loss.
But if he wanted to become stronger, why would he back down? The system missions showed that the soul was clearly more important. He could earn more origin points if he lost them. But he could give up on any soul mission easily.
After Jing made his decision, he felt relieved. He felt as if his entire soul had been cleansed. His faith became even stronger. He looked around the room. The furniture and furnishings all looked brand new.
The bright red lanterns illuminated the surroundings. A delicate scent of incense wafted through the air. It actually looks like the real thing. This was the inner space of the tree demon's body. Everything was merely a transformation of demonic power.
Yet it was so realistic it was practically indistinguishable from the real thing. Jing walked over to a mirror and looked at himself in it. As a result, after seeing it, even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but cover his face.
His current look is exactly like the grandma in the movie. Lipstick on his lips, powder on his face, and eyebrows drawn on. His hair is tied into 2 large crescents, like a butterfly flapping its wings.
A silver comb is inserted in the middle, and there are hairpins on both sides. He also wears earrings in his ears. Dressed like this, coupled with a not-so-young man's face, made Jing feel nauseous, androgynous, really drunk.
As soon as Jing opened his mouth, the voices of men and women appeared again, making him shiver. It's all just a facade. What's my problem? What's my problem? He muttered to himself, constantly trying to cheer himself up, but after only half a minute,
he couldn't help but violently pull off his earrings, hairpins and other accessories. He waved his hands to let his hair loose, then wiped his face vigorously. I really care! Jing wanted to cry, but he had no tears.
He would rather become a monster that couldn't transform, even if it was a female monster. After taking some effort to clean off all the woman's stuff on his body, he touched his chest again and finally breathed a sigh of relief.
The clothes didn't look right either. Jing looked in the mirror. Finally, he felt less nauseous. Then, his body swung. His clothes changed into a simple, attractive men's suit, not particularly flashy. Finally, it suits my eyes.
He looked at himself and finally felt satisfied. At this moment, Xiaoku and Xiaomei suddenly heard panicked cries from outside the door. Grandma, this is bad! As soon as the words fell, 2 female ghosts appeared outside the door.
But without Jing's permission, they didn't dare to rush and come in. Jing controlled his voice, trying not to let a female voice appear. As he spoke, the door opened automatically. Then, 2 women rushed in, their faces filled with panic.
Seeing his current state, they were stunned for a moment. But they didn't bother to ask. They quickly hid behind him. What happened? Why are you 2 so panicked? Jing calmed down and asked slowly without panicking. It's the ghost general under Master Haishan.
Xiaomei looked outside and said hurriedly, "He's bringing people to capture us. He wants to take us sisters back and offer us as concubines to Master Haishan." Xu Jing snorted coldly, a hint of anger building inside him, no matter what.
He now represented the tree demon. The two women were his people. The Black Mountain Demon's minions could capture them at will. They simply didn't take him seriously. He asked, "Where is he?" "He's right behind us." As soon as he finished speaking,
A ghost general wearing strange armor and carrying many long and short axes on his back appeared in the room with several ghost soldiers. "Grandma Tree Demon, Master Black Mountain has taken a fancy to these two maids of yours.
"Why don't you hand them over quickly? Do you intend to disobey Master Black Mountain?" The ghost general had an expression of arrogance and disdain on his face, showing no respect for Xu Jing at all, even if he was a 1,000-year-old demon. So what?
He was still beaten by the Black Mountain Master without any chance to fight back. He knelt down and begged for mercy without dignity. He had calculated correctly. Even if the other party was dissatisfied, they would never dare to do anything to him.
"How dare you!" Xu Jing suddenly exploded. "You are just a ghost general. How dare you use the name of Black Mountain Master to suppress me? Go to hell!" As he spoke, he suddenly appeared in front of the ghost general, with his hands wrapped in demonic power.
At the same time as his mind moved, countless branches and vines stretched out from the entire house, carrying a blocking force from all directions, completely blocking the ghost general's retreat. He was a demon, so
he naturally had a unique advantage in dealing with ghosts. "You dare!" The ghost general was shocked and furious, along with several ghost soldiers behind him. Their bodies were instantly entangled by a large number of vines.
They couldn't even dissipate and escape. He could only roar, pull out two axes, and rush towards the grasping demon's hand with all his might. But in a flash, he lost sight of the tree demon. "Chichai-shi!" The next moment, tearing sounds rang out.
Xu Jing tore the ghost generals into pieces, transforming them into black mist and completely dissipating. Xu Jing waved his sleeves. Everything in the room instantly returned to normal. Nothing was different from before. "Grandma!"
Xiaomei and Xiaoqiu's faces were filled with gratitude. They hadn't expected Grandma to defend them so much. But soon, they turned worried and said, "It's all our fault that we've implicated you. But you killed the ghost general."
"Master Haishan will definitely not let this go." I know. Xu Jing's expression remained calm. He said slowly, "But there is still a way to resolve this." "What method?" The two women's faces flashed with surprise. As Xu Jing's followers,
they were inextricably linked to the ghost general's death. If the Black Mountain old demon blamed them, even if Grandma couldn't escape, neither could they. Xu Jing said to the two women, "As long as you are willing to marry Master Haishan,
the matter just now can be easily resolved. Whether what the ghost general said before was true or false, and whether it was the Black Mountain old demons or the ghost general's own thoughts, it didn't matter. The two women couldn't escape this fate anyway."
But for Xu Jing, being forced to surrender and voluntarily surrendering were two completely different things. He was, after all, a 1,000-year-old demon, on the same level as the Black Mountain old demon. Even if he endured humiliation now,
he wouldn't be bullied by a ghost general. He was also certain, as long as he handed over the two women, he could appease the Black Mountain old demon's wrath. The old demon would never fight him over a ghost general, after all.
A 1,000-year-old demon level dependent, and one who lived in the mortal world, was definitely more valuable than a ghost general, regardless of whether the two female ghosts were willing or not. Xu Jing had already made up his mind.
This matter was not up to them. Of course, it would be best if they were willing. Chapter 203, Black Mountain Demon. As Xu Jing spoke, he squinted his eyes and looked at the two female ghosts, observing their reactions. When the two women heard his words,
their faces instantly turned extremely ugly. Then they were filled with hesitation and struggle. The Black Mountain old demon's reputation is truly legendary. Legend has it that he was originally a giant Black Mountain,
transformed into a spirit through cultivation. He possesses the same 1,000-year cultivation, but his power is vastly superior to that of the tree demon. He is truly the king of demons. The Black Mountain demon resides in the underworld.
He holds immense power down there, even establishing the city of the wrongly dead and commanding over demons and monsters. When there's no tiger in the mountain, the monkey becomes king. In this age of gods and Buddhas, where immortals are nowhere to be found,
the Black Mountain old demon reigns supreme. No one dares disrespect him. But it was precisely because the Black Mountain old demon was so powerful that if she became his concubine, she would have absolutely no chance of reincarnation as a human.
There were even rumors that the Black Mountain demon loved torturing his concubines. Every year, countless women were tortured to death. Even those who survived would gradually merge into the Black Mountain demon's body,
becoming a part of him and increasing his power. Xiaomei and Xiaoqiu's faces paled. The more they thought about it, the more frightened they became. Then they looked at each other and fell to their knees. They pleaded, "Grandma, is there no other way?"
Jing met their gazes, shaking her head. She said, "Grandma is also reluctant to leave you. But Grandma has no other choice. If it weren't for you, why would Grandma kill the ghost general to stand up for you? He was also helpless."
He encountered this kind of thing as soon as he traveled through time. When the ghost general made it clear that he wanted to capture the two women, their fate was sealed. If he had just stood by and watched, the two women would have been captured.
And the consequence of taking action would have been facing the wrath of the Black Mountain Demon. Before completing tasks 1 and 2, Jing was unable to strengthen himself. Furthermore, his main form was a large tree, not yet mobile.
Facing the Black Mountain Demon, the power gap was too great. He had no chance of resistance. If the two women were really attracted to each other, he would not be able to protect them no matter what. The best way is to voluntarily hand them over.
Stabilize the Black Mountain Old Demon, and then regain the upper hand when you are strong enough. As for the question of killing the Ghost General, since neither woman could escape anyway, Jing would naturally make the choice that was best for him.
After all, he was a 1,000-year-old demon. He could let a Ghost General bully him at will. "Grandma, please." Xiao Kui and Xiao Mei couldn't help but burst into tears. Jing sighed and said, "Grandma promised you, when I'm strong enough,
I will definitely save you from suffering, then I'll give you freedom and let you reincarnate." He really meant what he said. There was no deception at all. Really, Xiao Q couldn't believe it and said, "Grandma, you didn't lie to us. I won't lie to you."
"I swear on my soul." Jing swore a solemn oath. He wasn't the tree demon he once was. He would have to break with the other party sooner or later, and rescuing the two women would be inevitable by then. The two girls finally believed it.
They kowtowed together and said, "Thank you, Grandma, we agree." "Okay." Jing helped the two women up and said, "You must be patient. Live until the day I come to save you." The two women nodded quickly. They had made up their minds, no matter what happened.
Jing's expression suddenly shifted. He turned around. Through his roots, he sensed faint ripples of movement beneath the ground. Rumble! At this moment, the whole room suddenly shook. A deafening and eerie voice echoed in Jing's ears.
"Grandma Tree Demon, come out to see me quickly. The Black Mountain Demon is here." Jing's heart trembled. He turned around and said to the two women, "Come with me." He took a step forward as he spoke. His body instantly vanished from the house.
When he reappeared, he was already outside. This time, the circumstances surrounding the tree demon's journey were somewhat unique. He had no idea what form his human form currently held. His spirit, as always, had merged into his current humanoid form. However,
this humanoid form seemed to be something other than flesh and blood. Furthermore, it was inextricably linked to the 1,000-year-old tree itself, the legendary Xuanhuan, or something else. Jing's soul carefully sensed his body,
observing the changes within it. This seemingly magical ability seemed to be a natural instinct possessed by his current humanoid body. Although he didn't understand the reasoning behind it, he thought about it and did it. Just like eating and drinking.
"Grandma Dryad, you're so brave. You actually dared to kill my men." When the Black Mountain Old Demon saw Jing appear, a powerful pressure immediately enveloped him and he began to question him. Of course, he wasn't his real self.
What appeared here was a skeleton nearly 2 meters tall, wearing a loose black robe. From time to time, a faint blue light flashed in the skeleton's empty eye sockets. It seemed as if a pair of deep eyes were fixed on Jing. Jing remained calm.
Hearing this, he replied calmly, "Master Haishan, it's not that I don't give you face, it's that your subordinates are ungrateful. I originally wanted to send 2 of my maids to you as concubines, but he used your name to seize them and take them for himself."
Is this really the case? The Black Mountain Old Demon's eyes flickered with ghostly light. He clearly didn't believe it. "Absolutely true," Jing said with certainty. Then he turned around and asked Xiao Kui and Xiao Mei, who had followed him, "Tell me,
did that ghost general take a fancy to you and want to snatch you back?" Yes, the two girls nodded repeatedly. They instantly understood Jing's meaning. Then they continued, reporting to Master Haishan, "We sisters have long admired your reputation.
We were overjoyed to marry you, but as soon as that demon general saw us, he tried to molest us. He even used your name, Master Haishan, to pressure Grandma. That's why Grandma intervened on our behalf. He didn't mean to offend you."
"Master." After the two women finished their conversation, they glanced at Jing cautiously, as if asking if he was satisfied with their answer. Jing's eyes flashed with approval.
He was extremely satisfied with the two women's ability to adapt to the situation. He turned back. His eyes returned to their calm state. He said to the Black Mountain Old Demon, "This is what happened. Master, do you have anything else to explain?"
The Black Mountain Old Demon pondered for a long moment. Then, in a strange tone, he said, "If that's the case, then let's just leave it at that. Since you're offering these 2 maids to me, why don't you just come back with me now, As he spoke,
his eyes fixed on Xiaokui and Xiaomei. The two women shuddered. Then they gritted their teeth and said at the same time, "We do. Okay." The Black Mountain Old Demon laughed and said, "Grandma Tree Demon."
"Then I will take them back today." He finished speaking, but before Jing could respond, a fierce wind suddenly blew up, rustling the trees throughout the forest. A dark cloud gradually rose in the sky, obscuring the moonlight. At this moment,
Xiaokui and Xiaomei suddenly screamed and their bodies flew towards the Black Mountain Demon involuntarily. "Grandma." The two women looked pale and pitifully at Jing. Jing nodded slightly. Then, with a hint of meaning, he said, "Go ahead, live well."
"Grandma will definitely come to see you." The Black Mountain Demon chuckled. The skull opened and closed its mouth. He said to Jing, "You're doing fine." As soon as he finished speaking, the evil wind dissipated. He was gone. With him,
Xiaokui and Xiaomei disappeared. The entire forest suddenly returned to peace. Jing stared expressionlessly at the spot where the Black Mountain Old Demon had vanished. A moment later, he suddenly snorted coldly, turned around and vanished from the spot.
Chapter 2:4. From now on, I will be the master. 3 days later, Jing summoned all the remaining ghosts under his control. Meet Grandma. These ghosts, both male and female, looked at Jing with burning eyes, their faces filled with anticipation.
Xiaomei and Xiaoqi were grandmother's maids. They were usually the most favored by her. However, they could only become servants without status. But now, both Xiaomei and Xiaoqi have gone to the underworld and will never come back. So, most likely,
Grandma wants to choose a new favorite from among them. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, every ghost has a chance, because Grandma is hermaphrodite. This is a secret known to all ghosts.
Jing sat on an 8 immortals chair with his arms and legs spread out, looking back and forth at all the ghosts. Wherever his eyes looked, the ghosts there were filled with unconcealable joy. But when he looked away, their faces turned to disappointment.
After watching it several times, Jing shook his head helplessly. The remaining ghosts were too ordinary, some were even ugly. They looked misshapen, none of them suited his taste. "Everyone, please step back." He waved his hand.
Judging from the time displayed by the system, one night in the main world would allow him to stay in this world for more than a decade. Plenty of time. A sigh immediately echoed in the room.
And the ghosts prepared to leave with disappointed looks on their faces. Jing suddenly spoke again, instantly rekindling a glimmer of hope in the hearts of all the ghosts. "They listen up, everyone." Jing maintained his deep,
masculine gaze. He said, "From now on, call me master. If anyone dares to call me grandma again, I'll kill them. Did you hear that?" The ghosts looked at each other in bewilderment. After a moment's pause, they all said, "Yes, master."
Jing showed satisfaction and waved out again. The ghosts observed his words and expressions and all left the room. "I have to find some pretty female ghosts and handsome male ghosts. Otherwise, the mission will be difficult to complete."
Jing naturally wanted to complete the third mission. Therefore, he didn't want to be entangled in too much sin during the first 2 missions. He also didn't want to be targeted by the righteous who disliked him.
Although the time of this time travel is much earlier than the beginning of the plot, it is possible that Yan Chixia will go to Lanru Temple to live in seclusion one day. Thinking of this, Jing's heart moved.
He vaguely understood the reason why the time of this time travel was advanced. The 3 missions this time had nothing to do with the plot. He could completely ignore the plot. It wouldn't affect his mission at all. This must be the reason.
After Jing figured it out, he calmed down and carefully sensed the flow of demonic energy within his body. This was his first time traveling through a monster world, and the main world's main body was cultivating a monster power technique.
This was a rare opportunity. But the sky around Lanruo Temple was inexplicably covered by a layer of fog. The sunlight was blocked out by the fog, and the entire Lanruo Temple seemed a little gloomy and dark. A strong wind blew up,
blowing back and forth, making the trees outside the temple sway. Master, it looks like the monster is about to come out." Inside the temple, a young monk, barely a teenager, stumbled over to an older monk who was chanting with his eyes closed.
His face was filled with panic. The old monk opened his eyes and looked around the dilapidated temple. He said slowly, "Don't panic. As long as you have the Buddha in your heart, even if a demon appears, there's nothing to be afraid of. Besides, it's daytime now."
"It's okay, master." After the young monk approached the old monk, he felt a sense of peace in his heart. He hesitated slightly and said, "Why don't we leave here? Over the years, the political situation has been unstable.
The court has been controlled by corrupt officials who wantonly frame loyal and honest people. The people have been displaced, and feuds and killings have continued. People's hearts have become increasingly sinister. Furthermore,
demons and monsters appeared one after another, and the world became increasingly chaotic. The Lanru Temple, once a popular temple, also began to decline. Year after year passed. The monks in the temple had left and only the master and his disciple were left.
Stood up and walked to the window. He opened it, looked outside and said, I came here when I was your age. In the blink of an eye, more than 60 years have passed. The fierce wind outside howled into the room,
making the old monk's grey eyebrows and beard flutter. The worn wooden door and floorboards creaked. The young monk couldn't help but shudder. He walked a few steps behind the old monk, hiding behind his tall figure. He said weakly, Master, if we don't leave now.
The old monk's face was bitter. He said helplessly, Then let's go. It's time to leave. A few years ago, a mass grave appeared behind Lanru Temple. An ancient tree growing there gradually grew to prominence,
and now has even transformed into a 1,000-year-old demon. This 1,000-year-old tree demon's current achievements were initially due to its proximity to Lanru Temple. During the temple's heyday, it was bathed in the Buddha's light,
awakening its spiritual wisdom. Originally, this wasn't a big deal, but the problem was the mass grave. When the temple declined, the evil spirits that grew there were absorbed by the tree demon, gradually leading it astray. The old monk's face showed compassion.
He clasped his hands together and chanted a Buddhist name. Although he wasn't afraid of the tree demon, he couldn't guarantee he could protect his disciple, whose magical powers were so limited, so he had no choice but to leave. The young monk was overjoyed.
He grabbed the old monk's clothes and said, Master, let's go now. They didn't have much to take with them. The valuables in the temple had already been taken away by other monks. The old monk nodded when he heard this.
He packed up his things and left the temple with the young monk, each carrying a cloth bag. The two walked one in front and one behind, heading towards the back of the temple. Master, are we going in the wrong direction? When the young monk saw the mass grave,
he recited scriptures and approached the old monk to ask, Don't be afraid. Follow me. When the old monk's voice rang out, a faint Buddhist chant filled the air, causing the young monk's uneasy heart to inexplicably calm down. Soon,
the master and disciple arrived in front of a tall and straight banyan tree. The banyan tree's crown resembles a giant umbrella, covering a vast expanse of ground. Its roots and branches are twisted and vigorous, bearing the marks of time.
Countless aerial roots of varying thickness sprouted from the trunk. Intertwined like threads, they fluttered in the wind, sometimes entwining the trunk itself, sometimes implanting themselves in the earth. They spread out like vines,
eventually growing into individual banyan trees, forming an entire banyan forest. The roots of all these banyan trees are connected, like a network, densely covering several miles around Lanru Temple. Master, what are we doing here?
The young monk swallowed his saliva and asked carefully. The old monk stuck his staff into the ground and said in a deep voice, Before I leave, I have one more thing to do. Chapter 205. The devil is at home. Disaster comes from the sky.
The old monk's face was filled with determination. Under the young monk's puzzled gaze, he took off the Buddhist necklace from his neck. Master, what are you going to do? The little monk looked more confused. Don't ask any more questions.
The old monk hung the Buddha chain on the banyan tree. He clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and said, Recite the Heart Sutra with Master. As he spoke, he lowered his head and began to recite. The little monk followed him without hesitation.
Bodhisattva Wegamparam Prajyoparamita Charam Charamano, Vibrajatisma. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The air around them suddenly began to vibrate. Space was like waves, rippling out in waves. The old monk was radiating golden light,
which enveloped the banyan tree in front of him. Rumble! Inside the banyan tree, the room Jing was in suddenly began to shake and tremble, instantly waking Jing, who was still exploring himself. Damn it! He waved his sleeves,
and a curtain of light appeared before him. Within the curtain of light, two monks, one old and one young, could be seen chanting sutras. Old monk, what are you doing? Jing was furious. He had long sensed the two remaining monks in Lanru Temple. However,
he kept to himself. He had no intention of provoking them. But now I didn't expect that the old monk would come to my door and bully me. Tree demon, I'm helping you. The old monk still closed his eyes and chanted, but his voice echoed in Jing's room.
Although you have achieved success in your cultivation, you have absorbed evil energy. Your foundation is unstable. Considering that you haven't committed too many sins, I want to help you return to the right path, back on track.
Jing sensed the golden light of Buddhism merging into the tree's core. The demonic energy within him, like boiling water, gradually began to boil. Stop it! His face changed drastically. He shouted angrily, You are destroying my practice.
The old monk chanted a Buddhist chant. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turn back now. Tree demon, don't waste my painstaking efforts. I hope you'll put everything aside and start over. Golden blood flowed from the old monk's facial features.
He actually began to burn his own magical power, wanting to completely beat Jing back to his original form. Help me! My ass! You're clearly trying to kill me! You damn bald ass! How have I ever offended you? Jing was furious.
He knew his demonic powers were mixed and his foundation was unstable. But if he was beaten back to his original form, then this trip would be in vain. He didn't want to waste hundreds or even thousands of years in this world rebuilding his foundation. Besides,
the main world would allow him to waste that much time. Give up struggling. The golden light from the old monk grew increasingly blazing, breaking through layers of fog and ushering in the sunshine.
He knew the tree demon had fallen into evil and was being restrained by righteous energy. Therefore he dared not show himself in the daytime. If he did fight, he would go all out. Jing struggled to suppress the boiling demonic energy within him,
fighting against the old monk. At the same time, with a thought, a large number of branches stretched out from the ground outside, wrapping around the old monk. But as these branches entered the golden light, they all sizzled and emitted white smoke.
He took a breath. He felt excruciating pain all over his body. He felt the same pain as his original body. Jing snorted coldly and turned his attention to the little monk behind him. Old monk, you forced me to do this. He was
A thick stick, like a tongue covered in slime, suddenly emerged from under the monk's buttocks and charged forward fiercely. Ah! The little monk screamed and jumped over a meter high, holding his butt, but it wasn't over yet.
The ground beneath him suddenly cracked, revealing a bottomless hole. The long tongue that had attacked him before quickly wrapped around his legs like a whip, pulling him towards the hole. Master, save me!
The little monk's face was filled with fear and he cried out for help. The old monk's face suddenly changed. His chanting stopped instantly. He spun around. Quickly, he grabbed the young monk's arm as he was about to enter the cave. Then,
a golden swastika appeared in his other palm and he struck out at the long tongue in the cave. Boom, there was an explosion. The long tongue wrapped around the little monk's leg loosened as if it had been electrocuted.
It shrank and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Walk! The old monk grabbed the frightened young monk. With his other hand, he drew his staff. With another wave of his hand, he collected the Buddhist chain. Without hesitation, he turned and ran.
He had just interrupted the spellcasting process to save his apprentice and suffered a severe backlash. Now that the tree demon was on guard, there was no chance of another attack. The old monk ran with incredible speed.
He had just burned through his magical energy. Golden blood covered his face. He looked like a golden arhat, radiating boundless golden light. He was wary of the tree demon's obstruction, but he didn't get attacked until he ran out of the woods. Old monk.
You're lucky, Jing's frustrated voice echoed from the woods. Get out of here! Don't let me see you again. The old monk was slightly taken aback, but he quickly reacted. He laughed and said, Tree demon, I see you've been severely damaged.
You must be feeling quite bad now. Aren't you roll? Jing's face within the banyan tree was worn and wrinkled. Yet, within him, a golden Buddha light clung to him like a maggot clinging to his bones. He was filled with annoyance and anger.
He had been staying home peacefully, and before he could even go out and harm anyone, disaster struck. If he hadn't been so exhausted and unable to move during the day, he would have definitely not let these two monks go. The old monk closed his eyes,
stopped laughing, and said, Tree demon, I hope you will remember today's lesson. Don't kill innocent people again. Don't act against the will of heaven. Otherwise, sooner or later, you will suffer the consequences of karma. Jing was helpless.
Before the demon had indeed begun to harm people, there were several bodies drained dry in the woods. All of these dead humans were directly and forcefully sucked dry. Naturally, the old monk now blamed all of them on him.
He suddenly had an idea. The movie's use of female ghosts to seduce and then suck people away might have been due to the tree demon's unfortunate experience. It changed its methods of harming people. Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
He recalled Xiaomai and Shoku's outfits. The two women certainly didn't have bells hanging on their calves, and he didn't have a row of bronze bells hanging here to match the bells, however.
He didn't swallow his anger in the face of the old monk's words of admonition. Instead, he angrily counterattacked. Old monk, what do you know about retribution? In today's world, good people don't necessarily get good rewards.
And bad people don't necessarily get bad rewards. Did you know that some evil people can even be buried with great ceremony after death, and even be praised in books? The old monk slammed his staff to the ground. He opened his eyes and angrily shouted,
What's the use of a grand funeral and books praising him? After death, he'll still be sent to hell. He'll receive his bad karma. Jing scoffed disdainfully. That was in the past. But now hell has become as dark as the human world.
As long as you have the strength, you can do whatever you want. There will always be good rewards for committing evil. You haven't been there. So wake up. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turn back now. Bald monk, what a specious argument.
The old monk simply didn't believe it. He snorted coldly, picked up the young monk, and turned away. Tree demon, I hope you take care of yourself. He walked quickly and soon disappeared completely on the light screen summoned by Jing. Chapter 2-6.
Self-reproduction. Master, are you okay? The old monk ran for several miles with the young monk before stopping. but his steps were unsteady and his body was swaying. He looked like he could collapse at any moment.
The young monk was so frightened that his face turned pale and tears welled up in his eyes. "I'm fine. Just help me over there and rest." The old monk covered his mouth and wiped the blood from the corner of the young monk's mouth.
The young monk breathed a sigh of relief. He helped the old monk sit on a large rock nearby to rest. He then asked, "Master, is what that tree demon said about hell true?" The old monk closed his eyes and steadied his breath. Hearing this, he frowned and said,
"Of course it has a demon. How could he tell the truth? Don't believe his nonsense." Oh, the young monk naturally trusted his master more. He had no doubts. Then he asked, "Where should we go next?" "Let's go to Dago Temple."
"Several of your uncles went there." The old monk already had a plan in mind. "Great," the little monk exclaimed. But then he remembered something else and asked, "What about the tree demon? Although I didn't destroy the tree demon this time,
"I did inflict a heavy blow to it. It will take several years to recover. For now it won't come out to harm anyone." The old monk thought for a moment and said, "Well, deal with the rest when we get to Dago Temple. There are many eminent monks there."
There must be someone who can deal with this tree demon. Banyan tree space. Jing's skin was dry. From time to time, golden light flashed on his body, burning him like flames. Every time the golden light flashed, a blood-green light would emerge from his body,
counteracting the golden light, offsetting some of the damage and gradually dissipating the golden light's energy. Jing occasionally let out low, painful roars. Wisps of black smoke rose from his body. His once solid form gradually became ethereal system.
He summoned the system and looked at the interface. He saw that the number of origin points available for conversion was decreasing. This also meant that his cultivation was declining. "Come out here!" Jing shouted loudly.
All the little ghosts who had been hiding during the battle suddenly came running out and appeared in front of him. "Master, Master, how are you?" The ghosts asked one after another, but their eyes were erratic. Some even exchanged glances.
Harboring certain thoughts, Jing lowered his head, eyes closed. His face was filled with pain. His body became increasingly erratic. Although he didn't observe with his eyes, his released spirit could clearly see the expressions of all the ghosts.
A chill grew in his heart. He was somewhat disappointed. His original plan to train these ghost subordinates was instantly shattered. He thought for a moment and asked, "Master, how do I treat you?" A group of ghosts looked at each other.
They all lowered their heads and said helplessly, "The master treats us very well." "Really?" Jing sneered. "Do you really think so?" Even though he didn't know how the tree demon treated these ghosts in the past, judging from the ghosts' fear of him,
it was definitely not a soft approach. Jing had no idea how the demons and monsters in the main world interacted with each other. But in this world, it was absolutely a law of the jungle. Strength was everything. After hearing Jing's words,
the ghosts all knelt down and said in agreement, "Of course, we are loyal to you. Master, we are willing to die for you." "Good, very good." Jing made a decision and said, "Since you all say so, I will not be polite. It is time for you to be loyal to me."
His soul could sense it clearly. None of the ghosts present were speaking the truth. The resentment emanating from their souls was even more palpable. None of them were truly loyal to the tree demon. They were merely coerced, perhaps even tortured daily.
Their hearts were filled with resentment. If given the chance, they would not miss the opportunity to bite back. It was impossible to truly gain the loyalty of these ghosts anyway. After all, the tree demon's methods in the past were too cruel.
It would be difficult for these ghosts to change their attitude towards him. Jing no longer hesitated. He stretched out his hands and grabbed at the ghosts. A powerful suction force emanated from his hands. All the ghosts screamed in terror,
Folded into a ball, and flew towards his palms. "Master, what are you doing? Master, please, let me go." Jing remained unmoved by the ghost's pleas. He said coldly, "Aren't you willing to die for me? I need my vitality now. Give me all your vitality."
He had originally just wanted these ghosts to give him some of their vitality to recover. He even wanted to compensate them and train them well. But now he was disheartened. Having made up his mind, Jing showed no mercy.
He simply took this opportunity to clean out all of the tree demon's former subordinates and recruit a new group of trustworthy subordinates. "You, a vicious old demon, will surely die a miserable death!" The ghosts cursed and screamed, but it was of no use.
They soon dissipated, leaving not even a trace of ash. After regulating his breathing for a while, Jing opened his eyes. His vitality had completely recovered. His demonic power had even improved considerably. It was already dark outside.
He took a step forward and left the space. He soon came to a dried-up corpse through the tangled network of tree roots underground. "It is better to bury them all." Jing waved his hand. The ground cracked open.
He cleaned up the remains and then restored the ground to its original state. He turned and headed to the next location. The mission required draining the vitality of so many men and women. He didn't want word of the Lanruo temple being haunted to spread.
He'd keep it a secret for as long as possible, either by attracting passers-by or those staying overnight. The later it got known, the better. After dealing with all the corpses that were sucked dry by the tree demon before, Jing came to Lanru Temple again.
This place had always been a place the tree demon had never set foot in. After the old monk and the young monk left today, the entire temple was truly empty, becoming a deserted temple. Self-reproduction. When Jing arrived,
he immediately broke off the 5 fingers of his left hand and threw them in the temple courtyard, near the gate, and other places. Through his increasing familiarity with his current body,
he clearly understood that this humanoid form was not the tree demon's spirit. Instead, it was a body forged from the heart of his original tree. Like a clone, it possessed a closer connection to the original banyan tree, even to the point of life and death.
The tree demon's soul had previously been integrated into this clone, but now it had been replaced by his spirit. Jing's finger was like a tree core. As soon as it touched the ground, it instantly grew into banyan seedlings. Then, fueled by his demonic,
these seedlings grew at a visible rate, becoming full-grown trees. In this way, he could sense the specific situation inside Lanru Temple through these banyan trees. He could also find out in time if anyone came to stay overnight. After completing this,
he activated his demonic power and caused the 5 severed fingers to grow back. He then returned directly to the banyan tree dimension and began to explore his body once again. Chapter 2-7, Nishokian. 1 year later, early morning.
On the bumpy official road, a carriage was creaking forward. The driver was a muscular, middle-aged man with a face full of flesh. He wore a blue cloth shirt with buttons undone at the collar. He also carried a sharp, blood-stained long knife on his back.
Despite the difficult road, he still drove the carriage at a high speed, constantly observing the surroundings on both sides of the road, his eyes full of vigilance. Master Nai, please make a decision quickly. If we continue on this path,
it will be difficult to escape the pursuit of those sent by that corrupt official. The man shook the reins and turned back to urge the carriage forward. Inside the carriage sat an elderly man dressed in Confucian clothing. He looked quite dignified.
But at this moment, his face was filled with sorrow. He held tightly in his arms a young woman. This girl had a face of unparalleled beauty, a graceful figure, and long slender legs, but at this moment, she was cold and motionless. Clearly,
Qianer. The man looked sorrowful. He kept calling out softly, but he could no longer wake the person in his arms. Master Ni, the driver urged loudly, please consider the greater good. The young lady has been murdered.
You must not allow any more harm to happen. Otherwise, who else can expose the numerous evil deeds of that corrupt official? The man finished speaking. Seeing that Lord Ni in the carriage still had no reaction, he punched the seat in frustration.
After thinking for a moment, he continued to persuade. Lord, he had barely uttered the words when a trembling old man's voice suddenly rang out from within the carriage. Keener's death will not be in vain.
I must go to the capital and expose the treacherous man's crimes before His Majesty. This man's name was Xuanhuan. Born into a family of officials, he had a daughter in his later years, but now he was utterly heartbroken to see her die young.
The man's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. He shook the reins vigorously and suggested, Sir, it's really inconvenient for us to travel with the young lady's body. There are pursuers behind us. Why not find a place to bury her temporarily?
We can come back later to bring her back home. Good. Ni Yuan was a very decisive person. He asked, where are we now? We were almost at Gobai County. The man thought for a moment and said, but there are too many people there.
We'd better find a place outside the city to bury the young lady. Then he abandoned the carriage and rode on. Nai Yuan lifted the curtain in front of the carriage. He looked around. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He pointed to the forest ahead and said, go there.
The middle-aged man looked in the direction he was going. He saw a dilapidated building faintly visible in the dense woods. It looked like a temple. He agreed, let's go there.
The carriage quickly entered the forest and followed a narrow path until it arrived outside the temple. Nai Yuan got off the carriage and surveyed his surroundings. The temple grounds were covered in fallen leaves.
It looked like no one had cleaned them in ages. The main gate was unlocked, half open, and covered in dust. This must be a deserted temple. The man walked in front. He pushed the door open, looked around, and turned back to say, Sir,
you go in and rest your feet first. I'll go check around. No, Nai Yuan said. I will stay here and watch over Tuner's body. You go quickly and come back soon. The man sighed, nodded, and went to explore the surroundings.
But it only took half an incense stick of time for him to hurry back. He reported, Sir, there is a mass grave not far behind the temple. Take me to see it. Nai Yuan was not very reassured. The man hesitated for a few seconds and said,
Let's take the lady's body with us. Nai Yuan shuddered. His hands shook uncontrollably. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, you take Qianer with you. The man entered the carriage and carefully carried out the girl's body.
Then he led the way toward the back of the temple. The two walked in silence all the way to the mass grave. It was overgrown with weeds and overgrown graves. Many of the graves were covered in spiderwebs. Some even had their tombstones tilted,
revealing the rotting coffins beneath. Sir, the man pursed his lips and pointed to a huge, sturdy tree in front of him and said, "Why don't you bury the young lady there?" Strangely enough, within 100 meters of this mass grave,
aside from this giant banyan tree, there were no other trees. Unlike the densely packed forests outside, there were no other trees. Xuanhuan looked around and agreed. Okay, I'll go back and find something to wrap Kuna's body with.
The man placed the body under a tree and started digging a hole. After Xuanhuan returned with a mat, the two of them wrapped the body in the mat and buried it in the pit. Kianer, Xuanhuan's face was covered with tears. Wait for Dad to come back.
He wiped his tears reluctantly, turned around and left. He quickly took the man, each riding a horse, and left the temple, returning to the official road. When they left mass grave, beneath the banyan tree, countless thread, like tree roots, like a net,
tightly entangled Xuanhuan's newly buried body. Nai Shaoqian, in the banyan tree space, Su Jing gazed melancholy at the simple tombstone on the screen before him. A flood of emotion filled his heart. What is coming will eventually come. A year had passed.
He had long since stopped caring about whether there was still a plot. But unexpectedly, Nai Shaoqian would finally come, bring her here. As Xu Jing's underground roots entangled Nai Shaoqian's corpse,
a hazy figure and a dull expression soon emerged from the mummy. Two ghost soldiers, having received his orders, suddenly appeared beside the female ghost. One on each side grabbed her, and the next moment they entered the banyan tree space. Who are you?
Nai Shaoqian came to her senses and continued to struggle. Let me go. How dare you? One of the ghost soldiers exerted a little force and pushed Nai Shaoqian to the ground. Hurry up and pay your respects to the master. What master? Nai Shaoqian frowned.
She looked up and saw Xu Jing in front of her, then realized what was happening. She quickly asked, "Why are you arresting me? Where is my father? Are you Nai Shaoqian?" Xu Jing squatted in front of Nai Shaoqian. He reached out and pinched her chin.
He looked her over carefully. She is indeed beautiful. He secretly admired her. She was incredibly beautiful. Her skin was whiter than snow. Her eyes were as black as ink. She was lively and beautiful.
She also had an indescribable aura that made one want to both protect and ravage her. Nai Shaoqian stopped struggling. Her face suddenly turned very ugly. She remembered her past life. She should have been dead. Remember. Xu Jing released his hand, stood up,
and returned to his seat. He looked down at Nai Shaoqian and said, "You've become a ghost now, but this isn't the underworld, it's still the world of the living. Your father buried you here with me. If he doesn't come to take you away,
you won't be able to reincarnate again." Nai Shaoqian shuddered. She was incredibly intelligent. She immediately understood her situation. She knelt and said, "Xiaoqian begs the master to take me in." Not bad. Xu Jing admired her even more. He smiled and said,
"Then you can stay with me and be my maid." Chapter 208. A year of change. During this year, Xu Jing gathered another group of wandering ghosts. Most of these ghosts died in foreign lands and were buried in mass graves.
Some were wandering ghosts who had wandered into his territory and were subdued by him. He was not the tree demon of the past. He did not force any of these ghosts. Even if one wanted to leave, he would take the initiative to send their corpses and let them go.
As for those who stayed, after a series of tests, Xu Jing taught them all the skills. He had learned this technique from the female ghost Dong Xiaoyu in Mr. Zombie's world, although it wasn't a profound technique.
It was still a rare treasure for wandering ghosts in this world. Ghosts are also transformed from humans. Some become filled with resentment after becoming ghosts, feeling resentful for their past lives and seeking revenge, ultimately becoming fierce ghosts.
However, some, despite becoming ghosts, still retain their humanity, experiencing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. The world is in chaos now. People are terrified. They are scarier than ghosts. Some people, after death,
find that being a ghost is simpler than being a human. They are also more likely to be content and know how to repay kindness. Furthermore, the underworld had long ceased to function properly. These homeless ghosts had lost their chance for reincarnation.
Unless a Taoist priest or monk was willing to help, they were doomed to wander the land. Xu Jing took in the wild ghosts, gave them shelter and martial arts, and these wild ghosts were willing to be loyal. Each of them stayed willingly,
surrendering their own ashes. It was like handing over their lives to Xu Jing. Xu Jing couldn't say that all of his ghosts were willing to sacrifice themselves for him, but compared to the ones controlled by the tree demon before, they were much stronger.
This was an exchange. He intended to treat Nai Shaoqian the same way. Nai Shaoqian hesitated when she heard Xu Jing's plan. However, she didn't notice that the other female ghosts around her were extremely envious and wanted to take his place. "Sir,
she is just a newcomer." At this moment, a beautiful female ghost who had been standing behind Xu Jing suddenly spoke with a pouty tone filled with jealousy. Her name was Han Lingshuang, born into a merchant family.
She was murdered by thieves while traveling with her father's caravan through Lanruo Temple more than half a year ago. Her beauty made her suffer unforgettable pain. After Han Lingshuang became a ghost, she voluntarily stayed behind.
After that tragic experience, her personality changed even more. She developed an intense hatred for men. Without even consulting Jing, she retaliated and murdered any man who passed by on Lanru Temple grounds.
Jing certainly couldn't tolerate Han Lingshuang's reckless behavior, but after trying to discipline her several times, she still didn't change. She even got worse. He had originally felt sympathy for the other person's situation,
but he later discovered that the other person had completely gone to extremes. After some consideration, Jing took Han Lingshuang in as his maid to help him complete his mission. Han Lingshuang agreed without hesitation. Over the past 6 months,
Jing's progress on task 1 has been rapid. Now he's less than halfway to completing it, and every time Han Lingshuang seduces a man, she absorbs most of the yang energy and uses it to increase her own strength. Jing didn't care about this at all.
He even waited until she had sucked the man's legs limp before taking action to easily finish him off. He wanted to avoid sin. He didn't value the vital energy of the human body, the strength gained by absorbing the vital energy of the human body,
even if it was further refined, would still appear mixed and impure. Ever since Han Lingshuang became Jing's only maid, the other ghosts knew about her mission. However, many ghosts, especially the female ghosts, did not despise Han Lingshuang. Instead,
they were extremely envious, because being a maidservant of the master not only gives her more trust, but also a higher status and rapidly growing strength. Humans have their own ways. Ghosts have their own ways. After becoming ghosts,
many ghosts cast aside their psychological constraints, becoming more uninhibited and respecting only strength. But with Han Lingshuang, Jing could already complete task 1, so he never looked for another female ghost to seduce men. However,
upon hearing that the master wanted to take Ni Qian as a maid, the female ghosts present were almost green with envy. Han Lingshuang reacted even more strongly, subconsciously treating Ni Qian as a competitor.
Ni Qian instinctively sensed something was amiss in the surrounding atmosphere. The female ghost behind Jing stared at her with a gloomy gaze, and she shuddered uncontrollably. Born into a family of officials, she didn't understand the reason,
but she knew she was in a precarious situation. She looked up at Jing and finally made a decision. Xiaoqian is willing to be the master's maid. Come here. Jing nodded slightly and waved. Ni Xiaoqian stood up obediently and stood beside him.
Sister Xiaoqian, my name is Han Lingshuang. Han Lingshuang stared at Ni Xiaoqian. With a forced smile, she said, we sisters are both servants of the master. We must visit each other more often in the future. Ni Xiaoqian was alert in her heart.
Without changing her expression, sistered. All right. Jing saw through Han Lingshuang's thoughts at a glance. He simply pointed out, Lingshuang, don't bully Xiaoqian. I only want her to be a simple maid.
I won't let her compete with you for anything. Han Ling's eyes lit up. He carefully examined Ni Xiaoqian. Suddenly, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face as he took in her stunning beauty. It was as if he understood something. While she felt relieved,
she also felt an indescribable sense of loss. She sighed and said to Ni Xiaoqian, Sister Xiaoqian, if you have any questions about the rules here, feel free to come to me. This time, she was genuinely sincere. There was even a hint of flattery,
which left Ni Xiaoqian baffled. Jing was helpless. He only knew Ni Qian was the heroine of the plot because of his past life memories. He kept her by his side to prevent Yan Qixia from turning against him as the plot unfolded.
He truly had no evil intentions, but he didn't bother explaining anything further. After assigning 2 more female ghosts to serve as servants for Ni Xiaoqian, he waved his hand, driving all the ghosts out of the room.
Then he closed his eyes and began to meditate. Mission 1 was nearing completion, but Jing was troubled by Han Lingshuang's future plans. If things continued like this, while the men who died were to blame, the female ghost was ultimately responsible.
If she encountered someone so extreme and righteous, she would sooner or later face retribution. While he was here, he could still protect Han Lingshuang. But after he returned, it was hard to say.
It would be better to send her to be reincarnated when the time comes. Jing shook his head and made a decision in his heart. He didn't have the strength to send someone to reincarnation yet.
But once tasks 1 and 2 were completed and his strength was significantly increased through the system, unlocking this world's reincarnation wouldn't be difficult. Chapter 209. The House Demon Goes Out.
Jing was no longer worried about not being able to complete task 1. But for task 2 he was completely at a loss. A whole year passed, and the progress of task 2 remained unchanged. There were very few women walking around in public at that time,
and even fewer passing through Lanru Temple. Jing didn't have a suitable male ghost to use. He saw the woman passing by several times. In the end, he held back and didn't make a move. Of course, if he had no idea about Mission 3, he wouldn't have hesitated.
Maybe I should go out for a walk. Xu Jing thought back to his experiences this year. He realized he had become a typical homebody. The farthest he'd ever been was to the official road outside the woods, no more than 2 miles away, as a tree demon.
His main body could not move, which caused him great inconvenience. However, this special clone he controlled could move freely. Previously, he had no loyal ghosts to use. If he strayed too far, his control over the main body would weaken.
He was worried about the main body's safety, but now it should be fine. After Xu Jing thought about it for a while, he began to make arrangements. Although there is nothing wrong with the ghosts under my command, some precautions are still necessary.
All the ghosts were gathered together. Xu Jing used seclusion as an excuse to cultivate. He arranged the duties of the ghosts in his absence, then sealed the banyan tree space and quietly left the Lanruo temple during the day.
He wasn't like the Black Mountain demon. He lived in the underworld absorbing yin energy and giving birth to countless souls. He couldn't stand the sunlight at all. In the sunlight, he could still walk freely.
It was just that his strength was suppressed to a certain limit. Compared to the martial arts masters in this world, he was only slightly stronger. Being a monster requires a long-term vision. Xu Jing walked on the road, filled with emotion.
One wrong step led to another. With the fortune of a tree demon, he could have relied on time to cultivate, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. However, he sought shortcuts, absorbed the evil spirit's yin energy,
and recklessly hunted and killed people to absorb their vital energy. Ultimately, he went astray. Although this shortened his training time, the price he paid was too high. Even sunlight could suppress him.
Not to mention the magical instruments of the righteous. He suddenly thought of Pudu Saihang. Both were 1,000-year-old demons. Compared to the other, both he and the Black Mountain demon were far inferior, recalling the movies he'd seen.
Xu Jing speculated that Pudu Saihang was most likely born in a large temple. His background was somewhat similar to his own, but he was the one with the true foresight. In the form of a demon, he practices Buddhism.
He can even use the soul-destroying Sanskrit sound. He's so audacious that he dares to transform into the taffeta Buddha. He constantly cries out, "Put down your butcher knife and become a Buddha right now," as a 1,000-year-old centipede demon.
Pudu Saihang had long since disguised himself as a human and entered the imperial court with impunity. Now, he had ascended to the position of imperial master and begun devouring the nation's fortune, attempting to transform into a dragon.
This is a truly peerless demon. He possesses great ambition and perseverance. He is a role model for demons. Unfortunately, in the movie, even such a powerful Pudu Saihang was defeated by Yan Qixia and Zhu Qiyi. Yan Qixia's origins were unknown.
But Zhu Qiyi was from Kunlun. This world is not simple. Xu Jing thought about it and frowned. You still have to keep a low profile. He had a thought in his mind, and the gorgeous clothes on his body changed, becoming simple and ordinary.
But this clothing was simply woven with his demonic power. It was fine for fooling ordinary people, but it couldn't fool cultivators. Xu Jing got on the official road and after walking more than 3 miles, he arrived outside the gate of Gobei County.
The world is now in chaos, with corrupt officials in power. Even this large county town lacks a single guard to guard the gates. He didn't ask any questions. He didn't look around like a stranger. He simply walked down the street to a clothing store.
He bought a set of ordinary clothes and put them on. Then, without stopping, he left the county town. He quickly disappeared from the sight of the few people who were following him with ulterior motives. 2 months later,
Xu Jing came to a city about the same size as Guobei County. Over the past few days, he had traveled to many places and witnessed the chaos of this world. Demons were rampant.
But even more terrifying than the demons were the increasingly vicious and terrifying humans. He didn't know how many times he had been plotted against along the way. And the ones who attacked him were all ordinary people who seemed harmless. Of course,
traveling around wasn't without reward. So far, Xu Jing had already completed Task 1. Even Task 2, so far, was only missing a woman's vitality to complete it. The people he chose, regardless of gender, were not good people.
They were deeply sinful and even wanted to harm him. Xu Jing wasn't sure if absorbing the vital energy of such a person was a sin. But he felt at ease and clear-minded. At this moment, he looked at the city before him.
It was a small town surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, almost isolated from the outside world. There was only one way to the outside world, and it required walking several miles along a steep and rugged mountain road.
Ferocious wild animals roamed the nearby deep forests, making it extremely dangerous. However, under such difficult conditions, compared to the chaotic world outside, the people here still maintain a simple and pure beauty. This place is really nice.
Xu Jing had witnessed too much of the viciousness of human nature in the past 2 months. He had to be cautious wherever there were people around. Over time, he felt physically and mentally exhausted.
This unique city before him instantly made him feel at home and relaxed. He decided to stay here for a while. This should be the last stop of his trip. He rode on horseback, slowly moving along the street. He released his spirit.
listening to the conversations of people in the shops and on the streets. At this moment, a large wedding procession came towards them. The procession was large. Everyone dressed in bright red festive attire. They were beating drums and gongs, blowing trumpets.
And it was a lively scene. This is Mr. Mo's daughter. She is finally getting married. Yes, I heard she married a scholar from outside. Where's my uncle? Why can't I see him? Hey, the ghost king outside the city is trying to steal the bride.
How dare the other party come to welcome the bride? Oh, that's true. I don't know how many girls have been snatched away by the ghost king on their way to their wedding. So, if you want to marry out, you must be prepared to be snatched away by the ghost king.
I don't know if Miss Mo can escape this disaster. Jing listened to the onlookers' discussions and sighed inwardly. The world these days is far from peaceful. Even in a small mountain town like this, demons and monsters roam.
It seems this place's semi-isolation from the world isn't accidental. There's a ghost king outside the city. Who knows how many people will be scared away? The ghost king of this world was on the same level as these 1,000-year-old demons.
He could freely enter and exit the yin and yang realms. His strength should not be underestimated. Chapter 2:10. Monster. Where to run? Jing didn't want to meddle in other people's business. He went out to complete a mission, not to slay demons. Besides,
he was a demon himself. It was too late to keep a low profile. He watched the wedding procession go out of the city gate. He stopped paying attention and continued on his way. He soon found an inn and settled down there after paying a deposit.
The next day, ding ding, the sound of a gong was heard. Miss Mo is dead. She was kidnapped by the ghost king. A terrified voice ran downstairs, shouting non-stop as it went farther away. Jing opened the window facing the street.
He saw a large group of people following the shouting man. They sprinted toward a sign at the corner of the street. Then, they gathered around it, looking at the sign and discussing it.
I never thought even Miss Mo could not escape the Ghost King's clutches. I guessed it long ago. After all these years, how many people have escaped? Oh, really? 1, 2, so many girls. Why marry them out? I won't marry you and stay in this remote place.
A woman in a blue dress suddenly ran out. She tore down the notice and cried to the crowd. Our young lady wasn't captured by the Ghost King. Don't talk nonsense. Isn't this Miss Mo's maid? The crowd of onlookers instantly fell silent.
They dispersed in a flash. Only after confirming that the woman was alive did they finally feel relieved. It's not dark yet. The Ghost King won't show up. She is not dead yet. I'm going to find the young lady.
The little maidservant seemed oblivious to the surrounding discussion. She looked dazed and stumbled towards the city gate. Young lady, where are you? Well, everyone around sighed and gradually dispersed. Jing withdrew his spirit. He closed the window,
Left the room, and went downstairs. He ordered a table of food. He then asked the innkeeper, "Tell me about it. What's going on with the Ghost King stealing the bride?" He had heard so much. He was curious, plus, he planned to stay here for a while.
so he wanted to learn more about the place. Your Excellency, you must be from out of town, the waiter said softly as he wiped the table. I heard it's very chaotic out there, while it's relatively peaceful here. It's only during the day, don't go out at night.
Even if you do, don't go outside the city. The woods there are terribly haunted. Who knows how many people the Ghost King has harmed over the years? Where does the Ghost King come from? I'm not sure about that either.
But most of the girls from our area who marry outside the country can't escape the clutches of the Ghost King. Jing shook his head and said, even if it's the Ghost King, he can't come out in broad daylight. Can't the wedding procession just move faster?
He paused at this point. Without waiting for the other fellow who had the same question to respond, he had already come up with the answer. As the Ghost King, even if he couldn't get out during the day,
he could still pull off some tricks like creating a ghost wall. If the wedding procession didn't have any knowledgeable people, they would be able to get out even after a whole day of walking. Jing changed the subject and asked,
your Ghost King is causing such a commotion. Has anyone ever thought of inviting some skilled Taoist priests or mages to come and take a look? Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the waiter shuddered and dropped the teapot on the ground.
It shattered into pieces. With a panicked look on his face, he said, Sir, be careful with your words. He turned and ran, his face filled with gloom, as if he had bumped into something unlucky. What are you doing? Jing was also completely bewildered.
They could even discuss the Ghost King. How could something like a Taoist priest be more terrifying than hearing about ghosts? He was filled with doubts. Unfortunately, the waiter refused to talk to him any further. He had no choice but to give up.
After filling his stomach, Jing left the inn and wandered around the streets. The streets were bustling with people. It was a completely different world from the outside world, where everyone was wary of each other and the atmosphere was eerie.
Although some people gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to gossip, this was a common occurrence anywhere. At the moment, The most talked about topic was the Ghost King's kidnapping of the bride. Jing walked and listened.
He found that what people said was similar to what the innkeepers said. He didn't know the details, so he stopped paying attention. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted at the intersection, "The Taoist priest is back, go!" In an instant,
Everyone on the street panicked and began to flee in all directions. In the blink of an eye they were gone. Jing was alert and hid in the corner. Then he looked towards the street corner. An old man wearing linen clothes and with a full beard appeared.
carrying a bow and arrows and a rectangular box about a meter long on his back. He walked slowly towards them with a nonchalant look. "This is..." Jing looked at the old man in the distance stealthily. A familiar feeling welled up in his heart. Unexpectedly.
The old man's senses were very sharp. He seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly stopped, sniffed, frowned, and looked towards Jing. "Oh no!" Jing thought to himself that this was not good. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. It was still daylight.
His strength was suppressed by the sunlight. Without his main body, he was no match for this powerful Taoist priest, especially the box behind him. It made his entire body tingle. He felt a sense of utter danger. Box. Jing's mind felt like a thunderbolt.
It exploded with a bioscope tingled. Then a sudden realization dawned on him. He instantly realized the other person's identity. "Damn! I actually ran into Yan Chixia!" He ran faster. No wonder he looked familiar, if he didn't run faster.
Monster! Yan Chixia watched Jing disappear. A flicker of anger crossed his face. "How dare you show up in the city in broad daylight? How outrageous!" He started in pursuit. This had crossed his bottom line.
He was determined to get rid of this evil. Jing sensed Yan Chixia chasing him. He felt like crying. He had never expected to run into him here. Get out of town. Can't stay here any longer. He made a decision in his heart. He ran as fast as he could.
Looking up at the sky, it was sunset. Golden clouds filled the sky above the mountain city. Though not as bright as at noon, they still affected him, making the flow of his demonic energy awkward and difficult. Soon, the city gate came into view.
Jing glanced back and rushed over even faster. "Monster, where are you running to?" A loud shout came from behind. Yan Chixia leaped up the eaves and walls, quickly catching up. The pedestrians on the street who were still confused about the situation.
After hearing his shout, were all scared out of their wits and fled in all directions. Jing cursed inwardly. He quickened his pace and rushed out of the city gate in a flash. There was a forest not far from the city.
He entered the forest without hesitation before Yan Chixia caught up. Chapter 211. "What, miss?" Yan Chixia chased after him relentlessly. Jing didn't stop. If his original form was still there, he wouldn't be afraid of fighting the opponent.
But now he was just a clone. How could he be a match for Yan Chixia? He sensed Yan Chixia's approach and quickly mobilized his demonic energy. Instantly, the trees in the forest trembled and swayed. Vines and roots grew wildly, wrapping around Yan Chixia. Clang!
Yan Chixia opened his sword case. He unsheathed his longsword and swept it across the surroundings. Chichcha! All the vines and branches were cut off and fell to the ground. But when he looked up again, he found that the monster had disappeared. "Humph!
I'll see where you run." As he spoke, he pulled out a paper crane from his bosom and placed it in his palm, muttering something to himself. Puff, puff, puff. The paper crane's head spun. Its wings actually began to flutter. Then it leaped up
and flew deep into the forest. Yan Chixia picked up his pace and quickly followed. Soon after, the rosy clouds in the sky faded. Night gradually fell. Mist rose from the mountains and forests,
creating a gloomy and eerie atmosphere. In the dense forest, Jing ran without stopping. Although he was a banyan tree spirit and his true form wasn't here, he still had a unique advantage in this forest.
He could clearly sense Yan Chixia's presence behind him through the other trees. After running for a while, he slowed down a bit. He found that no matter how he changed direction, Yan Chixia could still keep up accurately. He frowned and cursed inwardly.
He was deeply puzzled by the other party's relentless pursuit. "Miss, where are you?" And in the silence, a woman's mournful call could be heard faintly from the front. Jing's expression shifted slightly. He recognized her.
This was Miss Mo's maid who had torn down the notice on the street earlier. However, he was still trying to escape and didn't want to get involved. He turned around and took a detour. Soon,
he passed the maid and rushed towards the mountain path outside the forest. This area was the Ghost King's territory. After all, the air was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Something was clearly amiss. Buzz. At this moment, the ground shook slightly.
Pairs of rotting arms emitting a foul odor stretched out from beneath the ground and grabbed at his legs. Jing reacted in time, dodging the grasping arm. Simultaneously, he flipped his palm, surging with demonic energy and covering it. Boom!
The ground suddenly collapsed. The outstretched arms were all deformed and broken, some even reduced to a pile of rotten flesh. The remaining parts trembled and retracted. "Ghost King, I'm just passing through. We should keep our distance. Why bother with me?"
The forest 3 meters in front of him had completely vanished. All that was left was endless darkness. It was as if a terrifying, all-consuming beast was hiding there. It was daunting. A tree demon.
A strange red light flashed in the darkness, and then a seductive female voice came. Why bother leaving so quickly? Only then did Jing realize that the Ghost King was a woman. He sensed Yanchixia was about to catch up. He didn't have time to waste with her.
He asked directly. What on earth do you want to do by stopping me? The Ghost King still hadn't shown up. Hearing this, he smiled and said, Of course I want you to stay. Jing's thoughts flashed through his mind. He suddenly realized, You've got a good plan.
You want to force Yanchixia and I to fight to the death. But you're dreaming. If you have the guts, you can handle him yourself. He snorted coldly and turned right without hesitation, preparing to leave by a detour.
The passage ahead was just a barrier created by the Ghost King, connecting the yin and yang worlds. Its range was definitely limited. As long as he didn't rush in headfirst, those ghost wall tricks would be completely ineffective against him.
The Ghost King chuckled softly. He didn't appear to stop him, allowing Jing to leave. However, Jing soon discovered a problem. No matter where he went, every time he was about to leave the forest, the Ghost King's barrier would intercept him.
You'll see which way you go. The Ghost King smiled triumphantly. Victory was already assured. She simply wanted to force Jing and Yanchixia into a fierce fight, and then come out to clean up the mess. Jing was a bit distracted.
He changed direction several times. Yanchixia followed suit, but the distance between them was getting closer and closer, and he hadn't even left the forest yet. Miss, is that you? At this moment the maid's cry was heard again behind him.
A burst of footsteps came from far away and approached frantically. Jing's face darkened. He turned around and said in a deep voice, Pa, stop yelling. What, miss? Look carefully, I'm obviously a man. He re-identified his direction as he spoke.
He was about to leave when his legs suddenly felt heavy. He heard a pleading voice, Please be kind and save my daughter. I dreamt she was down there, being chased by ghosts. The maid, with disheveled hair, knelt on the ground.
Her hands tightly grasped Jing's legs. Her face was full of pleading. Jing shook his head. He couldn't even protect himself right now. How could he have time to care for this maid? He immediately refused without mercy, saying, I can't help you. Let go.
The maid was stunned. She let go of his hand with lifeless eyes. Tears streamed down her face. Jing sighed, uncrossed his legs, and took a few steps. Finally, he couldn't help but turn back and say, Go quickly, leave here.
There are many demons. The chaos in this world was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. Not only were all sorts of demons and monsters appearing, but humanity itself was also changing. It was simply filled with evil. Evil reigned.
In the 2 months he had been roaming the world, he had seen many sinister people. The servant before him, though humble, was the only human being who had touched his heart. Jing sighed. He inexplicably thought of the main world.
If there weren't the black evil guards suppressing it, perhaps the situation there would be even worse than in this world. Haha. I finally caught up with you. In just a short while. Yanchixia finally caught up. He ran breathlessly.
Even with the paper crane leading the way, he was still fooled several times by Jing's deceptive tricks. He had to take a long detour. Jing was helpless. He didn't run away again. Yanchixia, how have I offended you?
You're chasing me relentlessly. Do you know me? Yanchixia was stunned. Then he sneered. Under normal circumstances you go your way, I go mine. Monsters don't offend humans and humans don't offend monsters. But you, a monster, are infiltrating among humans.
Now that I've caught you, I'm going to get rid of you today, no matter what. Monster. The maid who had just stood up looked at Jing. Her face was filled with uncertainty. She instinctively took a few steps back in fear.
Yanchixia then noticed that there was an ordinary person present. His expression changed and he said, Girl, come here quickly. Don't go near him. He's a monster. Chapter 212. So you are such a monster. The maid couldn't believe it. If Jing.
Instead, he reminded her of the danger here. She looked at Yanchixia with suspicion. Then she turned to look at Jing, hesitant. Girl, believe me. Yanchixia's face was filled with anxiety.
He couldn't understand why the maid didn't trust him. Jing met the maid's questioning gaze and admitted frankly, He's right, I am indeed a monster. The maid screamed and retreated repeatedly until she came to Yanchixia's side.
Yanchixia finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Jing again, his eyes filled with wonder. He spoke a little more slowly. You monster, what are you planning? Jing heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He explained sincerely.
I was just passing through the mountain town. I saw the simple folk customs and wanted to live there for a while. I had no intention of harming anyone. Really. Yanchixia looked at Jing seriously, but he didn't completely believe it.
The maid also came back to her senses. She helped and said, Hero, I believe he is a good monster. He just told me that there are many monsters here. Let me leave quickly. Yan Chixia narrowed his eyes and looked at Xu Jing carefully.
He wasn't someone who would kill every demon he saw. He had his own principles. As long as it didn't cross his boundaries, he wouldn't usually meddle in other people's affairs. After hearing what the maid said, he more or less believed it. He said to Jing,
"You are sensible. I will spare your life this time. Don't let me see you again next time." Xu Jing was delighted. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he was not willing to fight Yan Chixia to the death at this time.
The maid knelt down in front of Yan Chixia again and grabbed his clothes. Yan Chixia was startled. His eyes widened. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. "What are you doing?" the maid cried and begged, "Sir, please save my young lady."
Yan Chixia immediately realized that the young lady the maid was talking about was most likely harmed by the Ghost King. He refused without hesitation, saying, "I won't help you." He had no confidence in dealing with the Ghost King, so why would he seek trouble?
"Please, my lady is in such a pity," the maid continued to beg. Yan Chixia frowned. Although he felt pity for the other party, he still refused to agree. "No matter how miserable you are, I can't help you. Go back quickly." The maid was extremely desperate.
She stumbled to her feet and asked, Why are none of you willing to help me? I must find the lady." She said this, desperately running deep into the forest. Yan Chixia shook her head and sighed with emotion, but made no attempt to stop her.
Xu Jing was about to leave. Seeing this, he immediately shouted, "Girl, wait!" The maid stopped, turned around, and looked at Xu Jing with hopeful eyes. Yan Chixia was also stunned and looked over. "I can help you." As soon as Xu Jing said this,
the maid's eyes lit up with surprise, but then she heard Xu Jing continue, "But I'll ask for your life as a price. Are you willing?" "Hey, what are you doing?" Yan Chixia drew his sword with a bang and asked angrily. Xu Jing snorted coldly, "I just want to help her."
"But you clearly wanted to harm her." Yan Chixia grew even more furious. "I almost thought you were a good demon, but I didn't expect your methods of harming people were even more sophisticated. So you are such a monster. Today, I will take you in, stupid!"
Xu Jing was also furious. She went looking for her mistress like this. She's definitely going to die. And you chose to stand by and watch. Don't you allow me to help her in my own way. Pa! Yan Chixia would never believe Xu Jing.
He stopped in front of the maid and said to her, "Miss, don't believe him. I think he clearly wants to harm you." Xu Jing sneered repeatedly. He didn't bother to argue with Yan Chixia anymore. He looked at the maid and said, "Young lady,
your daughter has likely been captured by the Ghost King. I didn't help you before because I thought I couldn't defeat the Ghost King. But I have a secret method. If you are willing to sacrifice your life,
I can gain even greater power to deal with the Ghost King. I promise to help you rescue your daughter." "Bullshit!" Yan Chixia couldn't help but interrupt.
What secret method can make you go from being unable to defeat even me to being able to defeat the Ghost King? Girl, he is lying to you. Although he didn't realize Xu Jing was just a clone, he could sense that Xu Jing's strength was inferior to his own.
Otherwise, with his caution, he wouldn't have chased him all the way. Xu Jing wasn't aimless. He was only one spot away from completing mission 2. Once he did, he could use the system's power up, had surpassed the Ghost King in power in a matter of minutes.
He sincerely wanted to help the maid in front of him, not just to complete the mission. After all, he had already found a way to complete the mission. Even without this maid, he would be able to complete the mission in no time. Since Yan Chixia refused to help,
he could only use his own method. Although the maid would die as well, he could save her ghost and help her rescue the young lady's ghost, rather than letting her leave alone and be killed and controlled by the Ghost King. "Girl, make your own choice."
Xu Jing's expression remained calm. If the maid didn't believe him, he wouldn't force her. Everyone has their own destiny. He would leave without hesitation. "Girl." Yan Chixia became nervous. He wanted to continue trying to persuade him.
He felt bad. After all, he himself wasn't willing to help. Why should he stop someone else, even if it was a monster?
But it was still difficult for him to make up his mind to risk his life to fight against the Ghost King for such an unrelated person. The maid saw it clearly. Yan Chixia would never help, and even if the monster offered to help, it would take her life.
But she had no choice. After a few moments of hesitation, she pushed Yan Chixia aside and walked straight towards Xu Jing. In this world, being a human is hard, but being a ghost isn't necessarily any harder than being a human.
Xu Jing lifted the maid's chin and continued, "Open your mouth. Don't worry, the suffering will soon be over. My name is Xuanhuan." The maid opened her mouth obediently. Xu Jing sighed and opened his mouth as well. His tongue stretched out instantly.
Like lightning, it darted into the maid's mouth and went straight into her stomach. Hiss! An extremely powerful suction force emerged from every part of his tongue. The maid screamed. Her flesh and blood instantly contracted.
The blood in her veins was drained away in an instant. She was reduced to a mummy. Well, Yan Chixia's face showed reluctance, but he didn't leave. After Xu Jing retracted his tongue, he said coldly, "Tree demon, I want to see how you fulfill your promise."
Otherwise, I will make your soul shatter today. He had already seen through Xu Jing's background. Although he couldn't deal with the Ghost King, he was confident that he could deal with Xu Jing. If Xu Jing was deceiving the maid, he would never let it go.
Senior Xu Jing ignored Yan Qixia. He snapped his fingers, and a ghost sprang out from Xuanhuan's body. Then he pointed again. Xuanhuan's body, as dry as a mummy, instantly turned to ash and was gathered up by him. These are your ashes.
Xu Jing broke off one of his fingers, turning it into a wooden box. After filling it with ashes, he handed it to Xuanhuan's ghost. Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment. She took the wooden box and looked at Xu Jing. Are you going to save my young lady now?
Wait a moment. Xu Jing glanced at Yan Qixia, then closed his eyes and summoned the system. On the system interface, both tasks 1 and 2 were marked as completed. The plus sign next to his 1000-year tree demon status also changed to an upgradable status.
Let us improve our cultivation for 500 years first. Xu Jing's mind moved. He clicked on the plus sign. In an instant, the system interface blurred, and the amount of origin points decreased by 5,000. At the same time,
a large amount of primordial energy emerged from the banyan tree far away in Lanru Temple. As this primordial energy merged, the space within the tree began to expand. However, the size of the banyan tree itself remained unchanged. Meanwhile,
Xu Jing's perception of his original form grew clearer. It was as if an invisible passage had opened between the two. Countless demonic powers emerged from nowhere within his current clone. His aura surged instantly.
The demonic energy within him surged like a whirlpool. The surrounding sand, rocks, and trees were all swept up by the hurricane force that had arisen from nowhere. Tornadoes formed around him. Hiss! Yan Qixia gasped and took several steps back.
His face filled with shock. Yan Qixia, you should have fought against the Ghost King before, right? Xu Jing suppressed his surging demonic power and asked, I wonder if my current cultivation level can handle her.
Judging from the situation where the Ghost King had previously forced him to deal with Yan Qixia, there was likely some kind of conflict between the two parties. Otherwise, even the Ghost King would not be willing to provoke Yan Qixia for no reason.
Speaking of the Ghost King, Yan Qixia said bitterly, 20 years ago, when I first retreated here, the Ghost King nine-tailed fox already existed. But back then, she wasn't as powerful as she is now. I had just achieved success in my cultivation.
And I couldn't stand her ruining relationships, so I came looking for her. But she was too cunning, bewitching me. In a moment of weakness, I missed the best opportunity to eliminate her. At the end of his words, his old face flushed,
and a hint of embarrassment flashed across his face. The Ghost King is called the Nine-Tailed Fox. Xu Jing was slightly stunned. Seeing Yan Qixia's uneasy expression, he suddenly understood something. He smiled and said,
This Ghost King must be both cunning and beautiful, right? Yan Qixia snorted coldly. Then, returning to normal, he said, Your current strength may be enough to overpower the Nine-Tailed Fox, but you still can't get rid of her. Oh really? Xu Jing frowned.
Mission 3 required overcoming tribulations he wasn't entirely sure. Furthermore, his demonic power was extremely mixed. Even if the system subsequently increased his pure demonic power, it would be contaminated by the mixture of previous power.
It was like a bad apple spoiling the whole pot. Who knew what the consequences would be? Xu Jing didn't dare to be careless. Therefore, before solving the problem, he would not rush to improve his cultivation.
Nor would he go through the tribulation without making any preparations. Don't waste time. Hurry and act. Although your secret technique can dramatically increase your cultivation, it won't last. Why dawdle? Yan Qixia nodded. He looked around and continued.
The nine-tailed fox is cunning and insidious. It seems it has already hidden in the underworld. I can help you open the passage, but I won't go down with you. As he spoke, he unfastened the sword case behind him and was about to cast a spell to open the passage.
Wait, Xu Jing stopped him and said, I can do it myself. He hadn't forgotten the Ghost King's previous deception, even if there had been no grudge between the two sides. Now there was a grudge. Grudges don't stay overnight. He summoned the system again.
Yan Qixia's face was filled with confusion. Seeing Xu Jing close his eyes, he angrily said, Pa, you don't know how to appreciate kindness. Do you think I'm willing to help you? At this moment, there was a loud bang with Xu Jing as the center.
It was like a bomb exploded. The powerful shockwave swept in all direction in the center. A heart-pounding aura was rising steadily. The entire mountain forest was surging with wind and clouds. Yan Qixia's face was filled with horror.
He stood before Xuanhuan's ghost, being pushed backwards by an invisible pressure. Soon, the strong wind died down and the forest returned to peace. Xu Jing flashed and arrived in front of Yan Qixia. Is this enough now?
Can this level of cultivation deal with the nine-tailed fox? He had advanced another 500 years of cultivation. By his own estimation, his strength was comparable to that of the Black Mountain Demon.
And the nine-tailed fox was far inferior to the Black Mountain Demon. Where on earth do you come from? Yan Qixia's eyes widened. His mind was in a tizzy. Even if he was a fool, he understood.
This couldn't be improved by some so-called secret method. He didn't believe such a secret method existed in the world. Xu Jing's eyes were confused. A look of nostalgia crossed his face. I don't even remember how long ago it was.
I only remember that I was once a demon fairy. Monster fairy! Yan Qixia kept swallowing, his brain short-circuited. He was completely stunned. Let's go. Su Jing approached the equally stunned Xuanhuan. He grabbed her with his right hand. Then,
he raised his left hand, palm raised like a knife, and gently slashed at the air in front of him. Boo! Ripples appeared in the air. Xu Jing took Xuanhuan and took a step forward. They entered and disappeared into the forest. Senior, wait for me!
Yan Qixia finally came to his senses. With a gleam in his eyes, he rushed into the underworld without hesitation. The yin realm of this world corresponds to the yang realm, but is much wider and almost boundless.
Now that the immortals and gods have not emerged, the entire underworld has long been plunged into chaos. Various demons and monsters occupy it, ruling over every inch of it. It's even more dog-eat-dog than in the human world. In the underworld,
a gloomy fog enveloped the earth. Xu Jing and Xuanhuan stood on the top of a barren mountain. They looked around with bright eyes and were in no hurry to leave. Soon, the space behind him fluctuated. Yan Qixia rushed in before the temporary passage closed.
Su Jing was delighted, but his face remained calm as he said, "Do you know where the nine-tailed fox is?" As the Ghost King, even if the nine-tailed fox wasn't as good as the Black Mountain old demon, she definitely wouldn't be alone.
And since she was active in the Yang Realm Mountain City area, she certainly wouldn't stray too far from her territory in the Yin Realm. But if Xu Jing were to search for it on his own, it would definitely take quite a while.
Now that he had tricked Yan Qixia into it, it would be much easier. Senior, please follow me. Yan Qixia's attitude changed completely. He immediately identified the direction and used his Qigong skills to advance rapidly. Chapter 214, Extreme Demonic Realm.
Su Jing smiled slightly and followed Yan Qixia slowly with Xuanhuan. Soon, they descended the barren mountain and arrived at a dark valley surrounded by peaks. The valley floor was empty, shrouded in a thick layer of fog. At the entrance, two towering,
stout stone pillars stood alone, like a gateway. This is the lair of the nine-tailed fox. She has already noticed us coming. Yan Qixia stood outside the stone pillar, staring into the valley with a look of fear on his face. As he finished speaking,
countless ghostly lights, like will-o'-the-wisp, suddenly lit up from the depths of the foggy valley. These lights lined up in rows, flickering closer. As the dim light approached, Su Jing finally saw its true form.
It turned out to be countless large red sedan chairs. These sedan chairs were all 3 feet off the ground. Unable to lift them, they flew around strangely. Inside each sedan, a graceful woman in a bright red wedding dress could be vaguely seen seated.
Each sedan chair was covered by a curtain. A layer of red light clung to the curtain, blocking outsiders from prying eyes while also illuminating the surrounding area. Miss, where are you?
Xuanhuan looked at the sedan chair not far from the pillar and couldn't help but shout loudly, "Don't go over there." Yan Qixia stopped Xuanhuan and warned her, "If you get too close, you'll be caught and put into the sedan." Cool. At this moment,
the row of sedan chairs suddenly parted in the middle. Another, even larger sedan lightly flew out. The red curtain in front of the sedan automatically opened. A dazzling white light shot out, and then spread outward. Xu Jing narrowed his eyes.
As the white light faded, he finally made out the person inside the sedan. She was a woman with an inherently seductive aura. She had a charming face that could either be angry or happy. She wore a black gauze dress, revealing her fair skin.
Her long legs were slender and round. Barefoot, it was so alluring that one could only grasp and play with them. "Are you the Ghost King Nine-Tailed Fox?" Su Jing looked at the woman in the sedan chair unscrupulously. He asked directly,
"Did you harm the young lady of this maidservant?" The nine-tailed fox looked at Xu Jing with charming eyes. Softly, she said, "You're a monster, I am a ghost. Why are you so mean to me?" Her voice was soft, magnetic, and made people's hearts itch.
"Don't try that on me." Xu Jing remained unfazed. He said coldly, "You were the one who wouldn't let me leave in the first place. You were so reckless as to provoke me. Look what you've done now. I'm afraid you didn't expect this outcome."
The nine-tailed fox snorted coldly. Her plan had been dashed when she realized Xu Jing and Yan Qixia had explained everything. She had then returned directly to the underworld. She had expected this to happen.
She turned to look at Yan Qixia and said with a charming smile, "Yan Qixia, why don't you look up when you see me?" Yan Qixia lowered his head. He really didn't dare to look at the other person, but he said unyieldingly, "Don't try to confuse me again."
The nine-tailed fox chuckled and said, "What's wrong? You don't even dare to look at me. It seems you are old and useless." Bow. Yan Qixia raised his head fiercely. He gritted his teeth and said, Come on, I'm not afraid of you. You're not that old yet."
The nine-tailed fox looked disdainful, but then withdrew her flirtatious attitude. Her tone turned cold. "But I didn't provoke you at all. We've always kept to ourselves. Why are you meddling in other people's business?
Yan Qixia glanced at Xu Jing and said confidently, marriage is destined by heaven. You have defied fate and harmed countless brides. Today is your turn to receive retribution. Haha, the nine-tailed fox laughed loudly. Retribution. In today's world,
Evil prevails. There is no such thing as retribution. Nine-tailed fox, Xu Jing suddenly shouted, interrupting the other party's laughter. He asked, is this maid's mistress here with you? Xuanhuan also said, please return my Miss Macho to me.
the nine-tailed fox smirked and said, want to know? I won't tell you. If you have the guts, come on over here. As soon as she finished speaking, a hurricane blew up. The red curtain in front of her sedan fell, and it quickly retreated deep into the valley,
Blocking the pillar. I'll never give up until I've crossed the Yellow River. Xu Jing's face darkened. He ordered, Yan Qixia, leave her to me. Go find Miss Mako. Good. Yan Qixia patted the sword case behind him and shouted,
Swish, swish.
In an instant, a large number of flying swords gleaming with golden light flew out from his sword case. The sword returns to Wuji. Yan Qixia formed a sword gesture and pointed his finger towards the sky. Suddenly,
all the flying swords formed a line in the air, then quickly descended towards the ground, forming a circle around them. A pale golden halo spread out, forming a layer of defense. The sky and earth are boundless. The universe borrows the law.
after completing the sword circle, Yan Qixia bit his finger again and quickly drew a yin-yang fish pattern on his palm. Then, without waiting for Xu Jing, he flew out and headed for the nearest sedan chair, slapping it with his palm. Boom!
The red sedan that rushed over was instantly torn into pieces. Girl, if you see your lady, please remind her. He acted with discretion. He knew that the people in these sedan chairs were the brides who had been killed and controlled by the Ghost King.
Therefore, he only smashed the sedan chairs and did not kill them. You stay here, don't go out of the circle. Xu Jing watched the Ghost King flee. He gave Xuanhuan a few words and leaped out of the sword circle, heading straight into the valley.
Demonic energy surged along the way, shaking off the group of sedan chairs blocking the way. Then he charged towards the nine-tailed fox. This time, he'd gained a lot from his journey through the tree demon. Had figured out how to use demonic power to confuse,
fly and attack from outside his body. Even if he returned to the main world, once he'd gained enough strength, he'd definitely be able to use them. Then, he could save the merit points he'd have to exchange for these abilities from the Black Demon Guards.
At this moment he flew swiftly in the air and caught up with the nine-tailed fox in a blink of an eye. Tree demon, you're looking for death? I'll kill you first. Then I'll deal with Yan Qixia.
The nine-tailed fox sensed Xu Jing's presence alone and immediately turned the sedan around. The eerie ghostly aura above was so dense it almost formed a physical form. A long spear faintly appeared in the air and charged directly at him.
Xu Jing sneered inwardly. The nine-tailed fox had already returned to the underworld when he strengthened himself, and when he arrived, he had deliberately restrained his cultivation, fearing he might scare the other party away.
Seeing the nine-tailed fox charging at him recklessly, his suppressed cultivation suddenly erupted. He pressed his hands downward, unleashing his newly awakened ability. Extreme Demon World. Rumble. The earth shook violently.
Endless black energy gushed out from beneath the earth veins. A massive black vortex appeared in the sky, enveloping most of the valley. Chapter 215. Another Ni Xiaoqian. Almost endless earth vein energy gushed out, exploding into a vast ocean.
A completely enclosed space was formed, enveloping most of the valley. At this moment, whether it was Yan Qixia, who was fighting with the female ghosts outside the space, or the nine-tailed fox controlling the red sand chair inside the space,
all turned pale with horror. Lawlessness? Xu Jing raised his hand and pushed forward. Countless yin qi gathered, instantly forming two massive black dragons with bared fangs and claws, which pounced towards the oncoming red sedan. Snap!
The giant spear condensed by the nine-tailed fox shattered into pieces before it even got close. Two black dragons grabbed the red sedan chair from the left and right, and tore it into pieces with a loud bang. Escape!
The nine-tailed fox face was filled with horror. Its mind was in turmoil. Without a second thought, it decided to flee. She was filled with doubts. She had never expected the tree demon to be so powerful. She deeply regretted provoking such a being. Click!
Click! Sensing that the barriers behind him were shattered in an instant, the nine-tailed fox showed a look of fear on his face.
Master, spare my life!
Begging for mercy now, Xu Jing clasped his hands together. He sneered. Too late. Boom.
Two black dragons entangled the nine-tailed fox, triggering some of the energy within the space, causing a violent explosion. Rumble! The entire valley shook violently. The surrounding barren rocky mountains collapsed and cracked,
triggering a violent earthquake. When everything returned to calm, the nine-tailed fox presence had completely disappeared from this world. The fighting outside the valley also stopped. Yan Qixia and the other female ghosts all looked horrified.
They stood blankly at the edge of the valley, looking at Xu Jing, whose face was calm and seemed lost in thought. After the nine-tailed fox died, these female ghosts regained their freedom and were no longer under control. Senior.
Yan Chixia uttered a word with difficulty. He no longer had any doubts. This senior seemed to be the reincarnation of a demon immortal, someone who had awakened some of his powers. Only this could explain what he had seen and heard tonight.
Xuanhuan ran over and looked at the many female ghosts who had left the sedan chair. She was extremely disappointed. There were no young ladies. Her face was filled with despair. Her soul was shaking. It became ethereal.
It seemed as if it could dissipate at any moment. Little Frost, Jing came to his senses. He flicked his finger, sending a stream of vital energy into the woman's body. He then said, "Although your young lady is dead,
she may not have been captured by the nine-tailed fox. Instead, she has become a wandering ghost." That's right. Yan Chixia also advised. There are many wandering ghosts in this mountain forest outside the Yang realm. We can go look for them again.
Xiao Shuang's spirit gradually stabilized. Her eyes lit up as she spoke. "I understand. Last night, I dreamed that the young lady was being chased by a ghost." "That's right. It means she's become a wandering ghost." Jing nodded.
Regardless of whether it's true or not, we have to give her hope. Let her persevere. Let's go back quickly. Okay. Yan Chixia naturally had no objection. But he pointed at the ghost brides and said, "But what about them?"
Jing looked at the group of red-clad female ghosts. These were all the poor souls who had been harmed and controlled by the nine-tailed fox when they were getting married. He thought for a moment and said, "All of you should disappear. If you can reincarnate,
then go ahead. If you can't, don't harm others in the future. Take care of yourselves. Thank you so much, benefactor." The female ghosts breathed a sigh of relief. After bowing, "Let's go." Jing slashed out with his palm.
Opening the yin-yang passage, he stepped out. Suddenly the world spun around. The next moment he was in the living world, appearing in a desolate mountain cemetery. Yan Chixia and Xiaoshuang followed closely behind. He surveyed the surroundings and said,
"This place isn't far from the mountain city. We'd better follow the mountain path. Oh, by the way, Miss Xiaoshuang, where did the Ghost King target your young lady's wedding procession? Follow me." Xiaoshuang's figure floated up and flew out quickly.
Jing and Yan Chixia looked at each other and followed behind. After Xiaoshuang transformed into a ghost, she moved extremely quickly. In a short while, she led Jing and Yan Chixia to the scene of the accident. This was a mountain path near a cliff.
A red sedan sat by the roadside. There were also burnt lanterns and discarded sunas and drums. Although Jing was incredibly powerful, he lacked a complete inheritance. He also lacked any secret methods for finding people or ghosts.
He could only rely on Yan Chixia, but he remained calm and said, "I'll leave it to you." Yan Chixia's face lit up with joy. Ever since he began practicing Taoism, he'd been searching for traces of immortals and ancient sites. But now,
the immortals and gods had long since vanished, and even the underworld was deserted. Encountering a reincarnated demon immortal like this, he wasn't about to let it go easily. Although Jing was a demon,
it was not easy for a demon to cultivate to become an immortal. Moreover, whether it was a human, a ghost, or a demon, they all reached the same destination after cultivating. If I could seize this opportunity and get some guidance,
it would be a great opportunity. Yan Chixia quickly patted his chest and said, "Senior, please look at me." He walked around a bit and came back with a red veil. He asked Xiaoshuang, "Is this the veil your daughter will wear when she gets married?" "Yes."
Xiaoshuang was sure of it at a glance. Yan Chixia took out an ordinary paper crane and placed it on top of her veil. Then she closed her eyes. After a few seconds, she suddenly opened them and stared at the crane. The paper crane suddenly came to life.
It preened its feathers like a real bird. Then, it flapped its wings and flew away. Without Yan Chixia saying anything, Jing followed him. He finally understood how Yan Chixia had tracked him. Soon, they followed the paper crane to a cliff waterfall. Then,
they followed the crane and jumped down. Not long after, they found the body of a bride, dressed in bright red, by the pool. The body had been soaked in water for a whole day. It had become somewhat swollen.
But Miss Mo's original appearance could still be discerned. "Miss!" Xiaosheng rushed over crying. Yan Chixia sighed, shook his head, and looked away. Jing, however, was looking at the dead woman's body. He was a little stunned.
This Miss Mo actually looked extremely similar to Nai Xiaoqian. As far as he knew, there was also a minister of rites, Fu Tianqiu, whose daughter, Fu Qingfeng, also looked very similar to Nai Xiaoqian. This is really interesting.
Jing quickly stopped caring. There were several people in the same world who looked alike but were unrelated. He had seen this kind of news many times in his previous life. "Miss Xiaoshuang, your daughter died here.
Her ghost won't be leaving this area anytime soon. Go look around. Perhaps she's somewhere now." Too afraid to come, he didn't delay any longer and reminded Xiaoshuang. Xiaoshuang put down Miss Mo's body, nodded, and flew out. Chapter 2:16.
Crystallization and planning. After Xiaoshuang left, Yan Chixia wanted to get closer to Jing. However, when he turned around, he found Xu Jing lost in thought again. He had no choice but to give up. Xu Jing didn't do this intentionally.
His entire mind was focused on a strange crystal that was condensing within his body. Smaller than a fingernail, this crystal appeared after he first strengthened his cultivation for 500 years. It was a vibrant emerald green.
Its surface was covered in mysterious patterns, and it shone with a dazzling light. The extreme demonic realm he had previously cast was released by attracting external energy through this crystal.
Xu Jing didn't know what the situation was like for the other demons. Was it the same as his, or was it different? Maybe I should capture some other monsters to study.
He had already completed the first 2 tasks and could reach the 10,000-year level of cultivation at any time. As long as he was careful, he would be able to reap a great deal of benefits. Thinking of this,
he became even less anxious to improve and try to overcome the tribulation. It was a rare opportunity. He wasn't strong enough in Mr. Zombie's world to reap more benefits, but he didn't want to give up this time. My 2 benefactors. At this time,
Xiaoshuang's joyful voice came from a distance. I found my young lady. Xu Jing looked up and saw Xiaoshuang flying towards them, accompanied by a woman who looked exactly like Ni Shaoqian. Mo Chao thanked the 2 benefactors. As soon as Miss Mo came up to them,
she bowed down and said, "If it weren't for your great kindness, I wouldn't be able to rest in peace even as a ghost. I would have to hide from place to place."
Su Jing had just heard Yan Chixia say that the Ghost King 9-tailed fox kidnapped brides because they had suffered a misfortune before their wedding. Unwilling to resign after becoming a ghost, they couldn't bear to see others happy.
They dedicated themselves to breaking up other people's marriages for their own satisfaction. If the Ghost King is still alive, even if Mo Cho can escape for a while, she will be caught sooner or later. Seeing Mo Cho kneeling,
Yan Chixia quickly stepped aside and said, "You're welcome. You should thank this senior the most. If it were me, I would be powerless and unable to help you." Mo Cho looked up at Xu Jing and hurriedly bowed again, saying, "Thank you, senior. You have a good maid."
a gentle force stopped Mo Cho from bowing. He sighed. Although the world is chaotic, there are still kind people. Then he thought for a moment and asked, "What are your plans, the 2 of you?" Mo Cho said bitterly,
"I haven't even married into my husband's family yet. They won't let my remains into their home. And my parents, no one dares to look for a bride abducted by the Ghost King, dead or alive. So, from now on I can only be a wandering ghost. I've only hurt Xiaoshuang."
Xuanhuan was very happy. She grabbed Mo Cho's hand and said, "As long as I'm with you, I don't need to be alone. Even if I become a ghost, I'll be content." Yan Chixia glanced at Xu Jing and remained silent.
He wasn't yet at the stage where he could help a ghost reincarnate directly. Xu Jing thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you 2 follow me? When I'm strong enough, I'll help you reincarnate." Mo Chao was still hesitant, but Yan Chixia kept giving her looks.
Xu Jing continued, "Don't worry, I won't force you to harm anyone. At most, I'll make you a maid. I'll protect you. You'll be loyal to me. If you're unwilling, then forget it."
He also thought it would be a good idea to collect 2 identical beautiful female ghosts as maids. Mo Kao and Xiaoshuang looked at each other and made a decision. "We do." "Good." Su Jing was also very satisfied. He then said to Yan Chixia, "This matter is over."
Huh. Yan Chixia was caught off guard. His lips moved. He wanted to say something, but no words came out after several attempts. Xu Jing smiled and said, "I am in the area of Lanru Temple outside Gobei County."
He was now full of confidence and had nothing to fear from Yan Chixia. Yan Chixia was overjoyed. He quickly said, "I've had enough of this place. I'll go back and make arrangements for my disciple. Then I'll go live in seclusion with you, senior."
"We can all keep each other company, disciple." Xu Jing was slightly startled. He had read 3 episodes of a Chinese ghost story in his previous life, but he had no idea Yan Chixia had a disciple. "This is a child I picked up." Yan Chixia sighed.
"It's been almost 20 years. I have been living in seclusion here, just to raise him to adulthood." Xu Jing seemed lost in thought. He didn't ask any further questions. He then asked Yan Chixia to help him burn Maka's body to ashes. Then, with the 2 women,
he disappeared into the night, watched by Yan Chixia. Half a month later, Xu Jing rode a fast horse and entered Gobei County. The place was still the same as before he left. The streets were filled with various gang members holding swords and sharp weapons,
with fierce expressions on their faces. These people walked in groups of 3 or 4, wearing different colored cloth hats to distinguish them. They held a stack of reward notices in their hands. They roamed the streets,
stopping strangers and comparing their findings against the notices. Most of those stopped dared not say a word. If they looked like a wanted criminal, or even if they weren't,
they would definitely be forcibly taken away by these people and taken to the government office without a care in the world to collect the reward. Su Jing had traveled extensively and seen this kind of situation many times.
Some places were even more chaotic than Gobei County. He had long since adapted to this kind of environment. He had a 2-meter-long sword hanging from his horse's back. His expression was so stern that no one dared to provoke him. He slowed down,
released his spirit, and listened to the conversations of the people around him. The fierce ghosts in Lanru Temple are becoming more and more powerful. Yes, I heard a caravan pass by a few days ago. They were all killed by a fierce ghost.
I also heard it was a female ghost, a very beautiful one, he. The two men who were talking both showed a tacit understanding look. As Jing walked along, he heard many people talking about Lanru Temple. The stories were largely the same.
Ever since he left, rumors of Lanru Temple being haunted had spread like wildfire throughout Gubei County. And the story had spread far and wide. He listened to these discussions, his heart filled with anger. He had never expected it to turn out like this.
After thinking about it, he realized that it could only be Han Lingshuang's fault. Before leaving, he had specifically instructed Han Lingshuang not to do anything rash. In the end, it was all in vain.
This was also the reason why he was too far away and could only sense the main body's status and was unable to pay attention to other things. It's time to teach him a lesson. Jing wasn't afraid of getting into trouble. Instead,
he was deeply dissatisfied with Han Lingshuang's repeated disobedience to his orders. Even if he felt sympathy for her, he was almost at the point of losing his patience. Such a maid, no matter how loyal she is, will eventually cause trouble for herself.
Whipping, Jing urged his horse to gallop all the way. He soon left Gubei County. He then abandoned his mount in the woods outside the city and quietly returned to his main space.
After continuously improving his cultivation for 1,000 years, the scope of his body space had expanded several times. All the items and furnishings within were transformed by demonic power. The moment Jing broke the seal,
the ghosts buried in the columbarium beneath his tree roots all sensed it and entered the space. Meet the master. The gate opened wide. The ghosts observed the changes in the space. Awe filled their hearts. They all bowed to Jing. Jing looked around.
Nothing had changed. He sat upright in his seat, silent for a long time. The ghost didn't dare to stand up either. Each of them was filled with anxiety. Lingshuang, this is what I told you before I went into retreat.
Jing suddenly fixed his gaze on Han Lingshuang and asked sternly. In just over 2 months, Han Lingshuang has practically reached the level of a ghost general. Has filled with resentment. It's easy to imagine how many people has harmed.
Han Lingshuang trembled all over. He quickly fell to the ground. He said in fear. Master Lingshuang knew he was wrong. Jing was furious. He said angrily, you always say that. Do you think the master dotes on you too much? As he spoke, he grasped his palm.
A long whip appeared out of thin air in his hand. He lashed out fiercely, too. Han Lingshuang cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Jing showed no mercy. He summoned a vast number of roots and branches, hanging Han Lingshuang by her limbs.
Then he whipped her mercilessly, warning Bei. I will grind you to dust and scatter your soul into ashes. Han Lingshuang screamed in pain. Master, please let Sister Lingshuang go. Xiaoqian immediately pleaded for mercy.
His anger subsided. He said, you all remember this. I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. But you must obey me. Yes, the ghosts were silent. Xiaoqian, go get some medicine for your sister's injuries.
Jing released Han Lingshuang. With another instruction, Xiaoqian hurried out. Han Lingshuang's face was streaked with tears. She stumbled to her feet and cried, Master, I promise I'll be obedient from now on.
Her figure seemed a little more ethereal than before, but her eyes were exceptionally clear. The resentment she held had actually dissipated by a large margin. Jing carefully observed Han Lingshuang's transformation.
He wasn't just trying to teach him a lesson. Instead, a sudden inspiration struck him. He used the same tactics the old monk had used against him before. He used his own demonic power to dissipate the resentful spirit within Han Lingshuang.
Ever since he completed the first 2 missions, he had been searching for a way to resolve the chaotic demonic energy within him. He already had some clues. I'm doing this for your own good. Remember this. I won't need human vitality anymore.
Don't go out and harm others anymore. Practice well. Yes, Han Lingshuang looked lost, but she didn't dare to disobey. After Xiaoqian returned with the medicine, Jing took out the urn containing Mocho and Xiaoshong. He knocked on it and said, Come out.
Both of you, it was still daylight outside, so he had always brought the 2 women with him. After hearing the call, Mocho and Xiaoshuang appeared in the room. All of the ghosts cried out in surprise.
They looked from one to the other at Xiaoqian and Mocho, their eyes filled with wonder. Mocho and Xiaoqian also looked at each other in bewilderment. Jing introduced the 2 women to the other ghosts. Then he asked Han Lingshuang, besides,
who are harming people everywhere. Has anything else happened during this period? Han Lingshuang took a common elixir specifically for ghosts. He reported, there's one more thing. The Black Mountain Old Demon has sent his men over.
They've asked the master to offer 20 living souls. Jing snorted coldly. The soul of a living person was forcibly extracted. A ghost with a yang energy was a living soul. For monsters and ghosts, it was a tonic,
strengthening their vitality and increasing their lifespan. The Black Mountain Demon initially wanted to subdue the Tree Demon because it lived in the mortal realm, making it easier for him to collect souls. Han Lingshuang glanced at Jing cautiously.
Then she continued, the master was in seclusion at the time, so I used that as an excuse to temporarily shirk my duties, but the ghost general who came said he would come back soon. I understand. Go back and practice. Jing nodded.
He stared at her and warned her, don't forget what I said. Yes. Han Lingshuang left the room feeling aggrieved. Jing then approached Ni Xiaoqin to inquire about her recent situation. Over the past 2 months,
she had grown accustomed to being a ghost and had adapted to her current life. Compared to Han Lingshuang, Ni Xiaoqin was much more obedient. She hadn't harmed anyone in the past 2 months and was quite satisfied with her current situation.
She was just feeling down after careful questioning. Jing discovered that her father had also been murdered. Now Ni Xiaoqin had truly become a wandering ghost. No one had come to take her body away. He patted Ni Xiaoqin's arm and comforted her.
Don't worry. When I'm strong enough, I can send you to reincarnate. Thank you, master. Ni Xiaoqin's face turned happy. Jing shook his head and sighed. Being a ghost isn't necessarily a bad thing. After reincarnation,
not only will your memories of this life disappear, but your next life is unpredictable, and you don't necessarily have to be a human again. This wasn't just Ni Xiaoqin. Even Mo Chao and Xiao Shuang were a little panicked.
They only considered not wanting to be ghosts, but hadn't considered what they would encounter if they were reincarnated. Thinking about this now, they suddenly became worried. Jing dismissed the other ghosts present, leaving only the 3 of them.
He said to them, you 3 aren't as extreme as Ling Shuang. As long as you practice diligently, you might be able to control your own destiny in the future. But if you were to reincarnate, even as a human, how can you guarantee a better life than this one?
It might even be worse. Being trapped in an endless cycle of reincarnation is the greatest suffering. The 3 women remained silent, their faces filled with hesitation. Go back and think about it carefully. If you absolutely must reincarnate, I won't stop.
Then he said to Ni Xiaoqin, Mo Chao and Xiao Shuang are now in your care. Help them get familiar with this place. You'll also teach them the techniques. Yes.
Ni Xiaoqin accepted the order and retreated with Mokao and the other 2 girls. After all the ghosts left, Jing closed the door and thought about the time when he beat Han Lingshuang. The demonic power within him had just been permanently lost.
This was insignificant compared to his current cultivation of over 2,000 years. If only there were another master like the old monk who could come and cripple my cultivation. No, one isn't enough, with my current level of cultivation.
It need at least pondered secretly. The complex demonic energy within his body would be best destroyed once and for all. He could start over from scratch. That way, he could use the system to improve without worry. Chapter 218. Yama.
Jing had already made up his mind. He would rather give up his cultivation than not eliminate all the chaotic demonic energy in his body. Fortunately, he had only used 10,000 essence points so far, compared to what he had gained in this world.
It didn't seem like much. At least he could afford to lose it. But what troubled him was that, even though he had come up with a solution, it was not easy to find a few people willing to sacrifice themselves. Thinking back to the old monk before,
he was truly selfless. It was a pity that the other party came at the wrong time. Actually, provoking monks wasn't difficult. He could simply find a large temple with a prominent monk and go there. He would undoubtedly face a counterattack.
The difficulty was that the monks might not agree with him and challenge him to a battle of magical power. They were more likely to simply kill him to prevent future trouble. Ouch, I almost forgot there's someone more suitable. Jing's thoughts raced. Suddenly,
something struck him. A plan gradually formed in his mind. After he sorted out his thoughts, he felt refreshed. But before that, there was still something he had to deal with. It's time to put an end to the Black Mountain Demon.
Jing hadn't forgotten the time he was bullied by the old demon. Although his cultivation wasn't yet strong enough to subdue the old demon, it was strong enough to protect himself and no longer obey his orders. There were also Xiaomei and Xiaoqi.
He had promised them that he would rescue them, so he wouldn't break his promise. I heard from Yan Shixia that he would come to see me soon. Why not wait until he arrives? Jing made a decision, without further improving his cultivation.
He would bring Yan Shixia along with him. This would definitely give him a better chance of defeating the Black Mountain Demon. A month later, Yan Shixia didn't arrive, but the ghost general sent by the Black Mountain Demon to claim the soul arrived first.
Banyan tree space. Inside the lobby, Jing sat upright in his seat and calmly received the arriving ghost general. This ghost general carried a long sword on his waist. His strength was slightly weaker than the last guy who carried a circle of axes.
He bowed respectfully and stated the Black Mountain Demon's request for Jing. He dared not act presumptuously. How his predecessor died was a lesson for him. Jing listened to the ghost general and said calmly, "The living soul is no problem.
But we have to wait for a while." The ghost general hesitated and said, "I wonder how long it will take, sir. It could take as little as a month or half a month. It could take as long as a year or two." Jing had only said this casually.
His purpose was to buy time and wait for Yan Chixia. He wouldn't actually go and collect souls. The ghost general said in embarrassment, "Please don't make it difficult for me, my master. When my master gets angry, no one can handle it." Humph, said coldly.
"I dare not. I dare not." The ghost general's heart skipped a beat. He quickly waved his hands and said, "Sir, please give me a reason. Otherwise, how can I report back?" As he spoke, he mustered up his courage and looked up at Jing.
He also took in his surroundings, seeing the now expanded space within the banyan tree. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. Then, his gaze shifted to Xiaoqin and Moko, a strange expression crossing his face.
Jing noticed the change in the man's expression. He became more alert and told him about the recent hauntings in Lanruo Temple, which made locals afraid to visit. "I understand." After listening to this, the ghost general said goodbye and said,
"I will not bother you anymore. I will go back and report to you." Jing nodded, called Han Lingshuang, and sent the ghost general out of the space. 3 days later, the underworld.
The ghost general rode a ghost horse and traveled for 3 days before finally returning to the city of the dead. This wrongful death city was only built by the Black Mountain Old Demon.
And it was not the original city built by Xitigaba Bodhisattva in the legend. However, in today's netherworld, the real city of the dead has disappeared for countless years. No one cares about it anymore. The city of the wrongly dead was a towering,
no less impressive than the imperial capitals of the mortal realm. Within the city lived countless ordinary ghosts, along with a large military garrison. Furthermore, there were numerous demons native to the underworld,
as well as demons and monsters from the mortal realm. It was a veritable hodgepodge of good and bad. After returning, the ghost general headed straight for the city lord's mansion. After reporting,
he met the Black Mountain Old Demon and reported everything he had discovered, including the details of his trip. The Black Mountain Old Demon appeared in his skeletal form. A faint will-o'-the-wisp flickered in his eyes. His mouth opened and closed.
"You said the tree demon's main body is bigger than I said." "Yes," the ghost general said seriously. "I remember the master said before that the tree demon's main body was only the size of a room. But when I went there this time..."
The situation was clearly different from what the master said. Was he in seclusion before? The Black Mountain Old Demon asked again. The ghost general said firmly, "Indeed, attributes. The first time I went there, the space was sealed. I didn't see him either."
"Okay, I understand." The Black Mountain Old Demon thought for a moment and said, "Go and call King Yoma to me." Yes. The ghost general's heart trembled. He obeyed the order and left. Not long after,
a tall and fat ghost king came to the Black Mountain Demon with heavy steps. In the mortal realm, a centipede demon impersonates the Buddha. In the underworld, the Black Mountain Old Demon is no stranger to ambition. He established the city of the dead,
campaigned extensively, and conquered numerous factions. He long plotted to rebuild the underworld and rule the netherworld. He even used the titles of the 10 kings of hell to appoint his subordinates.
King Yama was one of the ghost kings subdued by the Black Mountain Old Demon. He was also his strongest subordinate, second only to him in strength and status. The Black Mountain Old Demon didn't waste any words. He explained the situation of the tree demon.
Then he sneered and said, "What do you think? The tree demon had just reached the level of a 1,000-year-old demon a year ago. It was impossible for him to have such a big breakthrough for no reason." A cold light flashed in King Yama's eyes.
His tone was slow and low. He was absolutely certain. The Black Mountain Old Demon laughed sinisterly. So the tree demon must have received some kind of great opportunity. That's why he made another breakthrough so quickly. King Yama chuckled and said,
"It's alright anyway. I'll go there myself and find out what he's up to. If the treasure is still there, I'll make him hand it over. He won't dare resist even if I leave him hanging. I will feel relieved if you go."
The Black Mountain Old Demon was fully aware of King Yama's strength. He was only slightly inferior to King Yama's true form. Even if he attacked with all his might, he wasn't entirely sure he could defeat him. King Yama grinned and said, "Then I will go now. Wait."
The Black Mountain Old Demon then remembered something and said, "I heard that the tree demon also collected a pair of beautiful twin maids. Bring them back to me when the time comes." "Okay," Yoma replied without hesitation. "Leave it all to me."
Who cares about her when the time comes? I'll bring all his maids back to you. Chapter 219. Sub-body transition. Winter has just passed. Everything is coming back to life. Under the cover of night,
a slightly chilly spring breeze whistled through the banyan tree forest. On the second floor of Lanruo Temple, In the wing room near the banyan tree forest, the sound of reading could be heard from time to time. Inside the room,
A handsome young scholar in a green shirt was sitting at a small square table, writing furiously. Besides a lantern, the table was filled with books and study supplies. Simple bedding and other household items were spread on the floor beside it.
it looked like someone was going to stay here for a long time. How could this Lanru temple be as terrifying as the legends say? It turns out it was all just rumors. People's hearts have truly changed. The world is becoming more corrupted.
The scholar put down his brush, sighed, and then picked up the book and read aloud. Woohoo! At this moment, a strong wind blew outside. The closed window was blown open with a bang. Suddenly, the rice paper flew everywhere, making the scholar panic.
On a tree branch not far from the wing room, two women in white looked at the scholar in the room, chatting and giggling. This scholar is really handsome. One of the women, who had a dignified yet seductive look, spoke. Sister,
You've only been quiet for over a month. Are you planning to harm me again? Another woman with flowing black hair and unparalleled elegance quickly grabbed the wrist of the woman next to her. A little nervous, Sister Xiaocan Lingshuang said.
She licked her lips. Without taking her eyes off the scholar, she said, I just want to borrow some of his yang energy for cultivation. I won't kill him. As long as you don't tell the master, nothing will happen. Sister, Ni Xiaoqian looked embarrassed.
This entire forest is part of the master. He will definitely know. Let's go back quickly. Don't worry. Han Lingshuang is very experienced, he smiled and said. The master can only sense the presence of living people entering through this forest.
He will never know unless he is there in person. Ni Xiaoqian had only been here a short time. How could she possibly know as much as Han Lingshuang? But even after hearing this, she still shook her head and said,
Although cultivating with the yang energy of a living person can progress rapidly, the foundation is unstable. Sister, why are you so short-sighted? That's because you haven't tasted this kind of benefit. You won't understand. Han Lingshuang chuckled.
Her eyes she flew out. Her voice came back. Sister, wait for me a moment. Let's go back together. Ni Xiaoqian was helpless. She and Han Lingshuang had been sent by Jing to check if a bearded old man had arrived. Unexpectedly,
He turned out to be a scholar. As soon as Han Lingshuang saw the scholar, she suddenly had an idea and completely forgot all the lessons she had learned before. Her thoughts were all over the place. She was worried.
it felt like she was helping to do something bad. And just a moment later, a strange sound that made her blush and her heart beat faster was heard from the room. Ni Xiaoqian looked up and saw two overlapping figures reflected on the window paper.
She blushed and spat, then quickly lowered her head. Time passed little by little. Just as she was getting impatient, she suddenly heard an angry snort. Master! Ni Xiaoqian shuddered with fear. Turning around, she saw Jing appear beside her.
Her face instantly turned pale. Jing looked at the nearby wing room. He said coldly, Ling Shuang is truly hopeless. Xiao Qian, don't follow her example. He had already made up his mind. Once Han Lingshuang reached that level of strength,
Regardless of whether she was willing or not, he would simply let her reincarnate, rather than offering her a choice like Ni Xiaoqian and Mo Chao had. Xiaoqian understood. Ni Xiaoqian breathed a sigh of relief. She said nervously, Master, sister, okay.
Jing waved his hand and said, don't speak for her. She's stubborn and want change. I'm too lazy to care about it anymore. Don't tell her I was here. As he spoke, he turned around and flew back. Ni Xiaoqian watched Jing disappear and sighed. During this,
She and Mo Chao had both decided to continue being ghosts. They were cultivating with increasing diligence, taking steady steps, and judging by the master's attitude towards Han Lingshuang today, she had already guessed Han Lingshuang's fate. Banyan tree space.
eyes closed, studying the crystal patterns within his body. Over the past month since returning, has explored himself whenever he has free time, often gaining insights. After all, he was now a monster.
So learning from it would be of real help to his physical training in the main world. Yan Chixia hasn't come yet. It seems I can't count on him anymore. After a round of exploration, Jing opened his eyes and summoned the system.
He recalled the change in the ghost general's expression a few days ago. Something felt off. He decided to improve his strength a bit to put his mind at ease. After completing missions 1 and 2, his cultivation level,
which had been transformed from the absorbed human energy, had lasted for nearly 900 years later. In order to deal with the nine-tailed fox, he had increased his cultivation level by an additional 1,000 years.
Jing had already cultivated for nearly 3,000 years. He had speculated that he might have the strength of the Black Mountain Old Demon. But after careful consideration, he still felt unsure.
Because what he had seen before was only the skeleton incarnation of the Black Mountain Old Demon. Although he was now much stronger than that incarnation, he was still unsure of the specific cultivation level of the other party's true body.
He still had over 50,000 origin points available. Furthermore, he had only reached a little over 5,000 of the 100,000 kill points limit. This was due to the killing of the Ghost King 9-tailed fox. Increase your cultivation by 500. No.
1,000. Jing had a good idea. He was wealthy and powerful. With a single thought, 10,000 points of essence transformed into energy. Under the control of the system, it flowed out from his clone and appeared in the main body space. This time,
he was present and could clearly feel the strengthening process as a large amount of origin energy rapidly seeped into the current space. Click, click, a slight vibration echoed through the space, then expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Simultaneously, a large number of mysterious patterns emerged from the void, forming a three-dimensional structure resembling a giant tree. The patterns were incredibly complex and held a unique charm. The crystal within Jing's body also changed.
It grew larger as space expanded, and the patterns on it became more complex. Some of the lines on it looked exactly like the structure of the giant tree outside. Soon, a portion of the pattern in the structural diagram that emerged in space began to replicate,
outlining an incredibly complex pattern. Then, in a flash, the pattern entered his body. A large amount of demonic power merged into the pattern, and in the blink of an eye, another crystal was condensed. So that's how it happened.
Sure enough, there was a new ability called sub-body transition, and surprisingly, this was also a ranged ability, similar to the Extreme Demon Realm, Chapter 220, no matter how loud you scream.
Even though the system didn't give any hints. Once the crystals formed, Jing instantly understood how to use this ability and the effects it would have.
He also finally realized that the range of the two abilities he had gained was exactly the same as the size of his main body. Is this the prototype of the field? He could be sure. After all, the domain was too advanced, according to the system's divisions.
He would have to reach the fourth level of the soul to comprehend the rules and construct them. Perhaps it is a demon pill with a hint of rules. Jing speculated in his heart. The demon race was truly blessed.
They were simply the darlings of heaven and earth. Even though his original form was just an ordinary banyan tree, after becoming a demon, he underwent earth-shaking changes.
The mysterious structural patterns that emerged during this strengthening just now were like human blood vessels and meridians. But even more complex. There was no need for any intuition at all.
As long as one had enough energy and reached a certain level of cultivation, one could gain incredible abilities through those lines, compared to his main world body.
The current tree demon's body did not need to consider whether it could withstand the system strengthening. Jing took a deep breath and felt a little emotional. Experiment with the new ability and see what happens. With a thought in his mind,
he left the banyan tree space and directly released his new ability through the new crystal, sub-body jump. In an instant, centered around him, spread rapidly like a shockwave. Wherever it reached, all the banyan trees began to sway slightly.
A series of low roars were heard. Aside from his main body, all other banyan trees, whether large or small, had eyeballs, noses, and mouths growing out of their trunks, and two thick wooden arms extending out, one by one.
The tree people turned around and looked at Jing, pretending to wait for orders. Jing's mouth twitched, but he understood what the trees were thinking, because they all grew from his aerial roots.
The banyan tree has the characteristic of being a single tree that can form a forest. These trees can be considered his clones, or even his children. Moreover, after these banyan trees transformed into tree men,
their connection with him became even more subtle. It was like a network of pseudo-insect hive consciousness. Although he couldn't directly see, hear, or feel anything through the tree men,
they could still communicate directly with him through their consciousness, reporting all their findings directly to him. Keep the disguise intact. Stand by. At Jing's command, all the tree people took root again. The arms on the trunks became branches again.
The facial features faded away. They remained motionless. They transformed back into banyan trees of varying sizes, identical to their original forms. This was the sub-body transformation. As long as he released the banyan trees he had spawned,
within a space as large as his main body, all of them would transform into treemen. This was permanent, and they would grow stronger over time, eventually evolving into tree demons like him.
This ability gave him greater control over his surroundings, and he also had a group of loyal guards that he no longer had to worry about. After feeling the remaining demonic power within him, he quickly rushed to the next location,
ready to transform all his offspring into treemen. Inside Lanru Temple, don't go. The scholar raised his hands with great effort, wanting to stand up and hold on to the beauty who had left his body. But he barely moved. He collapsed to the ground, powerless.
His face was now as pale as a dead person. The circles around his eyes had completely turned black and purple. Everything he saw was blurry and double. He could barely open his eyes, but at least he was still alive.
Han Lingxuang had more or less learned her lesson. She no longer dared to kill anyone directly. A charming smile played on her lips. Her skin was a faint pink. Her eyes sparkled. They were captivating. She looked satisfied.
She climbed up from the scholar's body, giggled a few times, transformed herself into clothes, and flew out the window. Ni Xiaoqian had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Seeing Han Lingshuang appear, she let out a long sigh and said, "Sister."
You really are such a fool. It took you so long, Han Lingshuang said with a smile. It's so hard to find a fearless scholar. Of course, we can't let him go easily. Sister Xiaoqian, I've been listening to you for so long. Pa! Ni Xiaoqian spat.
Her face flushed with shame. We've been out for so long, let's go back. Han Lingshuang nodded repeatedly. After a moment's thought he said, I won't go see the master later. If he asks, just say I came back with you.
She had absorbed a large amount of yang energy and was anxious to digest it. If she ran to see the master now, he would definitely see through her at a glance. That would be disastrous. Sister, are you scared now? Ni Xiaoqian said this.
But in her heart she sighed. The master knows everything. He doesn't even want to care about you anymore. She really wanted to tell Han Lingshuang the truth, but thinking of Xu Jing's explanation, she swallowed her words. Please, sister.
Han Lingshuang shook Ni Xiaoqian's arm. Seeing her nod, she felt relieved. She turned and glanced at the scholar's room. She smiled sweetly and said, let him rest for a few days. Come back later. Ni Xiaoqian had no choice but to pull Han Lingshuang away.
But at that moment, the surroundings suddenly darkened, becoming pitch black. At the same time, two powerful, feminine yin energies formed into ropes and rolled towards them. Not good. Han Lingshuang had been a ghost for a long time,
and often absorbed people's vitality. His strength was far superior to Ni Xiaoqian's. He was the first to react, pushing Ni Xiaoqian away and slapping her forward. Elder sister, Ni Xiaoqian exclaimed in surprise.
Seeing Han Lingshuang being entangled in the ropes without any resistance, she was at a loss. Go quickly. Go back to the master. Han Lingshuang's yin energy erupted. He struggled with all his might, trying to buy time. At this moment, a low,
disdainful laugh echoed from the darkness. Still want to leave? Now that I've caught you, don't even think about escaping. As soon as he finished speaking, two more yin-qi ropes appeared from behind Ni Xiaoqian.
They wrapped around her and bound her in a few seconds. Master, help! Ni Xiaoqian shouted loudly. It's no use. A tall, fat man emerged from the darkness. He approached and said, this is my netherworld. No matter how loud you scream,
no one will come to save you. Han Lingshuang's hair flew and spread out. She struggled against the ropes. Refusing to give up, she said, where are you from? My master is a 1,000-year-old tree demon here. If you know what's good for you, let us go quickly.
Otherwise, he will definitely let you go. The fat man sneered and said, I don't want him to let me go. I'm just going to find him. Han Lingshuang's heart skipped a beat. He finally understood the seriousness of the situation.
He was so calm and collected even when he heard the name of the master. He must be no ordinary person. You are the Ghost King. She stared at the fat man intently. She asked word by word. Who are you? Me. The fat man stopped and said,
I forgot now. Yama Wang, Yan, Lu, Wang, and Han Lingshuang had forgotten to struggle. Like Ni Xiaoqian, their faces were filled with shock and they were almost speechless. But in the next second,
a sudden and violent crackling sound was heard in the void, and the entire dark space was instantly shattered. King Yama. Xu Jing's disdainful voice rang out. What a big tone.
A huge demonic hand descended from the sky and slammed down fiercely towards the fat man. Chapter 221. Immortality? Yes, master. Han Lingshuang and Ni Xiaoqian exchanged a glance, both revealing expressions of surprise, showed no sign of fear.
Facing the overwhelming demonic force, he wore a sinister smile. He reached back and grasped a massive black sword, condensed from yin energy, appeared in his hand. He raised the sword and slashed it upwards. Clang! Where the black sword and the palm collided,
sparks flew and a sound of metal clashing was heard. How could that be? Yama's eyes suddenly widened. His expression changed rapidly. This was completely beyond his expectations. Go to hell! The surrounding darkness completely shattered.
He simultaneously swung his palm, unleashing a giant hand of demonic power, and fiercely struck down. Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted from the ground, accompanied by a violent tremor. King Yama, along with his black sword,
was slapped to pieces and exploded. Dust and smoke filled the air, and a huge handprint pit clearly appeared on the ground. Han Lingshuang and Ni Xiaoqian were stunned.
A ghost king comparable to a 1,000-year-old demon had been killed by the master just like that. Xu Jing didn't relax. He waved his sleeves and broke the yin-qi ropes that bound the two women. He said in a deep voice, be careful. Has not dead yet.
As soon as he finished speaking, King Yama's greedy voice seemed to come from all directions. It seems I have come to the right place. You must have had a great adventure. Your cultivation has increased so rapidly. Were you sent by the Black Mountain Demon?
Xu Jing's expression shifted. Something occurred to him. Hey! Yama's strange laughter rang out. I advise you to take the initiative. Offer up all the maids you've taken in and all the things you've obtained, otherwise, idiot.
You think I can do nothing to you? Su Jing showed disdain. He had already killed a ghost king before, although this King Yama's cultivation was much higher than the nine-tailed fox, and his abilities were even more bizarre.
That didn't mean he could deal with him. Extreme demon world. In an instant, there was a loud rumbling sound. With him as the center, large areas of the ground collapsed downwards. Then, the energy of the earth veins gushed out, forming a confined space.
Found you.
Su Jing suddenly rose from the ground and rushed towards the left edge of the space. King Yama was filled with shock and rage. A blurry shadow quickly fled around the space. Tree demon, do you dare to betray Master Black Mountain after that attack?
He knew he was no match for Su Jing, but he remained calm. This wasn't just because he had the Black Mountain demon standing behind him, but also because he was confident in his own strength. Even if he couldn't win, he had the ability to leave at any time.
But now, he paid the price for his arrogance and ignorance. Su Jing said mercilessly, do you think there is still room for us to ease the situation now? With every move he made, a vast amount of demonic energy mixed with the energy of the earth veins,
weaving together to form a dense net that enveloped King Yama from all directions. Sizzle, sizzle, energy nets were ripped apart by King Yama, but more nets appeared, constantly closing in and compressing King Yama's movement space. Stop it!
King Yama's face turned panicked. He changed his attitude and said, everything can be discussed. Su Jing simply sneered. His figure flashed and disappeared. The next moment he appeared before King Yama, his palm, like the Fanchen shield,
pressed fiercely on King Yama's head. Boom! Yama King screamed. His entire body exploded, transforming into streaks of black light. They emerged from the cracks in the energy network and fled in all directions. I am immortal. You can't kill me.
He quickly regained his composure, appearing to be completely unharmed. Han Lingshuang and Ni Xiaoqian were horrified and hid far away on the other side, their hearts filled with anxiety and fear. Ridiculous. Although King Yama was not seriously injured,
Su Jing could clearly sense it. His soul was no longer as stable as it had been at the beginning, and was in a state of imminent collapse. His immortality was merely an illusion. Go to hell! A large hole opened up in the ground beneath his feet.
Then, he suddenly emerged from beneath the ground behind King Yama and struck him with another palm strike.
It's you who's going to die.
King Yama turned swiftly and swept his sword behind him. When
Su Jing's other hand was filled with demonic energy, like a thick glove. He grasped the sword blade fearlessly. This giant sword was also condensed from yin qi. He simply relied on his superior cultivation to crush the opponent with force. Snap!
He broke the giant sword in King Yama's hand directly. Die! Su Jing slammed his palm into King Yama's face, blasting him to pieces once again. Yama King let out a sharp scream. Streams of black light danced as he prepared to reassemble his body.
I'll see how long you can hold on. Su Jing maintained the space of the extreme demon realm. He waved his arms, drawing the vast amount of energy gushing from the space. It gathered in his palm, forming a broadsword over 3 meters long. At the same time,
his body grew taller by the second. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant several feet tall. He brandished his sword and slashed at the newly formed King Yama. As expected,
the newly revealed King Yama didn't even have time to react before being chopped in two. The energy that exploded into his body then tore him apart. Su Jing strode forward and chased after him, not giving King Yama any chance at all.
He smashed him to pieces again and again. Yama King screamed in agony. He was filled with fear. Phantom black lights danced across the sky, daring not to reassemble. It's not like he hasn't thought about rushing out of this space regardless of everything.
But every time he had this thought, he felt a sense of fear, which made him afraid to make a decision. Su Jing stood, knife in hand, watching the dancing lights overhead. He constantly controlled the energy within the space, strangling it. He felt no anxiety.
The longer the time passed, the weaker the opponent would become. Death was only a matter of time. Dryad, stop it. If you kill me, Lord Black Mountain will surely avenge me. King Yama was in a desperate situation. His voice was hysterical.
Yet with a hint of pleading, he knew his situation best. He was at the end of his rope. He couldn't hold on much longer. Su Jing's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He burst into laughter. Instead of stopping, he gathered even more energy and detonated it in space.
King Yama screamed in fear. You will regret it. Following a violent explosion, all the dancing lights in the space suddenly collapsed and completely vanished into thin air. Su Jing didn't relax. Instead, he released his spirit and soul,
wandering through space, scanning every place. After confirming that King Yama was truly dead, he waved his hand, dispersing the extreme demon realm, and looked towards Han Lingshuang and Ni Xiaoqian. Chapter 222. The Temptation of Treasure.
Han Lingshuang and Ni Xiaoqian were both pale, still in shock. After they saw Su Jing waving, they approached with lingering fear and greeted him. Master Su Jing nodded. His eyes flicked to Han Lingshuang.
Although she was trying hard to hide the undigested yang qu in her body, How could she hide it from his eyes? But he was too lazy to care about anything else. He just said, "It's okay here." Han Lingshuang felt uneasy under Xu Jing's gaze. She reported calmly,
Master, the person who came to the temple is a young scholar. Got it. Xu Jing waved his hand. You guys go back. Han Lingshuang didn't want to stay any longer. She immediately pulled Ni Shouqin away in a hurry, after witnessing the previous battle.
She felt even more in awe of Xu Jing. She had never expected her master to be so powerful. After watching the two women disappear, Xu Jing tore off one of his arms and threw it into the air. Then, with a thought,
he transformed his arm into countless strands of air roots, which floated gracefully around him. The previous battle destroyed a large area of forest. He needed to repopulate it, soon, as these aerial roots reached the ground and penetrated the soil.
Power. Large tracts of banyan trees grew. Daughter transition. A green aura emanated from Xu Jing's body. The newly sprouted banyan trees evolved into treemen. Keep it as it is, he gave the order.
And the tree people returned to their former forms, becoming banyan trees. There was no further movement. After completing all this, he looked towards Lanruo Temple, when Xu Jing released the extreme demon realm earlier.
He had deliberately controlled the range so that Lanruo Temple would not be covered. Otherwise, the temple would have been destroyed. At this moment, the scholar in the wing collapsed to the ground like a weakling.
He fell into a coma and had no idea what was happening outside. After he went in to take a look, he shook his head and turned away. The underworld, the city of the dead, the moment King Yoma was reduced to ashes.
A powerful aura erupted from the city lord's mansion, enveloping the entire city. Dried, I will shatter your soul. The Black Mountain demon's rage rose. His furious roar echoed throughout the city, terrifying all the demons and monsters into silence.
The entire city of the dead was instantly filled with a deathly silence. Tree demon, which tree demon? The demons and monsters living in the city of the dead had never seen the Black Mountain demon so angry before.
And they were all extremely curious about the tree demon he mentioned. Someone with inside information soon learned a shocking piece of information. The most powerful ghost king under the Black Mountain old demon, King Yama, unexpectedly died.
A single stone stirs up 1,000 ripples. This news was like a high explosive bomb, shocking all who heard it. A huge uproar erupted in their hearts. King Yoma fought his way to the top through countless battles and wars.
He wasn't one of those ghost kings who advanced by devouring the souls of the living. Even without the Black Mountain demon, he would still be able to dominate the area and become a top-level warrior respected by ghosts. But now, King Yama died quietly.
This news practically detonated the entire underworld, like a hurricane, sending all the demons and monsters into a frenzy. All the demons and monsters who heard the news became even more curious.
They used their own magical powers and soon found out all the information. King Yama was killed by the tree demon. The reason the Black Mountain demon was so angry was because his general was killed. The tree demon, however,
was a banyan tree spirit that grew behind Lanru Temple in Gobei County, the Yang realm. Its fame quickly spread throughout the Yin realm and even reached the demons and monsters of the Yang realm.
Although everyone was very curious about the reason for the conflict between the tree demons of the Yang realm and the Black Mountain demon of the Yin realm, no one could find out the specific information for the time being.
There were many different opinions and speculations at the time. No one could agree on the answer. But what surprised all the demons and monsters was that after suffering such a huge loss, for half a month, the Black Mountain demon hadn't made a single move.
He hadn't mobilized his troops, nor summoned any experts. He seemed to have completely given in. At this moment, an even more shocking piece of news suddenly came out from the city of the dead.
The tree demon was just a 1,000-year-old monster that had just achieved success in its cultivation. However, it had obtained a treasure. This treasure enabled it to acquire more than 2,000 years of cultivation in just over a year.
This was news that drove all demons and monsters crazy. With various forces fanning the flames, it spread throughout the entire underworld in just one day. All the demons and monsters who heard the news were filled with greed and coveted the treasure.
In this world, the immortals, demons, and Buddhas have disappeared for over 4,000 years. Vanishing with them are the old demons and ghosts who have cultivated for countless years. Now, everything was almost starting from scratch.
Many of the top-tier warriors who now dominated their respective regions, like the Black Mountain Old Demon and Pudu Sai Hang, were once mere minor demons. Some even lacked any intelligence.
And a treasure that can allow a tree demon to improve its cultivation by 1,000 years in just 1 year. What kind of treasure must it be? If you get it, it will only take a few years. You will be invincible in the world.
Becoming a god or an ancestor is not a problem. Some of the demons and monsters who heard the news were extremely eager, but they were still clear-headed and didn't dare to act rashly. However,
many others were so furious that they took action without hesitation, preparing to seize the treasure. In the city of the dead, inside the city lord's mansion, the Black Mountain old demon sat at the head of the table. Below him,
2 rows of 5 seats each were lined up. However, one of the 10 seats was empty, leaving only 9 people seated. These 9 were the remaining 9 masters under his command besides King Yama.
and he bestowed upon them the titles of the other 9 Yama lords. How is everything? The Black Mountain demon looked around at his subordinates and asked. King Xuanhuan stood up and said, the formation has been set up and has already started to operate.
Very good. The Black Mountain old demon nodded with satisfaction. He said in a deep voice, wait until the Menglin festival arrives. That will be the day the tree demon dies, but you must always monitor the Yang realm. Report any unexpected events immediately.
How could he let it go? But the death of King Yama reminded him of the horror of the tree demon. As a ghost king who had cultivated for over 2,000 years, King Yama's strength was comparable to his original form.
He possessed near immortality and was adept at concealment. However, facing the tree demon, he was ultimately defeated. Regardless of how the tree demon did it, it at least showed that its cultivation had reached more than 2,000 years.
The Black Mountain demon had considered leading his men to attack, seize the treasure and seek revenge, but he wasn't sure. After all, that was the Yang realm, and it would be very restrictive for him.
So he simply spread the news of the treasure and made arrangements early on. He wasn't worried about the treasure being stolen by other demons and monsters. King Yama's cultivation had been over 3,000 years. By analogy,
The tree demon that could kill King Yama must have been far more than the 2,000 years had revealed. And even if something unexpected happens, he has a backup plan. The 9 ghost kings present were equally aware of the hidden secrets involved.
they had no other objections and all accepted the order and retreated. Chapter 223. From Kunlun. Jing is very busy. I'm so busy that I don't even have time to rest. 2 months have passed since we dealt with King Yama.
He had originally thought that the Black Mountain old demon, having suffered such a great loss, would immediately appear to demand an explanation. Just like last time, he had made sufficient preparations, but strangely, after half a month,
The other party had not made any move. Jing currently possesses nearly 4,000 years of cultivation experience. Although he considers himself no less capable than the Black Mountain old demon,
he will not proactively enter the underworld to confront him. After all, a single King Yama is already difficult to deal with. The city of the dead is definitely not as simple as just 1 or 2 ghost kings. Just as he was thinking about his next plan,
an unexpected enemy arrived. Since half a month ago, he has been at risk of being attacked by various monsters and demons at any time. Especially at night, most of these demons and monsters come from the underworld. In this world,
sunlight has a strong effect on demons and monsters that absorb yin energy or the vital energy of living people. It can even kill most of these demons directly. Furthermore, changes in celestial phenomena can also have a significant impact on them.
this world places great emphasis on the concept of karma. While cultivators who subdue demons and monsters benefit from their cultivation, demons and monsters who commit sins of murder and murder will also be entangled in karma. In severe cases,
This can even lead to a direct heavenly calamity, annihilating them. Although absorbing human vitality can quickly improve one's cultivation, most demons know when to stop or find ways to reduce their sins. During this time,
Jing killed and captured the invading demons and monsters. He had been thinking about how to complete the task of killing the origin point. Now he no longer had to worry about that. Moreover, these demons were basically all plagued by sin.
they took the initiative to attack him. Even if he killed more of them, he would not have to worry about the consequences of karma. By interrogating the offending demon, Jing had already figured out the reason. Speaking of treasures,
His system was truly an invaluable treasure. Although he didn't understand why the Black Mountain demon spread such rumors, he definitely had no good intentions. This also reminded him of something. The worlds he had experienced before were mostly technological.
no matter how fast or unusual his advancement was, people wouldn't have made too many connections. But in a world like this, it was hard not to be suspicious. Fortunately, the power level of this world was not very high.
Jing remembered this lesson in his heart. If he entered the worlds with immortals and gods in the future, he must not be careless. During the day, there were very few demons and monsters strong enough to deal with him. Furthermore,
He was not an easy opponent. With his current cultivation level, he could still exert more than half of his strength even in the sunlight. And more than half of his strength is equivalent to a great demon who has cultivated for more than 2,000 years.
this level of cultivation was enough to protect him during the day. Even if Pudu Saihang came and broke through his human skin to reveal his true form, he would be no match for him under the sunlight. In this world,
There might be demons and monsters that don't harm people, but they are rare, and those who have cultivated for thousands of years are even rarer. It's not certain whether there are any. Even if there are,
The demons who can resist taking shortcuts to quickly improve their strength are naturally strong in their heart of Taoism and will not fail to see the situation clearly. The reason was simple: the Black Mountain Old Demon,
one of the top overlords of this world, suffered such a great loss. Not only did he not retaliate immediately, he actually leaked the news of the treasure. There was definitely something fishy going on, unfortunately.
Many demons and monsters were blinded by the allure of a year or 1,000 years of cultivation. Even those who understood the truth were still hoping for a lucky break. Jing saw the situation clearly.
He wasn't worried about the emergence of an enemy he could defeat, nor was he afraid of the Black Mountain Daemon's schemes and plots. Because he had the system, this was his greatest confidence. After completing tasks 1 and 2, he felt even more reassured.
No matter what schemes and tricks there were, they were nothing compared to the system's enhancements. He even wished for as many demons and monsters as possible. He had originally planned to capture some to study, but now he didn't even have to look for them.
All sorts of demons came to him one after another, keeping him busy every day. The main body of the banyan tree is deep underground. Jing has opened up a huge underground base here. There were over 100 rooms in the entire base.
Outside each room hung a plaque with the corresponding demon type written on it. Inside the room, countless thick tree roots, brimming with demonic energy, tightly entangled the imprisoned demons. Some of the more powerful ones had their cultivation crippled,
making it impossible for them to escape. Jing walked along the corridor into the depths of the base and soon stopped outside a special room. The walls of this room were covered with densely packed talismans,
all of which were fire-repelling talismans he had recently drawn. He slowly pushed open the door. Suddenly, a wave of heat rushed towards him, making him feel as if even his demonic power was about to burn. Dryad, if you know what's good for you,
then let me go. Inside the room, a giant bird, its body nearly 7 meters long and covered in fiery red feathers, was bound tightly by dense tree roots in a pool of water. Upon seeing Jing,
it opened its long beak and let out a sharp, angry threat. This was a flame bird with a trace of phoenix bloodline.
Jing was so certain because the demonic energy within it was extremely similar to the demonic energy he had gained after cultivating the Luyan Fire Phoenix Mysterious Classic. Furthermore, the bird had personally acknowledged this. Furthermore,
this flame bird has a rather impressive background. It comes from the Kunlun sect and claims to be the sect's guardian beast. When the other party appeared in broad daylight with such a fierce momentum, Jing was startled. After all, he was a tree demon,
and was naturally restrained by this kind of fire, attributed demon beast. Fortunately, this flame bird's cultivation was less than 1,000 years old, so he suppressed it with all his might. You seem to be in high spirits, facing the threat from Yang.
Jing didn't take it seriously. In today's world, evil and demons reign supreme. People are filled with fear, and most practitioners have retreated into seclusion, fearing the consequences of karma, without the suppression of immortals and gods.
The Kunlun sect's reputation has long ceased to inspire fear. Furthermore, his strength made him unfazed by the enemy's presence. After hearing Jing's teasing, Yinka became even more furious. He struggled continuously, and a red glow emanated from his body,
clearly mobilizing his demonic energy. But the roots that bound her were incredibly thick and sturdy, and contained a vast amount of demonic energy. Some even penetrated Flame Bird's body, constantly monitoring her condition.
Sensing the opponent's demonic energy gathering, Jing's banyan tree instinctively mobilized a large amount of demonic energy, violently shaking off the opponent's resistance. Chapter 224. Are you still okay, Puff?
The demonic power that Yanqui had just summoned was instantly dissipated. His entire body collapsed into the pool like a deflated ball. I'm going to kill you! How dare you treat me like this! I'm going to burn you to ashes!
And I'm going to grind your bones and scatter your ashes! Yanqui's jewel-like eyes seemed to erupt like a volcano, and his tone was filled with shame and anger. The tree demon's disgusting, slimy roots not only wrapped around her body,
but also entangled her at key points. Whenever she summoned her demonic power only to have it dispersed, she would experience a strange sensation of tingling, irritation, and intense pain, making her wish she could find a hole to crawl into.
Jing felt somewhat helpless. He had no other choice. If he didn't do this, he could guarantee that he could suppress the other party. He ignored Yinqui's angry curses and taunts. He took a few steps closer, stretched out his hands,
and began to carefully feel around the man's body. After all, this was a firebird with phoenix blood. The demonic energy flowing within it, along with its bloodline abilities, made it even more valuable for him to use as a reference.
The flame bird struggled frantically. A red light spread across its body, and it was about to explode again. Why bother? Jing's heart stirred. Thick roots and branches began to vibrate at a frequency invisible to the naked eye.
A large amount of demonic energy poured in, easily negating the opponent's explosive power. Yanqui was filled with shame and anger. His whole body trembled. Jing said expressionlessly. Be honest, you can suffer less. He closed his eyes as he spoke,
continuously injecting strands of demonic energy into the other person's body, continuing to explore the mysteries of the Phoenix bloodline. I'm going to fight you! A look of determination flashed in Yan Kuai's eyes.
The humiliation she had endured over the past few days had finally made her resolve. She was a spirit of fire, a descendant of the Phoenix. How could she allow herself to be tormented and manipulated by an ugly tree demon? Chirp!
A giant phoenix with its wings spread emerged from behind her. Then, with lightning speed, it rushed towards Jing. Jing's heart suddenly rang with alarm. He opened his eyes abruptly and retreated rapidly, quickly laying down several demonic barriers.
But it had no effect. The Phoenix shadow seemed to not exist in reality. It passed through the barrier without any hindrance. In the blink of an eye, it was almost in front of him. Die, you vile dryad! Yan Kui's spirit seemed extremely weak.
The light in his eyes was dim, but he also revealed a look of satisfaction. Although Jing had no idea what this Phoenix shadow was, he didn't dare let it enter his body. Bang! He turned, violently smashed through the wall, and entered the next room.
A giant black bear that looked like it was covered in armor was being held captive. Roar! Seeing Jing appear, the black bear stood up and roared with anger and fear. Jing sensed the Phoenix shadow chasing him from behind. With a thought,
a large number of roots pushed the giant bear behind him. It's useless! At this time, the clear voice of Yank came from next door, gnashing his teeth. He said, "You can't escape, chirp!" As soon as the words fell,
the Phoenix shadow actually penetrated the black bear and suddenly accelerated into Jing's body. Damn it! Jing cursed inwardly. A wisp of flame suddenly appeared from his body, like a fuse. His body, like a lit gasoline barrel,
exploded with a bang and burned, transforming into a torch. Not only that, but the countless roots that dotted the underground base also burst into flames, spreading rapidly. The flames quickly enveloped the banyan tree itself.
The nature of this flame was unknown. Except for Jing, the demons still entangled and bound by the burning roots were all unharmed. Haha. At this time, Yank's hearty yet weak laughter rang out. Jing constantly mobilized the demonic power within him,
trying to suppress and expel the flames. However, it had no effect on the strange flames at all. He didn't feel anything for a moment. Although the flames burned, not even his clothes were damaged. Everything seemed illusory.
But he knew in his heart that this was definitely not that simple. His face was ashen. With flames all over his body, he walked back to the room where Yanqi was imprisoned. He stared at the other person and asked, "What on earth is this?"
The flame bird had collapsed to the ground. Its body was ablaze with light, as if its wings had lost their luster. She raised her head with difficulty. She looked at Jing with a smug look and said, "This is the fire of Nirvana.
It may not be enough to reduce you to ash, but you will soon learn the consequences." The fire of Nirvana. Jing was stunned. At this moment, as if in response to his question, the space within his body, the banyan tree, began to vibrate violently.
The space began to shrink and melt like bubbles in flames snap. A crisp sound of crystals shattering echoed within Jing's body. The recently condensed sub-body transition crystal instantly shattered into pieces,
turning into powder and dissipating. At the same time, the demonic energy within him began to boil over, then evaporated in large chunks. His cultivation began to plummet at a rocket, like ow.
The consequence of his cultivation plummeting instantly weakened the root's control over the demons in the various rooms of the underground base. The powerful demons immediately saw an opportunity and fought back with all their might.
Jing felt the changes within his body. The burning of his cultivation didn't cause him any pain. Soon, the fire of Nirvana within him completely extinguished. This burning directly consumed nearly half of his nearly 4,000 years of cultivation.
But time was running out. He quickly controlled his main body and suppressed the demons in each room. After a long while, he finally suppressed all his resistance. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked towards Yanqi. "Tree demon, you didn't expect that,
did you?" Yanqi's expression became more and more proud. His face was grim and he said, "You wait for death." Although she was no longer able to struggle and escape, the tree demon's cultivation had declined.
Not only did she have to divert her strength to suppress the rebels within the base, but she also had to face other demons and monsters that kept coming to seize the treasure. The future outcome was predictable. I really didn't expect it.
Jing's expression was filled with surprise. He said something that almost stunned her. "Can you do it again? If you can, give me the fire of Nirvana." To complete tasks 1 and 2, he absorbed the vital energy of 150 people.
Adding to the tree demon's situation before the time travel, nearly 2,000 years of cultivation were extremely mixed. Although the subsequent system enhanced the 2,000 years of pure cultivation, the mixed results were still extremely disastrous.
This resulted in him being unable to fully unleash the true strength of a great demon with 4,000 years of cultivation. He was also subject to various restraints. Sunlight alone could suppress nearly half of his strength.
Not to mention the thunder tribulation. Jing had originally planned to cause trouble for Pudu Saihang, hoping to trick him into sabotaging his cultivation, but he hadn't expected the flame bird before him to bring him such a huge surprise. Chapter 225.
Open your mouth in place. His eyes glazed over. This is not right. Shouldn't the tree demon feel angry, desperate, and regretful? Why did he act so surprised? She thought carefully about what she had just heard. Suddenly, she realized.
What did the tree demon just ask me? That's right, it seems to be the fire of nirvana again. Kuai stared blankly at Jing, not knowing how to respond. Hey, are you stupid? Speak up! Jing patted the other person's head hard. Kuai shuddered. Unsurely.
He asked, you, what did you just say? She cursed in her heart. You're the fool, aren't you? Jing said with anticipation. As long as you give me the fire of nirvana again, I will let you go. Anyway, he had examined the flame bird's body thoroughly.
Although there was no inherited technique, through research, he had gained a lot of insights into his cultivation of the main body in the main world. He had already reached a small portion of his origin point kill limit.
There were still a large number of monsters within the base. Although the number of monsters and demons that came to visit had decreased over the past few days, reaching the limit wasn't a problem at all. Letting them go wasn't a big deal.
Kui's brain was short-circuited. He still couldn't believe what he heard. He seemed a little stupid. Bang! Jing slapped Kui hard and immediately woke him up. Are you still capable? Yank shook his head. No.
Jing's expression suddenly turned fierce. You've wasted half of my cultivation. Now you're telling me you can't do it. What's the point of me keeping you around? His heart stirred. The roots binding the flame bird tightened.
And the part that had entered the other's body drilled deeper, piercing deeply into the flesh. Wait! Kui felt a sharp pain and shouted, "Listen to me, speak!" Jing paused. His face was cold and stern. If it still doesn't work, you know the consequences.
Kui trembled. Everyone in the Kunlun sect treated her with respect. She could get whatever she wanted. She was proud and noble, unwilling to be humiliated. But when faced with death, she still felt fear.
This nirvana fire was only released after all my cultivation and faith had been ignited, stimulating the power of my bloodline. And after this, all my cultivation has been lost. She glanced at Jing fearfully as she spoke. Her mind raced.
She came up with a plan and said, "Don't you have a treasure that can quickly boost your cultivation? Just give it to me for 6 months. I'll be able to unleash the nirvana fire once again, no matter what this tree demon wants to do."
Once the second nirvana fire descends, it will definitely burn it to the ground, turning it into a dead tree. That will be her chance to escape. Kui thought about it and suddenly felt that this was still his chance.
Maybe he could still take the legendary treasure and leave safely. The tree demon must be really stupid. But stupidity is good. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. But she also felt a surge of worry.
She was afraid the other party wouldn't give her the treasure to restore her cultivation. Then she might be dead. Is it enough to restore the cultivation? Jing naturally saw that Kui's cultivation had also dissipated, and even more completely than his.
Nodded repeatedly. Yes, you can watch me use the treasure. When I recover, I can use the fire of nirvana on you. That's easy. Jing finally smiled. Kui was ecstatic. She almost wanted to cheer loudly.
She hadn't expected to convince the tree demon so easily. Wait a moment, I'll be back soon. Jing said this, turned around, and quickly disappeared from Kui's sight. Are you going to get the treasure? What on earth is it?
Kui was filled with anticipation and excitement, and waited anxiously. Soon, Jing returned to her again. He held something in his hand and offered it to her mouth, saying, "What?" Kui didn't react at all.
He opened his mouth subconsciously, and it was filled with food. Cough, cough, cough. She couldn't help coughing, trying to spit out the contents of her mouth. But Jing was quick-witted. He grasped the flame bird's beak and shaking it,
forced the liquid into its stomach. Chirp. The flame bird let out a long cry and screamed. "What on earth did you feed me?" She felt the food she ate melt. Waves of demonic energy of varying natures emerged, whirling throughout her body. Of course.
What I'm giving you is a demon core, Jing said matter-of-factly. You just need to recover your cultivation. Whether the essence is pure or not is irrelevant. Hurry up and concentrate on refining it. During this time,
he had learned a lot from the monsters he had captured. This included crystals. The monsters in this world called them monster cores. The more talented and potential a monster had, the more monster cores it would produce as its cultivation level increased.
Each demon core possesses distinct abilities. Legend has it that they are the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth. They also contain the purest demonic power of their owner. Although refining demon cores can improve strength,
it is not cultivated by oneself after all. Moreover, its nature is different. Even if it is pure, it is still mixed for the refiner. The flame bird let out a mournful cry. She had forgotten that this was even possible. Furthermore,
This underground space held numerous monsters. The tree demon must have gone to kill a monster and extract its core. I feel so bad. Why don't you lend me the treasure to help me recover? She tried to force out the demonic energy within her body.
Making a final resistance. Shut up, refine quickly. Jing punched forward, while controlling his roots to stop the flame bird's movements. The flame bird's head was buzzing from the blow. The pain was unbearable.
His body vibrated with the tree demon's disgusting roots. He became excited again. His whole body and mind were on the verge of collapse. Woo woo, she couldn't help crying. But after seeing the tree demon's fierce and unyielding look,
she became frightened and finally gave in. You, a demon who deserves to go to the 18 levels of hell. You will definitely get your comeuppance. Woo woo woo. Yanqui almost cried as she finished refining the demon core. No matter how much she cursed,
the tree demon remained indifferent, but before she could catch her breath, Jing pulled out another handful of demon cores and handed them to her, saying, "Open your mouth and eat it." As he spoke, he slightly manipulated his roots to move.
The flame bird immediately shuddered and obediently opened its mouth. That's good. Jing stuffed a handful of demon cores into his mouth and said, "Wait a moment. I'll get some more." Yanqui swallowed the demon core silently.
He felt an unprecedented humiliation in his heart, but he suppressed the thought of self-liberation. Must take revenge, don't die easily! I will avenge all the pain and humiliation I have suffered here. This devil should go to the 18 levels of hell.
She had never suffered such great setbacks and pain since she was born. She kept persuading herself in her heart, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 226. Soon, Jing returned again.
He held a handful of freshly cleaned demon cores in his hand. He came before the flame bird and said with a smile, "Come, open your mouth." No, Yanqui shook his head repeatedly. With an ugly look, he said, "I can't eat anymore."
Her body surface shimmered with streams of light of various colors. Tumors of various colors even appeared. Each tumor held a large amount of demonic energy. Jing's expression changed when he noticed it.
He hurried forward and carefully examined it before he let out a long sigh. The flame bird was now the key to whether he could completely destroy his own cultivation. He absolutely couldn't let anything go wrong. Okay, how long does this take you to digest?
Feeling slightly worried, after all, his cultivation had already dropped by half. If things dragged on for too long, things would be prone to change. Fortunately, after a month and a half,
the number of monsters and demons rushing to steal the treasure has decreased. The banyan tree forest where Jing was like a terrifying giant beast. Any demons and monsters that entered would eventually disappear.
This included several 2,000 to 3,000-year-old demons. The news that he had reached a cultivation level of at least 3,000 years ago had also spread.
Anyone who dared to come now was either a foolish demon or a powerful demon who was confident in his own strength. Yanqui silently studied Jing's expression. He said carefully, 1 month. Jing remained silent, calculating in his mind.
Digesting this much alien demonic power would take at least 3 months. Yanqui, a fire-attributed demonic monster, could digest it in a month. That was indeed fast. He estimated
the demon core that Flame Bird had just eaten would require at least 2 more attacks before it could recover its previous level of cultivation. In other words, it would take at least 3 months before he could experience the second Nirvana fire.
"I'll give you a month to digest it." Jing patted Yanqui's head and said coldly, "And don't be lazy. The faster you digest it the better, and don't expect anyone to save you. If I'm ever in mortal danger, I'll definitely kill you first." So Yanqui shuddered.
Seeing jinks of despair, he temporarily put aside his other thoughts. Continue eating after digestion. Jing threw the demon core into the pool and walked out Gabay County, inside the city. Yanqixia,
carrying a sword case and bow and arrows on his back, walked unsteadily on the street. After walking around, he came straight to the outside of the government office. "Stop! What do you do?" The 2 listless guards at the door still looked lazy when they saw him.
One of them kept sizing up Yanqixia. His eyes gradually lit up. Suddenly, he shouted, "Liu Yidao!" "What?" The other one was startled. He immediately became alert. With a swish, he drew his sword.
He exchanged glances with the guards nearby and surrounded Yanqixia. "Look carefully. I'm not Liu Yidao." Yanqixia snorted coldly. He was well aware of the practice of randomly arresting wanted criminals and claiming rewards here. He said coldly,
"I'm looking for Master Zhao. You are Liu to argue. Surrender now." The 2 guards rushed forward as they spoke. Every wanted criminal was worth a lot of silver. Even if the county magistrate deducted half of it,
they would still get a considerable amount. Yanqixia sighed. He was increasingly disappointed with the current imperial court. It wasn't that the emperor was inactive. It was that treacherous officials were in power. From top to bottom,
everything was completely corrupt. He didn't bother to argue with the 2 guards any further. He kicked them both to the ground twice in quick succession. Then he strode into the government office. "Someone come quickly!"
The fugitive murderer Lido has appeared. The two guards felt paralyzed all over. Unable to stand up, they shouted for help. In an instant, dozens of government officials and soldiers, as if they had seen silver, rushed out and surrounded Yan Chixia. Then,
with a shout, they rushed forward. Master Zhao! Yan Chixia was furious. He beat the soldiers back repeatedly and rushed to the hall, shouting loudly. After a while, a middle-aged man with a long mustache and dressed like a lawyer hid behind the door.
He looked at Yan Chixia in the lobby with some fear. Captain Yan. It's me. Yan Chixia withdrew his hand and stood still. He possessed an extraordinary demeanor. Zhao, the lawyer, was no longer afraid. He shouted at the bewildered officers and soldiers.
Get out of the way!
You'll withhold all your food. You don't even recognize Captain Yan. Captain Yan was a renowned and ruthless judge known throughout the 26 provinces. He hated corrupt officials the most.
Because of the treacherous officials in power, he had retired from the underworld. He said this with trepidation as he approached Yan Chixia. He asked cautiously, Captain Yan, you're not here to arrest corrupt officials, are you?
I have long since stopped caring about officialdom. Yan Chixia shook his head and said, This time I came to ask you something. His words reassured Master Zhao. He became even more enthusiastic. He quickly called for tea and water. Then he asked,
If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I will answer them with all my knowledge. After sitting down, Yan Chixia asked, It's nothing serious. I just want to ask about the current situation of Lanru Temple. Bang!
When Master Zhao heard the words Lanru Temple, he immediately shuddered with fear. The teacup in his hand shattered on the ground. He swallowed his saliva and asked, Captain Yan, why are you asking about this? Yan Chixia said casually, I'm just asking.
Tell me everything you know. When he was the chief constable, he traveled all over the country, including Lanru Temple. Back then, it was still a popular temple. But when he returned today,
he heard the people of Gobei County talking most about the haunted Lanru Temple. He could understand why all the monks at Lanru Temple had left. After all, in today's world, ordinary people couldn't even afford to eat, let alone donate money to the temple.
Without support, the temple's decline was inevitable. Yan Chixia was puzzled. The tree demon he had met was once a demon immortal. Judging by the previous incident, he was also a demon with Taoism. How could he allow his demonic subordinates to harm people?
Master Zhao glanced around nervously. The mention of Lanru Temple sent a chill down his spine. But since Yan Chixia was asking, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and speak. This Lanru Temple is indeed haunted. The story began half a year ago.
Master Zhao started by talking about how a few young men in the city went to Lanru Temple for an outing 6 months ago and disappeared. This incident caused a huge stir. After all, the young masters' families were wealthy and powerful. After they disappeared,
several families organized a large group of people to search for them. The people were found, but the young men had all turned into naked mummies. Another member of the search team went missing. Then, they found the missing person.
Paralyzed, only then did they gradually understand the truth behind the ghost's harm. Chapter 227. Guarding the Way. As Master Zhao spoke, his fear faded. He recounted every true story or rumor, all the way back to 3 months ago.
In other words, since 3 months ago, there have been no more ghost attacks in Lanru Temple. Yan Chixia listened and asked with a change of expression. If I'm not mistaken, he met Senior Tree Demon 3 months ago. So,
it seems that Senior returned here directly after separating from him. So, everything is resolved now. He heaved a sigh of relief when he figured it out. If the ghost was really being harmed by the Senior, he wouldn't have dared to go to the Senior's house.
By this day, Yan Chixia had already figured out one thing. The tree demon he had seen that day was not its true form. After all, as a tree demon, unless its cultivation reached a monstrous level, its true form would be difficult to move.
Now he was going to the other party's lair to make friends with him. If he didn't find out more clearly and trusted the wrong demon, it would be like delivering food to his door. Master Zhao heard Yan Chixia's question. He scratched his mustache and said,
It's not that I want harm people, I just want kill them directly. How should I put it? He organized his words and recounted what had happened in March. Today, Lanro Temple is a place where people engage in indecent activities with beautiful female ghosts.
Some people go there knowing they are ghosts. Needless to say, they are definitely shameless and lecherous. Of course, most of them are just passers-by who are unaware of the situation. Those men who were haunted by female ghosts,
no matter how strong they were, would almost die after a few days. They would not have much time left to live, but this was a matter of mutual consent. Lust is the root of all evil. Those who were passing by, or those who came to me on their own initiative,
were all guilty of greed. They deserved death. Yan Chixia frowned as he listened, but deep down, he felt no sympathy for those possessed by the female ghost. He shared Master Zhao's opinion. He gulped down the tea on the table and said,
Thank you for letting me know. Yan will now take his leave. Then Captain Yan, take care. Master Zhao was curious about Yan Xixia's reason for asking about Lanro Temple, but he didn't ask any more questions. He quickly escorted him out the door.
As a corrupt official, the county magistrate didn't dare to come out to meet him. He was still waiting for him to return and report. Yan Xixia knew the truth, yet he pretended not to know.
He strode out of the county government office and quickly passed through the city gates, heading towards Lanru Temple. Lanru Temple was only 3.5 miles east of the city. He walked quickly.
It wasn't long before he saw the temple looming in the woods beside the road. But when he got here, Yan Xixia suddenly stopped and turned his gaze away. He looked at the large banyan trees in the forest with a look of doubt and surprise.
These banyan trees looked perfectly normal, but he sensed something was not quite right. Senior, he took a few steps closer. Arriving in front of the nearest large banyan tree, he tentatively called out, but the tree didn't respond at all.
Yan Xixia was stunned. He said to himself, could it be that I sensed it wrongly? He knew, of course, that a single banyan tree could form a forest. Coupled with his instinctive reverence for the elder tree demon, he sensed something was amiss.
As soon as he finished speaking, a rustling sound was heard. The banyan tree before him unexpectedly stretched out a pair of arms. Facial features appeared on its trunk. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a monster. It spoke. Are you Yan Xixia?
Yan Xixia stared at the tree man in front of him in astonishment. Then he looked at the large banyan trees that filled the forest. Coming to his senses, he pointed at the forest. It exclaimed in shock. This, all of this.
The banyan tree blinked and said, that's right, these are all my brothers and sisters. It seems you are Yan Xixia. Mother already knows you're coming. Come in quickly. Yan Xixia gasped. As an ordinary banyan tree, not only did he become a demon himself,
but he also enlightened an entire race. The senior's methods were truly unpredictable. After a long moment, he finally regained his composure. He took a deep breath, nodded to the tree man, and walked into the woods. Everywhere he went,
a large banyan tree transformed into a tree man, guiding him in the right direction. Soon, he arrived at the mass grave behind Lanru Temple, when he saw the huge banyan tree with a huge umbrella-like canopy not far away.
He knew that he had arrived in front of the senior's true body. Yan Xixia, long time no see. Jing then emerged from his main body space, a smile on his face. He had truly been waiting for this for a long time.
Especially now that his cultivation had dropped by nearly half, Yan Xixia's arrival couldn't have come at a better time. Yan Xixia saw Jing's extremely kind and friendly smile. His heart gradually relaxed. He bowed and said, Senior, Jing's mind.
A multitude of twisted roots emerged from the ground, forming a unique set of tables and chairs. With a hint of apology, he said, we don't have room for you, if you don't mind. After all, his main space wasn't a true small world.
Ghosts and himself could enter naked without issue, but living people couldn't enter. Yan Xixia looked around at the desolate graveyard. He sat down without a care in the world and said admiringly, Senior, you are truly a master. Jing's face twitched.
He almost burst out laughing. After calming down, he got straight to the point. You've come at the perfect time. Lately, many demons and monsters have been bothering me. My cultivation has entered a critical period. Therefore,
I need your help and support for 3 months. He knew Yan Xixia better than he knew him. He was a man who valued peaceful coexistence with demons and adhered to the principle of non-interference. Yet, he was also a true man with a sense of righteousness.
He was definitely not a villain. Although the other party was sharp-tongued and had a strange temper, that was only towards other people. As for him, his senior, Yan Xixia still maintained due respect and even flattery.
Jing knew what the other party wanted. He simply said, don't worry. As long as you help me through this difficult time, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Yan Xixia was overjoyed. A helping hand in need is worse than adding icing on the cake.
He had originally been worried about how to make friends with his seniors. Now, he had encountered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He immediately patted his chest and promised, leave it to me. Jing didn't hold back. He recounted his recent events.
Then said, you already know I'm the reincarnation of a demon immortal, but the other demons and monsters thought I had obtained a treasure that could rapidly boost my cultivation. After I ruthlessly slaughtered a number of them.
There aren't many demons and monsters causing trouble now. But those who dare to come are not easy to deal with. Among them are great demons and ghost kings who have cultivated for thousands of years. Yan Xixia was shocked upon hearing this.
His expression grew solemn. After a long silence, he made a decision. I will definitely give it my all. He was also a cautious man. He wouldn't normally take risks, but Senior Tree Demon was a golden opportunity for him. Life always requires taking risks.
If not now, when? Besides, Senior Demon had thousands of years of cultivation under his belt. It wasn't all up to him to risk everything. Chapter 228. A harsh lesson. After the deal was settled, Jing was quite satisfied.
He then had a long conversation with Yan Chixia discussing the past and present, from the rise and fall of dynasties among ordinary people to demons, ghosts and cultivators. During this time, he had interrogated captured monsters and other such creatures,
gaining a wealth of information and secrets about the current world. Furthermore, having lived in an era of information explosion in his previous life, he had heard and read countless myths and legends. The combination of these,
the mixture of truth and falsehood, had Yan Chixia completely stunned. Yan Xixia's admiration grew even stronger, and he no longer had any doubts about Xu Jing's identity as the reincarnation of a demon fairy.
The two of them had a great conversation and their friendship grew stronger. As the sky grew darker, Xu Jing paused. He pondered. The only suitable place for you to live around here is Lanru Temple.
But I have a female ghost under my command who often haunts there, doing some shameful things. If you don't like it, you can teach her a lesson, but please spare her life. Yan Chixia had already inquired about it. He immediately understood what was going on.
He thought about it and asked hesitantly, Senior, why don't you personally discipline her? Xu Jing then explained Han Lingshuang's life story and the changes in her personality. He continued, It's not like I haven't disciplined her before, but I can't change her.
Considering she's been my maid for so long, I plan to send her to reincarnation once my cultivation recovers. Yan Chixia finally understood the reason. He was filled with emotion. No more doubts remained in his mind. He said, I understand, don't worry. Senior.
Okay then, Xu Jing said as he saw him off. It's getting late. Go get settled first. We can talk about the rest later. Then I'll take my leave. Yan Chixia stood up and continued. If there's anything, I'll definitely be there in time. Xu Jing smiled and said,
If there are any powerful demons, I will inform you. As for the smaller demons or wandering ghosts, I will handle them myself. Yan Chixia looked at the surrounding woods, nodded, and then turned and headed towards Lanru Temple.
Xu Jing also retrieved the rooted tables and chairs that protruded from the ground and returned to the underground base. With his cultivation declining, he needed to accelerate his research on certain demons.
Those without value needed to be disposed of quickly to reduce the burden of suppression. Yan Chixia went for a walk outside the woods and shot a wild rabbit. He brought it back to Lanru Temple and built a fire beneath the Buddha statue in the main hall.
He began to grill it. Squeak, as the aroma of barbecue gradually drifted through the temple. The doors to the side rooms opened one after another. Several skinny men emerged from different rooms one after another.
These people trembled as they walked to the main hall's stairs. They leaned over the railings, their eyes glaring at the roasted rabbit in Yan Chixia's hands. Their stomachs growled, and they swallowed their saliva. Yan Chixia pretended not to see it.
He tore off a rabbit leg and began chewing it. Hero, please give me a bite to eat. Finally, someone couldn't stand it anymore and started begging. They were now too weak to even walk. Even if they were many, they would not dare to rob Yan Chixia, who was armed.
Yan Chixia snorted coldly. Without a trace of sympathy, he sarcastically said, If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. You guys deserve to die. He ate the meat with big mouthfuls and drank from his wine gourd.
The people who were rejected started cursing. Yan Chixia didn't care. He ate the roasted rabbit clean, even sweeping the bones into the fire. Then he found an empty room downstairs and moved in. I was meditating until midnight when there was a knock on the door.
How dare this female ghost come and provoke me? Yan Chixia suddenly opened his eyes. He was a little surprised, but after a moment's thought, he realized that Xu Jing must have not told Han Lingshuang his identity. Whatever, give her a lesson.
Make sure she doesn't dare come here again. It'll save someone else's life. After he made his decision, he slapped the sword case behind him. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst out. With a loud bang, it broke through the window frame and flew out. Ah!
A shrill scream was heard from outside the door. A woman could be seen running away quickly with a look of fear on her face. If you dare to show up again next time, I will destroy your soul. Yan Chixia's lips twitched. The sound echoed far away. Sama.
A thought moved him. He controlled the flying sword back to its scabbard. He closed his eyes and resumed his meditation. Han Lingshuang fled Lanru Temple without even turning back. His figure seemed a bit ethereal.
The previous sword attack had already severely damaged his vitality. Ever since she first absorbed the scholar's yang energy, and after Xu Jing failed to expose her to her face, she thought she had found her master's bottom line.
Her actions became increasingly bold, as if she had made Lanru Temple her home base. Recently, she had seen many powerful invading demons and monsters being suppressed by the master. This made her feel even more confident.
She believed that as long as the master was safe, there would be no problems in this area, so she let her guard down. After sensing a stranger had arrived at Lanru Temple, she rushed in without even observing them. As a result, she suffered a great loss.
Han Lingshuang was anxious and angry. He had never expected that such a powerful Taoist priest would live in Lanru Temple. You must tell the master as soon as possible. She had known about the existence of the tree man for a few days, of course.
But at this moment, she hadn't given it much thought. She simply assumed the Taoist had the same motives as the invading demons and monsters, and that he had used some special means to disguise himself as an ordinary person, avoiding the tree man's sight.
Besides, Lanro Temple was her home base. Losing it would be like losing a fixed place to absorb yang energy. This would definitely affect her cultivation speed. Soon, Han Lingshuang arrived at the underground base and found Su Jing dissecting a tiger demon.
He looked at the howling tiger with fear, then knelt before Xu Jing and said, "Master, this is bad. A powerful Taoist priest has infiltrated Lanro Temple." "Oh, really?" Xu Jing said calmly, his hand still moving. Han Lingshuang said anxiously, "Master,
I'm telling the truth. That man definitely has ulterior motives. He also beat me so hard that I was seriously injured." Xu Jing stopped and glanced back at Han Lingshuang. His expression remained unchanged as he said, "I understand, you can go back, master."
Han Lingshuang's heart skipped a beat. He sensed something was amiss. He remained kneeling on the ground. Xu Jing was busy for a while. Suddenly he said coldly, "Don't go to Lanruo Temple anymore. Yan Qixia is my friend. He's not as easy to talk to as I am."
He won't show you any mercy. Han Lingshuang's body was chilled. Her thoughts raced through her mind. Her expression shifted from gloomy to bright. After a long pause, she finally said, "I understand." She seemed to have lost her soul.
She left the underground base and returned to her residence. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Neishaqian walked into the room and saw Han Lingshuang in a daze. She asked. Chapter 229. Great Calamity for All Mankind.
Han Lingshuang finally came to his senses when he heard Nie Xiaoqian's voice. She turned around abruptly, grabbed Nie Xiaoqian's shoulders, and asked anxiously, "Sister Xiaoqian, tell me, has the master already been completely disappointed in me?"
She was not a fool. She could not imagine what would happen if she lost Xu Jing's favor. Her heart was filled with fear and anxiety. Neishaqian was stunned, subconsciously said, "You know." Han Lingshuang's heart trembled. Sure enough,
there were still things she didn't know. Her face suddenly changed, and tears began to fall. She sobbed, "I know. My sister's life is so hard." She hugged Nie Xiaoqian and begged, "Sister Xiaoqian, you must help me."
Nie Xiaoqian shook her head helplessly and said, "Sister, I can help you. The master has already made up his mind to send you to reincarnation." Reincarnation? Han Lingshuang was stunned. His expression changed constantly. If she had just become a ghost.
She might have been overjoyed to hear this news, but now she didn't want to be reborn at all. "Even if I start over, who can guarantee that I will be better than now? Life is tough these days. People eat human flesh. They sell their children."
People's hearts are incredibly complex. Evil reigns supreme. Even if you're reborn into a high-ranking official or businessman, there's no guarantee that disaster won't strike. Han Lingshuang would rather be a ghost or a demon than be a human again.
At least in the world of demons and monsters, right and wrong are more clear. It's far less complex and terrifying than humans. She had long understood what she did wasn't important. What mattered was strength.
Only with strength could she control her own destiny. Otherwise, she would have repeatedly disobeyed Su Jing's orders and secretly absorbed other people's yang energy. Absorbing human yang energy improves her skills so quickly. It's only been 3 months.
And her cultivation, previously crippled by Xu Jing's whipping, has almost fully recovered. If she continues like this, in a dozen years at least, or even decades at most, she'll be on track to becoming a ghost king. However, even someone like Nie Xiaoqian,
who diligently cultivates, would need more than 1,000 years to achieve the status of ghost king. Nie Xiaoqian had no idea she was being tricked and continued to comfort Han Lingshuang. However, Han Lingshuang was constantly racking his brains,
thinking of ways to escape reincarnation. 2 months passed quietly. Underground base. Xu Jing took out the demon core he had prepared long ago and handed it to Yan Kui. He said it. "This is the last time. After you finish this,
your strength will be almost fully restored." Yan Kui crouched by the pool, her eyes filled with hatred. She no longer had the beauty she once had. Having eaten too many demon cores of different natures, her body had undergone a transformation.
Not only did it become covered in ugly tumors, but even the feathers on her head had fallen out. Even if she unleashed the nirvana fire once more and abandoned all her cultivation, there was no guarantee that she would return to her original form.
Only by cultivating into a 10,000-year-old demon and surviving the thunder tribulation could she reshape her body. Yan Kui felt despair at the thought. If it weren't for her hatred for the tree demon that sustained her,
she would have long since given up wanting to live. "Hold on, just 1 more month. I can turn this demon into a dead tree. I can get my revenge," she kept encouraging herself. She opened her mouth and swallowed a bunch of demon cores. "Very good."
Su Jing was extremely satisfied. He smiled and said, "Digest it well." He said this and turned around and left the room. There were only a few demons left in the base at this time. Most of them had been sliced and studied by him in the past 2 months.
And then used as fertilizer, which was a disgrace to the tree man. Although he would not devour the flesh and blood of monsters to increase his cultivation, it did not mean that he could not use it to train his subordinates. Over the course of 2 months,
Jing cultivated 5 banyan tree demons with millennia of cultivation. With the help of Yan Chixia, he managed to make his lair impregnable. This banyan forest in Gobei County had become one of the most terrifying and dangerous places in the Yang realm.
Its mighty reputation had spread ever more widely, becoming known to almost every demon and ghost. As early as a dozen days ago, no demon or ghost dared to come and steal the treasure.
Jing himself also reached the upper limit of killing origin by killing these invading monsters and demons. Every time he saw the 140,000 origin points on the system, he felt full of strength. Capital city, even though the world was in chaos.
This place was still as prosperous as ever. There was no sign of trouble. The main hall of the imperial palace, Emperor Xian, already in his prime, sat high on the throne. Below him stood 2 rows of ministers, but at the very front,
standing wasn't any official, but a male monk in a long robe. Your Majesty, I have recently experienced a profound feeling while cultivating. I have detected a demonic aura rising from the south.
This strange phenomenon is undoubtedly the emergence of an unparalleled demon, disrupting the fate of our nation. The monk stood with his right hand alone. With his left, he twirled his Buddhist beads. He spoke slowly, his voice soft and high, like a woman's.
Emperor Xian frowned and asked, "Does the imperial master know the origin of that demon?" The monk was none other than Pudu Sai Hang. He had come to court today precisely for this very purpose. Upon hearing this, he replied,
"That is a banyan tree spirit with thousands of years of cultivation. This demon has committed countless evil deeds. If allowed to continue within a year, the world will be in calamity." As he finished speaking, the court erupted in chaos.
Everyone was horrified by the words thousands of years of cultivation. Ordinary demons and monsters causing chaos were already troublesome enough, but when a great demon with thousands of years of cultivation started causing chaos,
it would be a truly catastrophic disaster. At this time, a minister stepped forward and said, "I have heard that Master Dharma is compassionate. I hope that Master Dharma will help the emperor save the world and eliminate this disaster." Good.
Pudu Sai Hang nodded slightly and said, "That tree demon has great magical powers and vast magical abilities. It has also bewitched righteous people who are helping it. Exorcising the demon will be extremely difficult."
Although he planned to use the national destiny to transform into a dragon, the temptation of the treasure was still impossible to ignore. After all, even after transforming into a dragon, he still had to continue practicing.
Although he hadn't taken action against Jing during this period, he had sent people to Lanru Temple to investigate more than once. He had obtained a lot of useful intelligence and was now well aware that it was a dangerous place.
After several rounds of consideration, he still wasn't completely sure. What should we do? Emperor Xian understood. Since the imperial master has brought this up, he must have a solution. If you have any requests, feel free to ask.
Pudu Sai Hang clasped his hands together, chanted a Buddhist name, and immediately said, "The Great Kingdom Temple is full of eminent monks. Your Majesty only needs to order them to send people to help me subdue the demon."
The Great Kingdom Temple was built outside the capital. As a royal temple, it not only remained strong during this period of turmoil, but also absorbed eminent monks from declining temples across the country, growing ever stronger. But for Pudu Sai Hang,
this was not good news. With so many eminent monks from the Great Power Temple by his side, he felt apprehensive even when absorbing the national destiny. This time he was killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
He wanted to deal with the tree demon and weaken the power of Dakakuji Temple at the same time. Approved. Emperor Xian agreed to Pudu Sai Hang's request without a second thought. He then said, "I will send another commander, Xuanhuan,
to accompany the imperial master and provide him with safety along the way." Chapter 230, A Single Leaf of Autumn. 5 days later, a man dressed as a knight carrying a long sword on his back, riding a horse,
led by a man wearing a crown and carrying a book basket, rushed straight into the gate of Gobei County. It was the rainy season. It was sunny at noon, but suddenly it started to rain heavily. After the 2 rushed into the city gate,
they immediately took shelter under a roof near the city gate. After wiping the rain off his body, the scholar thanked the young swordsman beside him. "Brother, thank you for your escort all the way here. Otherwise,
I wouldn't have been able to travel such a long distance to get here. You're welcome." The swordsman smiled brightly and said, "I love making friends. It's on our way anyway. It won't be a bother to bring you along." The scholar was even more grateful and said,
"Thank you very much. In this world today, there are fewer and fewer chivalrous men like you." He had barely finished speaking when a middle-aged man in black, with a fierce expression and a sword in one hand, rushed towards them,
chasing a group of knife-wielding men and forcing them to flee for their lives. There was a commotion at the city gate. Everyone dodged to the side, watching the group fight their way out of the city. After watching the excitement,
The swordsman turned to the scholar and said, "It looks even more chaotic here. You should go back early after you finish your business." The scholar nodded in agreement. After a moment's thought he asked, "Oh, right, I haven't asked for your name, brother."
You finally asked me my name. Listen carefully, the swordsman said excitedly. I am a scholar of the Kunlun school, Zhukyu Yai. I'm not learning to fight ordinary people like you just mentioned. I specialize in fighting demons and monsters.
The scholar was stunned for a moment. He quickly bowed and said, "Nice to meet you. I am Ning Keichin. I am very happy to meet such a remarkable man as you." Haha. Zhukyu Yai was delighted. He politely said, "I admire you scholars too. Do you know Zhuge Liang?"
I've read all his books. Elusive senior master, has truly remarkable. Ning Keichin scratched his head. He didn't know Zhuge Wulong, and he didn't know how to respond. Zhukyu Yai rolled his eyes helplessly. He glanced at the weather and said,
"The rain has stopped him. Be careful. We'll see you later." As he spoke, he jumped on his horse, gave the reins a shake and headed towards the east gate. Ning Keichin shook his head, packed up his things and prepared to leave.
He came to collect debts for Jibaozai. After all, studying was a costly endeavor. A poor man like him could only work to earn money while studying. Zhukyu Yai rode out of the city and soon arrived at the edge of a forest.
Looking at a deserted temple faintly visible deep in the woods, he muttered to himself, "This must be Lanru Temple." He was originally traveling around, subduing demons and monsters. But after receiving the message from the Kunlun sect he rushed over. Now,
the news of the tree demon's acquisition of the treasure had spread not only to demons and monsters, but also to the cultivation world. This was particularly true of the Kunlun sect, where their guardian beast had gone missing. Upon hearing the news,
they immediately notified Zhukyu Yai to investigate. Something doesn't seem right. Zhukyu Yai looked at the banyan tree forest before him, then he rode his horse around the entire forest twice, but did not dare to enter.
Although the banyan forest was full of life, it was also eerily quiet. Not even the chirping of insects or birds could be heard, nor was a single living animal in sight. Seeing that it was getting late,
Zhukyu Yai turned his horse and headed for the woods on the other side of the official road. It is better to be cautious. He continued forward until the banyan tree forest was out of sight. He dismounted, set his mount in place, and, finding his direction,
he vanished beneath the ground. Banyan tree space. Jing, who was sorting out his recent harvest, suddenly let out a startled exclamation. His lips moved as he began to communicate with the tree man.
"Are you sure there is life entering Lanru Temple from underground?" "Yes, mother, and it should be a human with magical powers. If I'm not mistaken, the guy wandering around outside earlier is the most likely suspect." "I see," Jing responded.
He had received a report in the afternoon. He knew that a human on horseback had arrived outside the forest. He looked as if hesitant to enter. At this moment,
he received news that someone had entered Lanru Temple from outside through the earth escaping technique. He immediately thought of someone. "Don't worry," Jing called out. Mo Cho, who was waiting beside him, immediately replied, "Master."
"What are your instructions?" "Xiaoqin is enough here. Go to Lanru Temple. A stranger just arrived there. Go find Yan Chixia and have him investigate the other person's identity and purpose." Yes, Mocho took the order and left Lanru Temple.
Yan Chixia held a sword in one hand and pointed it at Zhukyu Yai. He said coldly, "Who are you?" The 3-month deadline was drawing closer. He was almost done with his mission, but he didn't want any accidents to happen.
And while the man before him wasn't a monster, he was a man who could cast spells. He had no choice but to be cautious. Let's talk it over. Zhukyu Yai hadn't expected to run into a fellow traveler here. He quickly explained his name and background.
He also didn't want to clash with the powerful bearded man in front of him because of a misunderstanding, attract the attention of the tree demon, and cause a big disaster. After hearing Zhukyu Yai's story, Yan Chixia didn't relax. Instead,
he became more suspicious and asked, "What are you doing here?" He himself was a casual cultivator. He had a fortuitous encounter while serving as the chief constable.
This is how he entered the Dao through martial arts and embarked on the path to becoming a sword immortal. He had been in the secular world for decades. After becoming a Taoist, he developed his own set of principles. He treated demons and monsters equally.
But he also knew the practices of some reputable and upright sects. They would capture any ghosts they saw and kill any monsters they saw. Zhukyu Yai observed the surroundings and said, "This area is filled with demonic energy. As cultivators,
we must subdue demons and uphold the righteous path." The righteous path? People are good and bad. Even demons are good and evil. If you can't tell good from evil, what's the difference between that and killing innocent people?
Yan Chixia sneered and put away his sword. He then admonished, "Young man, I advise you to leave immediately. This is not the place for you." He turned and walked out the door. Hey! Zhukyu Yai chased him to the temple gate. He didn't leave. He warned him.
"Something's wrong in the woods outside. Don't run around. It's dangerous. That's for people like you. Sneak in." Yan Chixia stopped and turned around to glance at Jukio Yai in surprise. He's kind-hearted and doesn't seem like someone with bad intentions.
He thought for a moment and said, I'm going to go hunt some wild game. Otherwise, what will we eat here? Yai's eyes showed doubt, but he did not follow him out. Instead, he stayed in the temple and looked around. After Yan Chixia left Yai's sight,
he arrived at the mass grave behind the temple. Mok also happened to be there. Chapter 231. Ning Keichin is a scoundrel. Yan Chixia didn't even need Moko to ask. He knew why the other party came to see him.
He immediately repeated the information he had just received about Yai. After Mo Chao heard this, she thanked him and flew back to report. Yan Chixia watched Mok's departing figure, feeling somewhat sentimental. Over the past 2 months,
he'd discovered that life here suited him better. There were ghosts to communicate with, and he wasn't lonely. There weren't any sinister people around. Right and wrong were clear. He left the banyan grove, went outside and shot 2 rabbits,
and returned to Langruo Temple at dusk. Yan Chixia, you're hiding here, as expected. Look at the sword. The moment he entered the temple gate, a middle-aged man in black and golden armor stabbed at him with a sword like lightning. It's you, Shiho!
Yan Chixia's martial arts skills were equally impressive. With a clang, he drew his longsword and parried it. He angrily shouted, wherever I hide you chase me. Are you going to stop? Shiho's swordsman's sword struck with lightning speed,
each strike aiming for Yan Chixia's vital points. He sneered, only the best in the world will be remembered. If I don't defeat you, how can I earn the title of the world's best swordsman? Yan Chixia laughed heartily.
He stopped parrying and dodging and began to counterattack. He didn't care about being the world's greatest swordsman. It was just his personality. He never gave up. The 2 men exchanged blows. It was a pure duel. The fight was incredibly intense. Whoa.
That's amazing. Jikki stood inside, opened the window, and watched the 2 men fighting outside. He muttered to himself. But I'm not bad either. I'm the world's #1 swordsman. I'm a cultivator. What's the point of fighting for that title? Outside,
the wind howled fiercely. Countless fallen leaves were blown into tornadoes, sweeping everywhere. It was so strong that it was almost impossible to open your eyes. Is anyone there at this time?
A scholar holding a lantern came to the gate of Lanruo Temple with a frightened look on his face. What is he doing here? Jukki was watching the excitement with great interest. After noticing the scholar, he called out loudly, Ning Keichin.
Come in, Quiff of Autumn! Ning Keichin was delighted when he heard the familiar voice and was about to enter the temple. But at this moment, Yan Chixia and Shiho's swordsman descended from the sky and engaged in a fight as if no one was around.
Ning Keichin was caught in the middle, unable to move forward or backward. Terrified, he fell to the ground. Fortunately, Yan Chixia and the other 2 soared back into the air, giving him time to get up. Jukki didn't care about anything else.
As soon as he spoke, he rushed out of the room, walked a few steps to Ning Keichin, grabbed him and flew into the temple. Why are you here? Ning Keichin finally calmed down and asked, I'm here for something.
Jukki put Ning Keichin down and pulled him aside. He whispered, Hey, do you know it's dangerous here? There are demons and monsters. You don't live in the city. What are you doing here? Is there a demon? Ning Keichin's eyes widened.
He looked around and said in fear, Is this true? I'm not lying to you. Jukki pointed at himself and said, Don't forget that I'm specifically here to deal with them. What should I do then? Ning Keichin said embarrassedly, I have no money.
I can't afford to stay in an inn in the city. Jukki shrugged helplessly. He sighed, forget it. If you go back now, you might get eaten on the way. Just stay here for the night. Leave at dawn tomorrow. And remember, no matter what you hear at night,
don't go out. Ning Keichin nodded quickly. He then looked at the 2 people fighting outside and asked, Where are they? Still care about them? Jukki glared and said, Just take care of yourself. Each of them is 100 times more powerful than you.
That's right. Ning Keichin thought for a moment and said, That's right. Do you have any methods for dealing with demons and monsters? Teach me. If they really appear, I'll have a way to deal with them. Okay. Jukki didn't think too much about it.
He immediately pinched his fingers and chanted, calming mantra. Divine weapons are urgently needed. A surge of magical power surged from his palm, activating the cinnabar he carried. He grabbed Ning Keichin's hand, spitting out a mouthful of saliva.
Then he drew a strange pattern. Hurry and obey the command. It is done. Ning Keichin looked at the pattern in his hand and asked, How do I use this? Ning Keichin wasn't a cultivator anyway. Jukki didn't hesitate too much and immediately taught.
If you see a ghost, do this. He made a hand gesture. Ping ping set. Ning Keichin followed the gesture with a puzzled look on his face. He didn't notice that his palm was pointing at Jukki. Then he shouted, Stop. Jukki was frozen,
motionless like a sculpture. Is it enough to just call out ding? Ning Keichin hadn't finished asking when he noticed Jukki didn't even blink. He was a little dumbfounded. He waved his hand in front of the other person and said, Hey.
He was stunned for a few seconds before reacting. He grabbed Juki Yai's shoulders and shook him. He said in panic, "Oh no, how do you break your curse? Hey, hey!" Yan Qixia had already finished his duel with Xiao Jiang. He then walked into the temple.
Seeing Juki Yai's appearance and hearing Ning Keichen's words, he instantly understood the reason. Although he didn't know how to cast the immobilization spell, he knew much more about Taoism than Ning Keichen, of course.
He understood some of the basic methods of spells, but on second thought, he actually felt that this was a good idea. This Juki Yai was clearly restless. It would be better to just let him stay like this for the night to avoid any trouble.
Yan Qixia then said to Ning Keichen, "Carry him back to his room. This curse can't last forever. It will be fine tomorrow." Ning Keichen was already extremely anxious. Hearing this, he felt as if he had found his backbone.
But then he remembered Juki Yai's words and asked another question. He said, "There are demons and monsters here. If he just doesn't move, will something bad happen?" "No, don't worry."
Yan Qixia had seen many ordinary people like Ning Keichen come to Lanru Temple recently. He didn't care. However, he added one more thing. "I've lived here for a long time. As long as you don't leave this temple, I guarantee everything will be safe." Really?
He glanced outside the door and was suddenly startled. "That person you just challenged me to a duel, isn't that in danger?" Speaking of Shaiho swordsman, Yan Qixia snorted coldly. He turned and walked away, saying,
"Mind your own business. Actually, even if you leave here, your life won't be in danger." Shaiho Jing was overly ambitious and had ulterior motives. He had been harassing him for 7 years, driven by the false reputation of being the best in the world.
Wherever he went he would follow. He was already fed up with it. Anyway, Han Lingshuang only absorbs people's yang energy. He won't kill them. It's better to let Xiahou suffer a big loss so that he can learn his lesson. "Oh, I see."
Ning Keichen watched Yan Qixia enter the room. He felt completely relieved. He patted Juki Yai, who was unable to move, and said, "So, this place isn't as dangerous as you said. It made me so nervous."
He said this as he struggled to carry the man and walked towards the house. The heavy rain that day had soaked the account book he was collecting debts from. He planned to stay up all night to create a new one. Chapter 232.
You can only blame yourself for your bad luck. Banyan Tree Space. Xu Jing listened to Mo Chao's report and, through communication with the tree people outside, discovered the arrival of Xiaoho's swordsman and the scholar who had come later. This time,
he knew without asking the scholar was definitely Ning Keichen. After traveling for so long, the story finally begins. But it doesn't matter. Everything has changed. He is no longer the tree demon he once was.
And Ne Xiaoqian is no longer the female ghost forced to seduce men. Keep your eyes on the autumn leaf. Xu Jing communicated with all the tree people and issued an order. The safest option was to act directly, killing or capturing Juqiuai. However,
that would make it difficult to explain to Yan Qixia. So, this was the only option for now. "You two take some ghost soldiers and go get Ling Shuang back." He thought about it, and then gave another instruction to Ni Xiaoqin and Macao. In the current world,
the concept of luck is not illusory. As the protagonist, Ning Keichen still needs to be more cautious. Xu Jing didn't want anything to go wrong. As long as tonight passed, and Ning Keichen collected his debt tomorrow, he would leave.
After he finished the arrangements, he went to the underground base again. Now, only Flame Sparrow remained in the entire base. A large number of roots had emerged, enveloping Flame Sparrow's room into a giant ball, without Flame Sparrow's permission.
Not even a bug could get in. When Xu Jing entered the room, Yan Kui sensed something and opened his eyes. Her appearance had changed again. Her feathers were no longer the pure color of flame, and her body was covered in bald patches. Add to that the tumors.
And she looked utterly ugly. "Give me another 3 to 5 days, and I'll be able to refine all the remaining demon cores." Yin Kui glanced at Xu Jing, then closed his eyes again and spoke coldly. Xu Jing was slightly startled. He felt very surprised.
How could it be so fast? Isn't this what you expected? Yan Kui's tone was filled with sarcasm and hatred. Her cultivation level was high, so her refining speed was naturally faster, and she had become uglier anyway, in order to get revenge as soon as possible.
She simply gave up on herself and was desperate. Xu Jing didn't care about her attitude at all. His heart was filled with joy. He laughed and said, "Okay, then you refine it well. I'll come back to you in a couple of days." He turned and left the room.
But in his mind he began to think about the benefits he could gain after completing his purification and before embarking on Mission 3. Maybe I should go to Kunlun sect. He was still very interested in the magic and techniques of this world.
Even if he couldn't use them, it would still increase his knowledge. Who knows, they might come in handy someday. As for the cultivation methods of demons and monsters, he didn't hold out much hope. He had caught so many demons,
all of whom relied on their natural instincts and took shortcuts. Along with the disappearance of the immortals, gods, and great demons, countless inheritances also disappeared. Almost everything had to start from scratch. Not far to the east of Lanruo Temple,
Next to was a huge lake. The lake is lined with pavilions and waterside terraces. Pass a pair of stone lions and follow the covered bridge to enter. In the center of the lake, there's a pavilion shrouded in white gauze.
Known as the Water Residence. Since Yan Chixia moved into Lanruo Temple, Han Lingshuang had no choice but to move his nest of evildoers here. Ever since she learned of Xu Jing's plan, she had been filled with resentment. But she didn't have the courage to flee.
Most importantly, she knew she had no chance of escaping the terrifyingly powerful master. But opportunities sometimes come unexpectedly. Half a month ago, she seduced an ordinary human.
The other person turned out to be someone sent by the current imperial preceptor to gather intelligence. Han Lingshuang saw hope. They hit it off immediately. They contacted each other several times and exchanged a lot of information.
If the other party hadn't lied to her, then in the next 2 days, the imperial master would bring his men to deal with the master. And that would be her best chance to escape. The moment Xiaohao's swordsman arrived, she noticed him.
His body was overflowing with yang energy, and in her perception, it was as conspicuous as a torch. As long as I absorb this person, I can advance to Ghost General. My strength will increase, which will also be beneficial for my escape.
Han Lingshuang made her decision. She wasn't about to let Xiao go, but the man didn't even approach the water. Helplessly, she quietly followed him. Fortunately, the other party didn't go too far.
He stopped at the foot of a waterfall on a cliff on the west side of the banyan forest. Han Lingshuang breathed a sigh of relief. Her columbarium was still under the master's control. She wasn't strong enough to leave too far. This place was just right.
It wasn't under the tree people's surveillance, and it wouldn't easily attract the master's attention. While Xiahou was gathering dead branches to make a fire, she entered the stream under the waterfall and hid herself. As the fire lit, Xia's swordsman,
who had taken off his armor and bandaged his wounds, seemed to sense something. He spotted Han Lingshuang, who was hiding in the shadows of the water at the edge of the cliff, his face filled with panic gurgle.
And well-traveled Xiaohou's swordsman swallowed his saliva instantly. A flame ignited in his heart. The plump figure faintly visible beneath the soaked white veil, the pitiful and shy expression,
and the hazy beauty of the face shrouded in the mist rising from the stream water made Xiahou unable to look away. He walked into the water unconsciously and swam towards Han Lingshuang's position. No! Don't come over here!
Han Lingshuang's panic cry didn't stop Xiahou. Instead, it made him throw away his worries and swim forward recklessly. Soon he grabbed the delicate woman and brought her back to the shore. Then, growling like a wild animal, he pressed forward.
Han Lingshuang sneered in with a half-resistance. Once, twice, 3 times. The situation suddenly reversed. Xiaohao's face was pale. He lay limp on the ground. He finally realized something was wrong.
But even with his sword by his side, he didn't even have the strength to draw it. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your bad luck. Han Lingshuang didn't stop at all, absorbing the other person's yang qu without restraint.
She no longer cared about the bottom line of harming others. This wasn't a banyan tree forest, and she didn't have much time left. Not long after, as Xiaohao's last bit of energy was sucked away, he became a dried-up corpse, completely silent.
There is also a scholar. Han Lingshuang stood up. As long as she digested the large amount of yang energy in her body, she would be able to advance to the rank of Ghost General. After cleaning up the scene, she flew back to the banyan tree forest.
She also needed to find someone to help her dig out the urn. If it was during the day, she would need someone to help her leave. And this person, currently in Lanru Temple, is the most suitable person, the scholar who just arrived tonight. Unfortunately,
time is running out. I can only rely on this scholar. Han Lingshuang had considered asking the highly skilled Xiahou for help, but she wasn't sure she could control someone like Xiahou. After careful consideration,
she decided to drain him dry to advance further. Chapter 233, Xu Jing's Inner Demon. Late at night, on the official road to Gobei County, a strange group suddenly appeared. Leading the group was a cavalry unit.
The leader was a middle-aged man with 5 long swords on his back. He wore a red robe, leather armor, and a black cloak. His face was solemn. Behind him, a row of 10 carriages slowly followed. Inside each carriage sat 3 eminent monks.
The carriages were brightly lit, and the sound of chanting could be heard faintly. But the strangest thing was at the very end of the procession, accompanied by the sound of gongs and drums.
A group of women dressed in strange attire and chanting Buddhist scriptures followed the carriage, carrying a sedan chair covered in golden gauze curtains, their faces expressionless as they walked. Stop, as Gobei County came into view.
The leading man at the front of the team suddenly raised his hand and pulled the reins. The entire team came to a sudden halt. The chanting also abruptly ceased. The red-robed man turned his horse and galloped from the roadside to the rear of the group.
He stopped beside the golden sedan chair. He dismounted and knelt on one knee, saying, "Left Captain, I pay my respects to the protector of the nation. Your Excellency, In another half hour, we will reach Gobei County.
Do you need to enter the city to rest inside the Sedan was Pudusaihang. Hearing this he said calmly, no need. Let's go directly to Lanruo Temple. Yes. Captain Zuo accepted the order without hesitation. He stood up and said, I will take my leave.
He said as he mounted his horse again, returned to the line, and led the team forward again. Lev in water. Han Ling stared at the scholar in front of him speechlessly. He felt a headache. She used the sound of her zither to lure the scholar out.
She then used a diversionary tactic to distract Nai Xiaoqian, Mo Chao, and the ghost soldiers. However, despite her meticulous attempts at seduction, the scholar repeatedly resisted temptation, clinging to his own limits.
She seduced him in order to make him infatuated and willing to help her escape. Of course, she couldn't use force. To this end, she even set her clothes and the surrounding curtains on fire, creating a dangerous situation. As a result,
the scholar not only risked his own life to save her, but also turned his head and took off his clothes to give her clothes when faced with her almost naked body. May I have your name?
Han Lingshuang's heart suddenly felt a throbbing sensation she had never felt before. She stared blankly at the other person. Finally, she began to speak seriously. My name is Ning Kaichen. Ning Kaichen didn't dare to look up. He remained polite.
Han Lingshuang thought for a moment and asked, Ning Kaichen, let me ask you, why are you not interested in me? Ning Kaichen looked at his nose. His nose looked at his heart. He took a deep breath and said, the girl is as beautiful as a fairy.
It's not that I'm not interested. It's just that a gentleman has his ways and his ways. Otherwise, what's the difference between a human and an animal? Han Lingshuang shuddered. He sighed. But people in this world are so treacherous.
Sometimes there's really no difference between humans and animals. It's even more terrifying. Ning Kaichen, you're a good person. Thank you for the compliment, young lady. Ning Kaichen finally raised his head and looked around. He said, I wonder where you live.
Young lady, it's already late at night. You're out alone. Aren't you afraid your family will worry? My home is in the woods in front. Han Lingshuang sighed and said, it's late. I have to go back. Thank you for the clothes.
Nai Xiaoqian and the other ghosts she had led away were about to arrive. After she finished speaking, she walked out of the pavilion. Girl, what's your name? Ning Kaichen stood up and shouted. Oh, right, you're zither. Ning Kaichen ran after her.
Holding it, after handing it back he asked as if possessed by a strange force, will you come again tomorrow night? Han Lingshuang chuckled, but then fell silent. She stared into Ning Kaichen's eyes and said softly, leave here at dawn, don't come back.
This is not the place for you. A person like Ning Kaichen was originally the most worthy of being used. But for some reason, she would rather give up her escape than harm such a different person. She wasn't sure she could escape. The master was too powerful.
Even if she did escape, there was no guarantee she would be caught. By then, she wouldn't even have a chance to be reborn, just reincarnate. Han Lingshuang felt as if all the burdens had been lifted off her shoulders. She looked deeply at Ning Kaichen.
In fact, brought a touch of warmth to her increasingly cold heart. This touch of warmth was like a seed. It took root, sprouted, and grew in the blink of an eye. It gradually dispelled the darkness in her heart.
It's a pity that I didn't meet you earlier. Han Lingshuang said something inexplicably, then walked away quickly. Soon, she disappeared from Ning Kaichen's sight. Banyan tree space, Jing sat on a chair, frowning as he looked at Han Lingshuang,
who had just been brought back by Ni Xiaoqian and Mo Chao. Suddenly, he said in a cold voice, you're hurting people again. Yes, Han Lingshuang was surprisingly not afraid this time. He knelt on the ground and calmly began to talk about his experience tonight.
She had let go of everything. She saw the good side of human nature in Ning Kaichen and no longer feared reincarnation. More importantly, she had never doubted Xu Jing's strength and didn't hold much hope for the imperial master himself.
Su Jing listened silently. His repeated indulgence of Han Lingshuang wasn't without reason. In the first year after had traveled through time, had thought the only way to complete his mission was to act like the tree demon. However,
after he subdued a group of loyal ghosts, he still couldn't convince himself to let the female ghost help him complete the task. After all, ghosts are also transformed from humans.
Letting a female ghost with a decent nature seduce a man is no different from forcing a woman of good character into prostitution. In that case, he would be no different from a tree demon.
When Han Lingshuang joined the group and began harming people everywhere, he saw hope. So, although he disciplined him many times for harming others, he didn't do so with the harshest, unyielding attitude.
Because he was also hesitant and struggling at that time. And his attitude finally allowed Han Lingshuang to go to an extreme from which there was no turning back. At that time,
Su Jing finally found an excuse to convince himself and began to ask the other party to help him complete the task. But in the end, he still felt a little guilty. If he hadn't left, he would have known how to complete the mission.
He might have been able to continue convincing himself with a clear conscience until he returned. But after discovering other solutions and realizing he had made the wrong decision, Su Jing's guilt grew even more intense and gradually became a demon within him.
This was also the reason why he didn't have the heart to kill Han Lingshuang even though he repeatedly disobeyed his orders. If he killed him directly, his inner demons would be further magnified, although the outcome was unknown.
His mind instinctively sensed that the consequences were extremely serious. At this moment, listening to Han Lingshuang's story, Xu Jing's expression changed constantly, from anger to calmness, then to surprise and contemplation. Finally, a look of joy appeared.
Have you really figured it out? He was a little skeptical. He was filled with disbelief. Ning Kaichen, who had been prepared to be on high alert, had actually indirectly helped him out. Chapter 234, the Buddhist chanting sounded.
Han Lingshuang heard the question and raised her head fearlessly, meeting Xu Jing's questioning gaze. Yes, her tone was sincere. Relief was in her eyes. She was calm and natural. There wasn't a trace of falsehood. Xu Jing stared into her eyes.
Thoughts raced through his mind. Finally he decided to trust her once more. At this time, Han Lingshuang continued, Master, Lingshuang has another fault to confess to you. Oh, Xu Jing actually believed she was repentant this time.
He had never seen her so proactive before. So he said, Go ahead. I already know that the master is planning to send this servant to reincarnate. Han Lingshuang raised her head cautiously and glanced at Xu Jing. Xu Jing glanced at Ni Shouqian,
whose expression had become somewhat unnatural. He seemed lost in thought and said, Go on. Han Lingshuang hesitated for a few seconds, then she bit her tongue and continued, I'm unwilling to accept this, so
I'm going to tell everyone everything I know about you. Xu Jing frowned, but after thinking it over, it wasn't a big deal. This included what Ni Shouqian and the other maids knew.
That was about the 5,000-year-old tree demons and the large number of tree people he had trained. There was also the underground demon research base and Yan Xixia's affairs. However,
he was completely unaware of such important matters as his use of the flame bird to release the nirvana fire and his decline in cultivation. I'm asking you for information. Where does it come from? Only ordinary people could enter the banyan forest.
And a sect that was used to training ordinary people to be spies was unlikely to be a sect. Xu Jing already had some vague suspicions in his mind. Since Han Lingshuang had confessed, she no longer concealed anything.
She told him everything she had done and everything she had learned about the other party. Then she fell to the ground and said, I know I have made a serious mistake. Please punish me. Master Jing's expression was stern.
Although he had guessed it was Pudu Saihang, he felt the situation was now difficult. It would take several days for Yankuei to fully recover his cultivation, and according to Han Lingshuang, Pudu Saihang would arrive in the next day or two.
Although you have committed a grave error, I will spare your life because you repented promptly. However, you will not be able to escape the punishment you suffer while you are alive. Xu Jing's mind moved. A large number of roots sprouted from the space.
Suspending Han Lingshuang by her limbs, two more roots, imbued with demonic energy and resembling whips, appeared, lashing him in turn. Han Lingshuang screamed in agony.
The ghost energy and undigested yang energy in his body were gradually drawn away and dissipated. Master Ni Shouqian and Mo Chao were kind-hearted and could not help but kneel down to beg for mercy. Xu Jing waved his hand.
An irresistible force lifted the two women up. Han Lingshuang's sudden awakening was a good thing for him. It also gave him hope of completely eliminating his inner demons soon. Han Lingshuang, his cultivation completely destroyed, fell to the ground.
His entire body was ethereal and looked like it was about to dissipate at any moment. Thank you for not killing me. Born into a merchant family, she was bright and intelligent from a young age. She was adept at analyzing people's minds.
Having spent over a year with Xu Jing, she gained a deep understanding of his character. This time, after she came to her senses, she was also taking a gamble. Clearly her gamble paid off, although her cultivation was completely destroyed.
The worries and gloom in her heart had all dissipated. This time Xu Jing truly believed Han Lingshuang's remorse. He was also satisfied. He announced his new decision. You should cultivate well from now on. Don't try to take shortcuts.
Let's forget about reincarnation. Han Lingshuang couldn't believe it. Then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Xu Jing was helpless. For other wandering ghosts, reincarnation was the greatest blessing. But under his command,
these ghosts who had settled under his protection were all influenced by him and gradually became unwilling to reincarnate. Xiaoqian, Makao, take Lingshuang down to rest and heal.
The two women happily supported Han Lingshuang and left the banyan tree space. Xu Jing didn't delay any longer and quickly went to the underground base and entered the room where the flame bird was imprisoned. Yang sensed Xu Jing's arrival and opened his eyes.
He asked in confusion, Why are you back again? She actually only needed another day or two to recover. But with a few more days, she could increase her cultivation through the absorbed demon cores and release a more powerful nirvana fire.
Although she couldn't figure out the tree demon's purpose, She thought that this might catch the demon off guard, thus creating favorable conditions for escape or counterattack. As for the devil's words about letting her go, Yanqua didn't believe it at all.
Su Jing was now pressed for time. Judging from the information Han Lingshuang had shared, Pudu Saihang had finally arrived. And after waiting for so long, they were definitely well prepared. The pursuit of perfection was out of reach, fortunately.
Yan Kei's current strength was enough to destroy over 90% of his remaining cultivation. The remaining 100 to 200 years of mixed cultivation would have a negligible impact on the tens of thousands of years of cultivation that would have been strengthened.
Su Jing controlled the roots that bound the flame bird and loosened some of them. Then he said, "Now, release the fire of nirvana upon me, now." Yan Kui was panicking, thinking the tree demon had seen through his thoughts. Yes.
Before Xu Jing could finish his words, his expression suddenly changed. Pudu Saihang had actually arrived. The tree man outside the banyan tree forest relayed the information he had just seen. It wasn't just Pudu Saihang.
There were also 30 other monks whose powers were even greater than that of the old monk at Lanru Temple. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from outside. The entire base hummed and began to shake slightly.
Layers of dust and sand fell from the mud and stone room. Along with the vibrations, there was also the sound of a massive joint chanting, which faintly seeped into the base. Haha! Yinghui suddenly understood something and laughed uncontrollably.
So it's the Buddhist monks who are ganging up on you. You're screwed this time. At this moment, not only her, but also Xu Jing. As the pervasive Buddhist chanting grew louder and louder, all the demonic energy in their bodies was suppressed. Master, help me.
At this moment, Nai Xiaoqian and Mocho were supporting Han Lingshuang, who was on the verge of collapse. Behind them, Xiaoshuang and a large group of ghost soldiers followed. Their faces were filled with panic as they stumbled into the underground base,
with even wisps of black air emanating from their bodies. Their faces showed signs of pain. And in the air, like ripples on flowing water, layers of faint golden light appeared. Come in quickly, Xu Jing pointed to the room opposite.
All the ghosts rushed in immediately. Then a thought struck him. A vast mass of roots extended from the ceiling of the room, instantly enveloping it completely. Layers of demonic energy woven and spread out, resisting the invasion of the Buddhist sound.
After doing all this, Xu Jing looked at Yanqua with a sullen expression. He said in an icy voice, "Hurry up, otherwise, I'll kill you first." Yanqua's expression changed. She couldn't guess what the tree demon had in store. But even if she disagreed now,
it was no use. She had already made preparations. Go to hell, you devil! There was a glint of madness in her eyes, her cultivation, her faith. She even burned her lifespan and bloodline strength, overdrawing her potential. She didn't believe she could win.
Even if the tree demon had a trump card, after his cultivation was completely destroyed by the fire, let's see how he could use it. Chirp! A phoenix appeared, clearer and larger than the last time. It spread its wings and swooped down towards Xu Jing.
Chapter the Vairocana Mantra. Outside the banyan forest, 30 old monks formed a formation, chanting the Vairocana Mantra. Their magical power coalesced into a stream, advancing towards the woods.
A golden sun rose above the previously dark banyan tree forest. Its blinding light blanketed the sky and spread in all directions. Screams and wails filled the air wherever it passed. Once all the hidden tree people were enveloped by the light.
They instantly let out painful roars and then burst into flames. You deserve to die deep in the woods. 5 giant tongues thicker than human bodies shot out like lightning and lashed out fiercely at the monks outside the forest.
The leading monk suddenly opened his eyes. Although he didn't move, the sun hanging high above the banyan tree suddenly fell and slammed into the forest. Boom! There was a sudden earthquake. With the setting sun as its center, the air became distorted.
Blurred ripples accompanied by billowing flames surged outwards. Screams rang out one after another. The 5 giant tongues that had been there before were all reduced to charcoal, breaking off and exploding.
The remaining parts retracted at an even faster speed. Big day, the leading old monk shouted. Instantly, another golden sun rose, then plummeted towards the area where the tree people were most numerous. The universe is boundless. At that moment,
Yan Chixia arrived. He quickly bit his finger and drew a yin-yang fish on his palm. He clasped his hands together, copied the image, and then blasted the falling fireballs repeatedly. But he alone couldn't stop the sun from falling, or even delay it. Boom!
Another loud bang. Ordinary tree people couldn't withstand it at all. Even those caught in the light burst into flames. Yan Chixia was instantly swept away by the powerful shockwave, vomiting blood and flying backwards.
This is the combined power of 30 eminent monks in today's world. Even any powerful demon would retreat, let alone Yan Chixia. Circle after circle of fan-shaped golden light transformed into shock waves from the monks' formation.
They continuously spread out into the forest. From the sky to the ground, everything was penetrated. This golden light was not only harmless to ordinary people, but also felt like soaking in a hot spring, making them feel comfortable.
But for demons and monsters it was like sunshine. Fortunately, the tree people weren't afraid of the sun. The remaining survivors rose from the ground, stretched out their arms and legs, and rushed towards the monks. Extreme demon world, at the same.
Countless streams of water erupted from the ground, drawn by the 5,000-year-old tree demons. They extinguished the flames and then transformed into rain kurgans and water dragons, bombarding the monks. Kill!
The tree people rushed out in unison, eager to hammer the 30 bold men into a pulp.
Buddha's light protection array!
The leading monk's expression changed slightly. He shouted loudly, and the surrounding monks changed their formation.
Buzz!
A shadowy image of the Tathagata Buddha emerged from their midst. It grew larger and larger, enveloping all the monks in a flash. Ding dang dang! The Buddha's shadowy figure flickered repeatedly, blocking the water jets. Then,
a large group of tree people surrounded the monks, hammering frantically, but all attacks were blocked by waves of shimmering light walls. Imperial Master, why haven't you taken action yet? The leading monk's forehead was covered in sweat.
The 2 consecutive great sunfalls had been incredibly powerful, yet they had consumed nearly half of the monk's mana. At this moment, facing the overwhelming attack of the remaining tree people and the 5,000-year-old tree demons,
they could only passively defend themselves and could not spare any extra strength to fight back.
National Master!
The old monk held on for a moment. Still no support arrived. He could help but look back.
He discovered that the Imperial Master had already left them a mile away and showed no sign of coming to their aid. Pewed! What to do? The other monks also noticed the problem. Their faces turned pale. They didn't understand what was going on.
Is the Imperial Court going to take action against us? The monks were in great disarray. Even the Buddha's light formation was affected, shaking and becoming unstable. Stay calm, Pudi thought more deeply.
Although the protector of the nation was also a monk, he had never been on the same side as their Dagwo temple. The 2 sides had never had any intersection. He had heard from a minister he was friendly with that this action was proposed by the Imperial Master.
The Emperor's edict was also issued based on the Imperial Master's opinion. Considering the current situation, it was obvious that the Imperial Master felt threatened by the Dakakuji temple and wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Hold the line.
Let me figure it out. Pew's expression shifted. Their protective Buddha formation, though powerful, was immovable. And now, they were surrounded by densely packed treemen. If they dispersed their formation, the consequences would be disastrous.
Until they could find a solution, they could only hold on. On the official road a mile away, the left captain knelt on one knee and addressed Pudusai Hang within the golden tent. Master Dharma Master, the situation is dire for all the masters.
Why hasn't Master Dharma Master come to our aid yet? Pudusai Hang sat in his tent. His voice was calm. The tree demon's master hasn't appeared yet. This Dharma Master cannot afford to lose the greater good for the sake of the smaller.
But the masters are about to die. Captain Zhu glanced back. The golden light surrounded by the tree people was obviously not as bright as it was at the beginning. Pudusai Hang was also surprised. It wasn't just the strength of the monks at Dagu Temple,
but also the banyan tree forest. Even after 2 consecutive great sun spells had annihilated most of the tree people and severely damaged 5,000-year-old tree demons, the remaining strength was still not to be underestimated.
Itla's best to fight to the death. He looked forward to it. He glanced at the Captain Zuo, who knelt and waited. He said, "A little impatience can ruin a great plan. Captain, you can act as you see fit. When the time comes for me to act, I will naturally do."
Well done, well done. Captain Zuo's expression changed. Finally, he stood up with a helpless fist. He mounted his horse and called out to all the cavalrymen he had brought with him. "Follow me and charge in. Rescue the masters, yes!"
These cavalrymen were elite warriors seasoned in countless battles, even facing demons and monsters. They showed no fear. They shook the reins and followed Captain Zuo into the charge, act recklessly.
Pudu Sehang watched Zhu Qianhu and the others rush out fearlessly and sneered. Inside Lanru Temple, at this time only Ning Kaichen and Jukiai were left. Ning Kaichen was terrified after seeing what was happening outside.
He had never imagined that those large trees outside the temple were all monsters. It's really scary here. But he didn't dare to escape now. Jukiai, who was lying in the side room, suddenly moved his fingers, although he couldn't move.
He couldn't help but hear the huge commotion outside, although he still didn't know what exactly happened. After most of the night, the spell that had immobilized him was finally about to be lifted. Not long after, he shuddered all over.
He rolled over and climbed to his feet. Cursing, he stretched his arms and legs. He hurried out of the room and went to the next door. He found Ning Kaichen shivering in the corner. Chapter 236. Destroy his body. Are you okay, brother?
That's great!
Seeing Ning Kaichen felt like he had found a savior. He stepped forward and grabbed the other person's arm. He rushed to say, "There really are monsters here. The big trees outside are all monsters. Sooner or later, you'll kill me."
Juki Yai pushed Ning Kaichen away in anger. He walked to the window and pushed it open. Seeing the battle in the distance, he exclaimed in amazement. So that's how it is, he said. He finally understood why he felt something was wrong with the forest.
Thinking back on it now, he felt a little scared. What now? Ning Kaichen hid behind Jukio Yai. He mustered up the courage to look outside. Those walking tree people made him realize for the first time the other side of this world. You continue to hide here.
Juki Yai's eyes gradually brightened. He closed the window and walked straight out the door. Hello, where are you going? Ning Kaichen wanted to catch up. Don't follow me. Juki Yai turned around, glared and added, if a monster comes.
Use the immobilization spell. He shook his head and quickly left the room, heading to the temple downstairs. He had nearly been sidelined by that scholar, but now was a good opportunity to find Yan Zun.
He pulled out a long feather that seemed to be burning with flames. He held it in his palm and chanted, wind,
Fire, thunder and lightning lid. Clear the way, chirp!
Hu Yu instantly transformed into a red bird, flapping its wings and flying away.
Juki Yai's face lit up with joy. It turned out that their Kunshan sect's lost guardian beast, the flame bird, was still alive and well and was nearby. He tiptoed and followed the bird. The were
Tens of thousands of ghost soldiers surrounded a wilderness more than 10 miles east of Wangxi City. In the battle formation, before the Black Mountain Old Demon's procession, the remaining 9 ghost kings bearing the title of Yama were all present.
Both sides suffered losses. But Pudu Saihang and the tree demon had not yet made a move. This is strange. The nest is almost destroyed. Why hasn't the tree demon taken action yet?
The Black Mountain Old Demon's eyes flickered with ghostly light. He felt something was not right. King Qin Guang stood up and said, Sir, since the time has come, let's start now. It was already past the hour of high, and the day of the Mulan festival had arrived.
The gates of hell were wide open, and the passage between the yin and yang realms was completely opened. If it weren't for Pudu Saihang and his men, their plan would have already been launched. Wait a little longer.
The Black Mountain Old Demon thought for a moment and said, let's wait until Pudu Saihang takes action. He had been preparing for so long, he was absolutely confident. No matter who came today, no one could snatch the food from the tiger's mouth.
Not even Pudu Saihang could do that. Juki Yai followed the spirit bird that had transformed from the flame bird all the way to the mass grave behind Lanru Temple. Arriving here, he didn't even need the spirit bird to lead the way.
His full attention turned to the only large banyan tree burning fiercely not far away.
The fire of Nirvana!
After careful analysis, Juki Yai recognized the flame's origin. His mouth dropped open, and he suddenly realized.
No wonder the old tree demon never showed up. It turned out he was being held back by the Flame Lord. But then his expression changed rapidly. He released the Nirvana fire, which meant that Yanqui's cultivation had been completely lost.
The situation was not optimistic. At this moment, the spirit bird cried out and dived into the ground. It was actually underground. Juki Yai didn't hesitate. He pinched the magic formula and jumped down. Escape!
The whole person melted into the thick soil and quickly moved deeper into the depths. Not long after, he arrived at the underground base. He saw 2 rooms completely encased in thick, burning roots.
A spirit bird chirped and danced back and forth outside one of the doors. Juki Yai knew he had arrived. After a brief observation, he placed his sword fingers on each hand, pointed them at his temples, closed his eyes, and began chanting, Padme Hum.
Padme Hum. Chi! A portion of the roots wrapped around the outside of the room suddenly split open, revealing the spacious door to the room. Time was running out. Juki Yai drew his sword from behind, pushed the door open, and entered, ready for battle.
Little Taoist priest, you are finally here. The room wasn't as terrifying as one might have imagined. Aside from an ugly bird monster entangled in roots, there was only a smoldering green tree heartwood on the ground.
The one who spoke was the ugly giant firebird in the pond. Her voice sounded old and hoarse. It was very unpleasant to the ear. Juki Yai was stunned for a long time before he reacted. You are Yan Zun. It's me, the flame bird.
The guardian beast of Kunlun Mountain is known to every cultivator within the sect. She had sensed it even before Juki Yai arrived in Gobei County. Without further ado, she said, hurry, help me get rid of these disgusting roots first.
Even if she hadn't been able to stop them now, she wouldn't have had the strength to escape. Fortunately, everything went as she expected. Even though the people who came weren't the elders of the Kunlun sect, they were still enough to help her at this moment.
What's the current situation with this tree demon? Juki Yai confirmed the identity of the flame bird. Looking at the burning tree heart on the ground, he was somewhat hesitant to act rashly. His cultivation was completely lost.
Before the flame of Nirvana was extinguished, even if he had a backup plan, he couldn't use it. Yanqui laughed triumphantly. She had burned all her cultivation, a large amount of her lifespan, and even some of her bloodline power.
The power of the Nirvana fire had already exceeded her own imagination. And the reason she acted so decisively was because she sensed the arrival of Jukyu Yai, who had carried her feathers, no matter what the cost.
She would kill the tree demon and avenge herself. That's the case. Jukyu Yai took the sword and chopped hard at the roots wrapped around the flame bird. Chi chi chi. The sword in his hand was no ordinary item. It easily severed the roots, freeing Yan.
And just as Yanku had predicted, the tree demon's roots were no longer able to react. His spirit is still there. Go up to the surface, then use the talisman to destroy his body, making it impossible for him to turn over after the flame bird escape.
Transforming into a deformed firebird the size of a sparrow. It flapped its wings unsteadily and flew towards Jukyu Yai. She had a plan long ago. Even if Jukyu Yai hadn't taken action,
she would have been trying to activate the fire feathers on him, preparing to bring him here. Fortunately, everything went smoothly.
Jukyu Yai quickly caught the flame bird and immediately used the earth escape technique to leave the room and reach the surface. Quick! Looking at the banyan tree in front of him, whose flames of nirvana were gradually dimming, Yanqui urged him on.
Jukyu Yai executed a hand gesture without hesitation. Countless talismans flew out of the cloth bag he carried. Heavenly and earthly law spirits, exorcism orders. He pointed his sword forward. The talisman paper spun and flew rapidly towards the banyan tree.
Then automatically covered the entire trunk. Chapter 37. They all took action. Burst! Jukyu Yai was completely focused. This was his first time controlling so many talismans. Beads of sweat broke out all over his body. Boom!
All the talismans ignited at the same time and exploded one after another. Snap! The trunk of the banyan tree was engulfed in another flame, and its crown exploded and fell off in pieces. Haha! The flame bird laughed excitedly.
The fire of nirvana she had unleashed was still burning. No matter what the tree demon had up its sleeve, it couldn't prevent death from coming. Go to hell! She was filled with joy, no matter how cunning the tree demon was.
She still managed to completely overthrow him. Boom! Suddenly a loud noise was heard from the battlefield in front of Lanru Temple, as a huge sun rose and violently exploded. A dazzling golden light lit up between heaven and earth. Mother! The ground rumbled.
Two tree figures, no smaller than Xu Jing's own body, rushed over, their bodies ablaze. They were millennia-old tree demons nurtured by Xu Jing. But because they were born as tree people, they could move freely just now.
All the tree people besieging the monks sensed that their communication with Xu Jing had been severed, and chaos ensued. Pude acted decisively, abandoning his passive defense.
He combined the remaining magical powers of all the monks and unleashed his most deadly and powerful attack. Under the attack of the Super Sun Tathagata spell, the tree people suffered heavy casualties, almost being annihilated.
Even the 1,000-year-old tree demon, 3 of them were killed on the spot. The 2 who had rushed back were also exhausted. Kill him.
Avenge my mother!
The 2 tree demons completely disregarded their injuries and rushed towards Jukyu Yai frantically.
Launching a violent attack on the official road, Pudu Saihang finally emerged from the golden curtain. Gazing into the distance, he said with a grim expression, "How dare someone snatch my opportunity?"
What he hadn't expected was that the tree demon seemed completely dead without any resistance. Walk, he said this as he took a big step forward and headed towards Lanru Temple. At this time, outside the main gate of Lanru Temple, a sea of fire was blazing.
And everywhere were screaming and struggling tree people. In the center of the sea of fire, a group of monks sat on the ground, their faces pale. They formed a battle formation. Raise him!
Flickering golden shield to block the attacks of the sea of fire and the dying tree men, the blood-soaked Zhu Qunhu, supporting the seriously injured and unconscious Yan Chixia, also stayed within the light barrier, thus avoiding death.
As a member of the imperial court, he naturally recognized Yan Chixia, the former chief constable, and rescued him. He peered through the light shield and saw Pudu Saihang appear at the edge of the sea of fire. His face lit up with joy as he said, "Masters."
The Dharma Master has arrived. Pudi opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to penetrate the flames. He shook his head and said, "Master Chunhu, don't you understand? The Imperial Master's original intention was to kill with a borrowed knife."
How could he let us go this time? Why did he do this? Captain Zhu frowned. But thinking of the Imperial Master's behavior, he half believed it. The Pudu Saihang honor guard scattered flowers to clear the way. The sea of fire automatically retreated, in a flash.
They were outside the protective barrier. After a glance around, he said with satisfaction, "You are destined to face this calamity. Why not take refuge under my Dharma Master and cultivate the profound Mahayana path? The sea of suffering is boundless."
Turn back now. As he spoke, he clasped his hands together. His lips moved. Suddenly, a mighty chanting erupted, penetrating the light barrier and resounding in everyone's ears. Life-taking Sanskrit sound. Pudu's expression suddenly changed.
He instantly grasped Pu Saihang's sinister intentions, but all of them had very little mana left. Holding up this shield was already exhausting. How could they have any energy left to resist the soul demanding Sanskrit chant? In an instant,
Everyone's faces showed signs of struggle and began to stagger. Master, what is going on? Aside from the still unconscious Yan Chixia, Captain Zuo was relatively unaffected. He felt only a sense of irritation, but he also understood Pudu Saihang's ill intentions.
This is the evil monk's scheme. He definitely doesn't do this for the benefit of the people. Pude's mind is as clear as a mirror. He understands everything. Master Xuanhuan, you must leave here immediately. Return to the capital.
Report this evil monk's conspiracy to the emperor. Find out his true identity. However, Zhu Qianhu looked at the sea of fire outside and was somewhat hesitant. After all, he was only a martial arts master and did not know any magic. Put on your robes. Go!
Pudi shouted loudly. His robes flew out, spreading out like a blanket. In an instant they flew in front of Zhou Qianhu. At the same time, many monks summoned their remaining magical powers and chanted Buddhist scriptures,
temporarily suppressing the soul-demanding chanting. Captain Zuo no longer hesitated. He decisively leaped onto the cassock with Yan Chixia in tow. With a whoosh, they flew out of the light barrier and fled towards Lanruo Temple. Still want to leave?
Pudu Saihang sneered inwardly. His robes automatically detached from his body, flying high into the sky. Then they grew larger against the wind, 10 meters, 1,000 meters, in a split second. The entire area surrounding Lanruo Temple
enveloped by the cassock. The sea of fire was suppressed and extinguished by an invisible force. Then, the entire space was plunged into endless darkness. Today, no one can escape, as Pudu Saihang roared with laughter.
A dazzling Buddha light suddenly rose from the darkness. Then, a Buddhist chant rang out, Namo the Pure Land. The Tathagata of the Western Paradise is here. At this moment, no matter who it was, they were all stunned. In the darkness of the void,
Haliburs, its body ablaze with golden light, a mighty voice echoed, stirring the urge to bow down before him. This is a heinous crime. This is a heinous crime.
Pudi and the other monks exhausted their remaining magical powers and collapsed to the ground. But at this moment, veins on their foreheads were bulging. They shouted,
You evil monk! How dare you even impersonate the Tathagata Buddha?
At the mass grave,
who had just slain the remaining 2,000-year-old tree demons, stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the Buddha in the air. The flame bird on his body also gaped. Speechless, Pudu Saihang sat in the void.
He was the only light source in this dark space. He was also the sole ruler. Although he had his eyes closed, he could still sense everything around him clearly. Although he didn't know what exactly happened to the tree demon that led to his current state.
He was already sure of victory. No one could stop him. But at this moment, boom, the dark space shook violently, and the cassock covering the sky instantly shattered. The sky is falling and the earth is collapsing. Time and space conversion. The next moment,
within a few miles of Lanruo Temple, all life, including Xu Jing's charred and shattered body, fell into a vast, eerie and terrifying world filled with ghostly auras. This is the underworld, the cultivators, even those who had never been here before.
All recognized this place. Their faces instantly became extremely bright. The great formation to seal the spirits of 10,000 ghosts. The Black Mountain Old Demon's sinister laughter echoed. Black mist rose in all directions,
enveloping all the fallen humans within a massive barrier. Chapter 2338. Take your hands away, it's you, Black Mountain Daemon! Pudu Saihang's angry voice resounded within the barrier space. The Tathagata image, seated in the void, radiated golden.
Resisting the invasion of darkness, Pudu Saihang, I've long heard of your great name. The Black Mountain Old Demon laughed heartily. In this underworld, he wasn't afraid of the other party at all. What should we do? Ning Kaichen,
who had been hiding in Lanruo Temple, turned pale with fear. He had beside Jukyo Yai and asked. Sitting on the ground around them were a group of monks whose mana had been exhausted, as well as Zuo Xuanhu, who was supporting Yan Chixia.
There was also a large, burnt and broken banyan tree, uprooted and lying not far away. A group of panicked ghosts were guarding it. Jukyo Yai glanced at the tree demon's true form not far away. Then he looked up at Pudu Saihang, the floating ship in the sky.
He whispered, we're all on the same page now. Even if the Black Mountain Old Demon wants to take action, he'll definitely deal with this demon monk first. When they start fighting, we'll take the opportunity to escape. Where to escape? Ning Kaichen swallowed hard.
He wasn't stupid. He had just heard everyone's exclamations. He knew he was in the underworld. The desolate land around him, the eerie atmosphere shrouded in ghostly auras, and the biting cold wind all confirmed everything. It constantly refreshed his worldview.
The flame bird in Jukiai's arms poked its head out and said, today is the day the gates of hell are wide open. With enough mana, it's easy to open a passage and return to the world of the living.
The problem is that none of us has the ability to open the channel now. Jukyo Yai scratched his head. He looked at the monks, then at Yan Chixia, who had just regained consciousness but was severely injured. He shook his head helplessly.
He had also consumed a great deal of energy in dealing with the tree demon's true form. He was only slightly better off than the monks. Boom boom boom. Suddenly the sound of drums rang out between heaven and earth.
Countless ghost soldiers and generals formed into arrays, appearing from all directions and surrounding the crowd. Now we're all dead. There was a hint of despair in Yanqua's eyes. She had never expected it to turn out like this. Amitabha.
Pudu in the void opened his eyes. Wherever he looked, blazing flames erupted, burning the charging ghost soldiers and generals to ash. Simultaneously, he clasped his palms together, endless.
Dazzling golden light burst forth from the intersection of his palms, spreading in all directions. Rumble, violent explosions rang out one after another, and the ghost army suffered heavy casualties. Black Mountain Demon, you evil demon!
How dare you act so presumptuously in front of the Buddha?
Reveal your true form now!
Pudu wasn't trying to protect Jukyu Yai and the others. Rather, they were already his prey. They were all just meat on the chopping block.
It was even possible that one of them had taken the tree demon's treasure. If he was snatched away by the Black Mountain Old Demon at this moment, not only would his efforts have been in vain, but he would also be very embarrassed.
The Black Mountain Old Demon also didn't take anyone else seriously. Now the situation is very clear. The tree demon's cultivation was completely destroyed. It even turned into a dead tree.
The only one who wanted to compete with it for the treasure was Pudu Hang. Pudu Hang. Don't think I don't know your true identity. You're a monster. Yet you impersonate the Buddha, and you boast so brazenly. I think it's time for you to reveal your true form.
What a monster.
Jukyu Yai and the others were horrified. They were even more shocked than seeing Pudu Hang impersonating the Buddha. Stop your nonsense, you monster, how dare you question me? The eyes of the Pudu Hang Buddha widened in anger.
Raging flames burned towards the Black Mountain Demon. How shameless! How ridiculous! The Black Mountain Old Demon spoke with disdain. As he spoke, a large amount of yin energy within the barrier condensed, forming countless swords, spearhalberds,
and other weapons. These weapons bombarded Pudu Hang with overwhelming force. Since you are stubborn and refuse to convert, you will end up dead. Pudu Hang was so deeply involved in the story. When he became the Buddha, he even believed it himself.
Every word and action he took was filled with righteousness. Boom, boom, boom. The two demons had a disagreement and started fighting. At the same time, the ghost soldiers and generals on the ground charged towards Jukyu Yai and the others. Kill!
There was no way to retreat. Captain Zhu was the first to charge forward, sword drawn. Hey, Jukyu Yai hurriedly chased out. You can't kill the immortal ghost with your knife. Chi! As soon as he finished speaking,
Zhuo Qianrou chopped the ghost general Jing in front of him in two with a single strike. Qi and blood rushed out, and the ghost general's body melted and dissipated. That works too. Jukyu Yai was stunned for a moment. Then he understood.
As an official appointed by the imperial court, a veteran of battles, and filled with a bloody and murderous aura, Zhu Xuanhuan was a being that ordinary ghosts and gods could not approach. The sky and earth are boundless. The universe borrows the law.
Pushing aside a group of ghost soldiers with a single palm strike, he then charged towards Xu Jing's true form. He had promised the senior that he would protect him, so he naturally wouldn't break his word. More importantly,
he simply didn't believe the senior would die so easily. There was no escape from the current situation anyway. Whether there was a chance of a turnaround was his only hope. Of course Xu Jing is not dead, nor will you die.
Although his current condition seems serious, he can recover at any time and suppress everything as long as he is willing. But he didn't want to recover now. In the center of the tree trunk, a small ball of nirvana fire slowly burned.
This nirvana fire was different from the previous one. It seemed to have stimulated some mysterious power within the flame bird's bloodline. It wasn't the body that was burning, but the soul. Xu Jing felt it.
When this ball of nirvana fire rushed towards his soul, the system reacted. But the moment it made contact, it disappeared in the blink of an eye, allowing the flame to penetrate directly. This ball of nirvana fire surrounded his soul, like a satellite.
Slowly rotating and burning, it had grown from the size of an egg at first to the size of a marble now. Under the burning flames, Xu Jing's spirit remained unscathed. Instead, he felt an extremely comfortable sensation.
A feeling that made him feel ethereal and ecstatic. It was even more thrilling than when he had connected with Neytiri in the Avatar world. Of course, he was not immersed in this kind of excitement.
The real reason was that his soul had become more solid during this process, and his perception of the outside world had also become clearer. Xu Jing understood. This was a golden opportunity to refine his spirit, so he refused to give up.
Not a single ray of the fire of nirvana would be wasted. As for the external conflicts that might arise because of him, he wasn't worried for the time being. The ghost soldiers guarding the surroundings, especially Ni Xiaoqian and her two daughters,
weren't in life or death danger yet, and it wouldn't take long. As the flames of nirvana dwindled, he would soon be able to withdraw, regain his strength, and suppress everything. Boom! Yan Chixia held a sword in one hand and a thunderbolt palm in the other.
Despite being seriously injured, he still easily broke through the ghost soldier's formation and rushed to Xu Jing's main body. Hero Yan, Nai Shaoqin and the other ghosts naturally recognized him. Upon seeing him,
They all showed joy and calmed down considerably. Hold on for a moment, let me see you, senior. Yan Qixia placed all his hopes on Xu Jing. After arriving, he immediately ran to the tree trunk where Xu Jing was standing, seeing the tree completely chopped.
with only the trunk remaining, his heart skipped a beat. He quickly pressed his palm against the trunk, feeling around. Carefully sensing it, he muttered to himself, "Senior, you're not really dead, are you? Take your hands away."
Xu Jing's voice suddenly echoed in Yan Qixia's mind. He shuddered, his face slightly embarrassed. Then, with a smile on his face, he stood up. Chapter 239. Recovery. Xu Jing didn't feel anything when Yan Qixia touched him.
It was just that the other person's gesture made him feel nauseous. After all, even if the tree trunk was charred black, it was still his body. Yan Qixia was a cultivator who could even leave his body.
So he wasn't surprised by Xu Jing's ability to transmit sound. Xu Jing's next words also put his mind at ease. "Help me hold it for a while in just a cup of tea. It'll be done. It is true."
Yan Qixia remembered clearly that when Xu Jing was dealing with the Ghost King Nine-tailed fox, he had done something that defied common sense and increased his strength. Since he became a head constable and practiced Taoism,
He had gained a wide range of knowledge. Monks all had the ability to reincarnate as living Buddhas. How could a demon immortal be treated lightly? "Don't worry, senior. Leave it to me." His confidence surged. He struck out repeatedly,
scaring the ghost soldiers charging from the surrounding area. Then he executed a sword technique. Dragon roars to the 9 heavens. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. A large amount of golden light burst out from the sword box behind him.
It was filled with flying swords. They rotated in the sky above his head, forming a sword circle, the righteousness of heaven.
The sun and the moon shine together!
Yan Qixia spun around, his sword pointing in a flurry. The sword circle suddenly shone brightly.
Countless sword energies swept across the surroundings, instantly clearing a vast expanse of empty space. Time was running out. He was still seriously injured. He was fighting for his life. Even at the cost of his vital energy, the sword returns to Wu Ji.
He pointed his sword downward. The flying swords within the sword circle swished and fell, with Xu Jing's body as the center. Another sword circle of defense was formed. "Don't leave here." Yan Qixia gave instructions to the surrounding ghost,
who were still confused about the situation. He hurriedly sat on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, and silently chanted the Diamond Sutra mantra. He began to meditate and regulate his breathing. The other side.
After Zhuqiu Yai and Zuo Qianhu charged back and forth for a while, they bought the monks some time and released their defensive shield again. But the monks' mana was exhausted. This time, they were burning through their cultivation.
Even if they could survive this catastrophe, it would not end well. Zhuqiu Yai glanced at Yan Qixia and said to Zhu Qianhu, "I really don't understand why he would help monsters and demons." Captain Zhu said without hesitation.
Captain Yan is definitely not someone who can't distinguish between good and evil. He must have a reason for doing this. I believe him. In the void, although the Black Mountain Old Demon only manifested a skeletal form within the current barrier,
he could mobilize the magical powers of the 9 Yama Lords who presided over it. Every attack he made could mobilize countless yin energies, exuding a majestic and powerful aura. Pudu Saihang also did reveal his true form, however.
The golden light released by his Buddha form was more advantageous than his true form in the current environment, effectively suppressing the Black Mountain Demon. For a moment, the two of them fought fiercely, looking evenly matched.
The Black Mountain Demon was very patient. Even after discovering that the army below was also blocked, he remained unfazed. He was eager to continue this trend. With the support of the 9 Yama Kings, Pudu Saihang would eventually collapse.
The ultimate victor would be him. He was already considering whether to keep Pudu Saihang. After all, if he pushed the other party to a desperate point, he wouldn't be sure he could suppress him without paying a price. Time passes by little by little.
To maintain his sword circle defense, his magic power was nearly exhausted, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. "Time's up. Senior," he calculated in his mind. When the time came,
He couldn't help but turn around and look at Jing's real body. Buzz! As if in response, a pure green light like divine jade spread from Yu Jing's charred body. This was a kind of life energy, incomparably pure, without a trace of impurities.
it attracted the attention of everyone within the barrier. "Oh no! It's reviving!" The Black Mountain Demon, Pudu Saihang, and Yank all reacted instantly. The first thing they thought of was the legendary treasure's efficacy.
We must stop him. And the two great demons who had been fighting each other simultaneously with tacit understanding withdrew their hands. Then Pudu Saihang took the lead and raised a palm, slowly pressing down from the void.
Countless Buddha lights condensed into a massive golden palm, enveloping the sword circle. Like a meteorite falling from the sky, It descended with great force. Snap! The Buddha's palm remained in the sky, the ground beneath it, locked in place,
suddenly sank downward, creating a massive palm pit over 3 feet deep. The immense palm force shattered the sword circle's defenses, pouring down like a celestial river, over Yan Chixia and the other ghosts. Master! The ghosts were horrified and screamed.
To them, the palm power was not only vast and long-lasting, but also carried the all-encompassing light of Buddha. They would all be shattered before it even hit them. Suddenly, Su Jing's body erupted in green light,
creating a soft curtain of light that spread out, protecting Yan Chixia and the ghosts. Boom! The Buddha's palm descended, colliding with the light curtain. A blazing light erupted, transforming into a shockwave that surged and spread outward.
Within a radius of several hundred meters, a series of screams erupted. The surrounding ghost soldiers and generals dissipated and melted away, their souls completely shattered. Buzz! The light curtain released by Su Jing trembled slightly,
and burst out with even brighter light. Snap, snap! Amidst the incredulous exclamations of Yan Chixia and the others, the Buddha's palm pressing down on the light curtain seemed to be cut, shattered into pieces,
and transformed into tiny specks of golden light that drifted away. This, the Black Mountain Old Demon's voice was solemn. A dark, dull spear condensed in his palm. Ghostly faces covered the spear and a terrifying soul-stirring scream emanated.
He roared and threw the spear at Su Jing with all his strength. A sharp sonic boom exploded in the air. The spear reached the light curtain in an instant. It stabbed down fiercely, causing the light curtain to tremble slightly.
The point where the spear tip met the light curtain suddenly sank inwards, inch by inch. But in the next instant, the sunken light curtain, like a spring compressed to its limit, snapped back to its original shape with a bang. Call out!
The spear flew back at an even faster speed, piercing the head of the Black Mountain Demon's skeleton clone. Fortunately, the Black Mountain Demon reacted in time and turned his head, avoiding the fatal blow. Boom!
A violent explosion erupted from the sky's summit. A massive hole was blasted through the barrier created by the 9 Yama Lords. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The light curtain trembled and began to spread around. On the scorched trunk of Su Jing's body,
a young banyan tree sprouted its tip. It emitted a blazing, emerald green light with surging life energy. It rapidly rose higher. 10 meters, 20 meters. It took only a few breaths to reach a height of 100 meters, and it continued to grow.
The tree's trunk shimmered with emerald green, emitting an endless green light that pierced through all obstacles and shone in all directions. Chapter 240. Tear them all apart.
Su Jing's cultivation level increased by 9,999 years in a single stroke. A vast amount of original energy transformed into an almost boundless supply of pure demonic power, filling his newly formed body.
The trunk of the tree continued to grow, its entire body a shimmering emerald green. Its dense crown resembled an umbrella, spreading from the center. Its reach expanded as the trunk rose. Thousands of aerial roots densely clung from the crown to the ground,
fluttering in the wind.
Wow!
Su Jing shook the tree. Rays of green light shot out in all directions. A terrifying aura surged and spread like a river or sea. Rumble! The barrier cast by the 9 Yama Lords collapsed instantly. Pieces of the sky crumbled.
The earth trembled endlessly. The ghost army under the Black Mountain Demon fell into disarray, dispersing like headless flies. Zhu Yai and the others all looked at each other in shock. They were stunned. When they finally realized what was happening,
they desperately ran for their lives. Pudu Saihang and the Black Mountain Old Demon in the sky were forced to fly backwards by the ever-expanding treetops, and a huge wave of fear surged in their hearts. My lord, what should we do now?
The 9 Yama Lords appeared behind the Black Mountain Old Demon with faces filled with fear, their eyes fixed on the towering tree before them. The Black Mountain Old Demon glanced at Pudu Saihang. Turning around, he said, "Let's go. Get out of here quickly."
He was now if a catastrophe was imminent. The terrifying aura released by the tree demon made him feel like a drop in the ocean, as small as an ant. He even trembled all over. Pudu Saihang, not far away, reacted even faster.
He turned and fled without hesitation. The entire situation had completely spiraled out of control. Go! The Black Mountain Old Demon didn't dare to linger. He called out and flew straight towards the wrongful death city. But at this moment, Su Jing took action.
A pair of eyes emerged from the jade-like tree trunk, locking onto the fleeing Black Mountain Old Demon and Pudu Saihang. As the tree swayed, the countless hanging aerial roots were like emerald green chains, wrapping around each other,
covering the sky and the earth. Join forces! The Black Mountain Demon roared, turned around, and tore open the large black robe wrapped around him. Beneath the robe, there were a dense mass of female ghost heads. All of them had miserable faces,
expressions of pain and eyes of madness. Then, howling, they flew out and blocked the way of the Black Mountain Demon. These were his concubines. He tortured them until they were filled with resentment. Then he locked their souls into his skulls,
refined them into his own bodies, and transformed them into power. The other 9 Yama lords also stopped, each employing defensive measures, just to block the attack for a moment. At the same
Pudu Saihang clasped his hands together and opened his Buddha's eyes. Flames and Buddha's light shot out, creating a sea of purgatory. Walk, they were filled with fear and only wanted to escape. Still want to leave, Jing sneered.
A dazzling flash of light flashed across the sky, instantly destroying everything that stood in his way. Chi-chi-shi, countless air roots stretched out, emitting an indescribably terrifying aura. They pierced the void,
piercing through the bodies of the Black Mountain Old Demon, Pudu Saihang and the 9 Yama Kings. Then, countless air roots entwined themselves, and with a crackling sound, they tore them all into pieces. Hiss!
Zhukioyai and the others who were fleeing underground gaped with their mouths wide open. They stared blankly up at the sky, their hearts shivering with fear and shock. They didn't know much about Pudu Saihang's background.
But the Black Mountain Old Demon wasn't one to keep a low profile. Even the cultivators in the Yang realm had heard of his terrifying cruelty and power. But now, the Black Mountain Old Demon was killed without any resistance. He died under everyone's eyes.
This shocking scene was deeply imprinted in the minds of everyone present, leaving them with a lasting memory. Oh, a ferocious, 100-meter-long centipede appeared in the sky. Roaring furiously, it lunged back with its claws and fangs bared. Oh my god,
This is Pudu Saihang. What a big one. It turned out to be a 1,000-year-old centipede monster. It really is a monster, I understand.
This Pudu Saihang wants to devour the nation's destiny. He has transformed into a dragon.
He is the true culprit causing chaos in the imperial court. The people on the ground were talking among themselves. They simply couldn't escape now. The tree demon's ever-expanding canopy covered the sky and the ground, reaching an unknown depth.
Countless dangling aerial roots, like giant snakes, swam around them, blocking their escape. Can Pudu Saihang deal with this old tree demon? Captain Zuo suppressed his shock and surveyed Pudu Saihang's demonic form.
This 100-meter-long centipede looked incredibly imposing. The flame bird in Zhukiyai's arms poked its head out. He said, "We can't handle it. Look back at the tree demon." Everyone turned to look. Suddenly, a cry of surprise erupted. In just a few moments,
the tree demon had grown to unimaginable size. Its canopy soared into the depths of the void, blocking out all light. If it weren't for the endless green glow it emanated, they would have been unable to see a thing, compared with the current tree demon.
Pudu Saihang's 100-meter body is not worth mentioning at all. Sure enough, the facts soon proved everything. Thousands of air roots easily entangled Pudu Saihang. No matter how it struggled or released poisonous gas and venom, it was useless. Puff!
Pudu Saihang's demonic body was torn into pieces, crashing down from the sky. Zhukioyai and others were stunned. Under the giant tree, Yan Chixia, Nei Xiaoqian, and other ghosts all stood there speechless with their mouths open.
Their faces were filled with shock and fear. Jing took root in the underworld. His features were clearly visible on the tree trunk. He surveyed his surroundings with a calm gaze. Buzz! A burst of green light swept across the area.
And those tens of thousands of ghost soldiers and generals who had no time to escape all turned into wisps of green smoke and evaporated. He was only 1 year away from reaching the system's tribulation crossing condition.
After reaching this level of cultivation, he somehow developed an extremely close connection with this world. This induction stemmed from the 9 newly formed demon cores within his body. Through these cores,
he naturally gained control of a portion of the laws of heaven and earth. But regarding the rules of the universe that he controlled, he only knew what they were, but not why. It was like holding a weapon with incredible power and unlimited ammunition.
But not knowing how it was made. This is a gift from the current world. Accepting a weapon is equivalent to accepting becoming a part of the current world. It is also the darling of heaven and earth, even an incarnation. Jing understood this situation.
This wasn't normal. After all, within the system's divisions, the rules needed to be understood by oneself. The gift of heaven and earth could only be considered an external force, like a rootless duckweed, once one left their current world.
They would lose their power and have no protection at all. Chapter 241. Fraud. Jing wasn't quite sure what the monsters in the main world were like. But in the current world, it was too easy for a monster to rise. Cultivation is only one aspect.
The more important thing is the understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. The existence of the demon core allows the demons of this world to easily master certain rules without any need for comprehension. This is a shortcut.
But taking this shortcut comes at a price. The higher the level of cultivation, the more demon cores one has in their body. Thus, their connection with this world becomes closer, and in the end, it becomes more difficult to escape.
It seems that the purpose of overcoming tribulation is to escape from the control of the world. A sudden enlightenment arose in Jing's heart. Although the road is not completely blocked, it is by no means an easy task. This world is based on cause and effect.
Good deeds are rewarded. Evil deeds are punished. although things are now in chaos due to the disappearance of the immortals and gods. Cause and effect. Sin
and retribution are inherently part of the laws of heaven and earth. Anyone who attempts to escape from this place will inevitably be punished by the world. All past sins will be transformed into the power of thunder.
Those who survive can take their weapons and leave. Those who fail will be wiped out. Jing thought back to everything he had done since crossing over.
Aside from the initial incident where he used Han Lingshuang to seduce men and absorb the vital energy of dozens of them, he had since then completely followed the laws of cause and effect to complete his mission.
The men and women whose vitality he had drained away were all those who had plotted to murder him and had taken action. They deserved death. The demons and monsters he killed, including Pudu Sai Hang, were all greedy and actively wanted to harm him.
And with the exception of Yank, every one of them was entangled in sin. Their deaths were in vain. So, apart from the sins of killing committed by the tree demon grandma who directly absorbed people's vitality before the time travel,
the only sins he committed by using Han Lingshuang to harm others were those he could not escape. But now, everything is different. Jing could now clearly feel that the sins he had once carried had completely vanished without a trace.
This was something he had not expected, but after thinking about it carefully, he understood the reason. He had originally intended to use the flame bird's nirvana fire to help eliminate his impure cultivation. However,
because he was reluctant to give up the opportunity to refine his soul, Zhuqiyi accidentally destroyed his body. If it were a tree demon from before, it would definitely be in a desperate situation with no chance of recovery. But Jing had a system.
While he was recovering his cultivation, the system, in accordance with his wishes, gave up on repairing his destroyed body and chose to be reborn as a seedling. This is equivalent to the state of dissolution. His past is completely dead.
And his past sins are gone with it. Jing felt relieved now. He was about to pass his tribulation. Naturally, he didn't want to be tainted with even the slightest bit of sin. My previous plan, it seems I have to change my approach.
He was still thinking about going to Kunlun to rob it. No, he was just thinking about borrowing the technique to review. But now he thought he had to use a gentler approach.
His thoughts raced as he glanced at Zhuqiyi and the others a few hundred meters away. With a thought, he saw the other party being captured by air routes and carried all the way to him. These humans, with the exception of Ning Kaichen,
were all here to deal with him. He already understood the reason. He knew they weren't motivated by greed, and they weren't inherently evil. Furthermore, Jing was already plagued by sin, just like the red names in the game.
Killing him would not only have no impact on the person who killed him, but would also cause a huge explosion, allowing others to benefit. Righteous people attacked him, just like he killed those humans and demons who deserved their punishment.
He had no place to come. He was innocent now. Killing these people for no reason would be asking for trouble. While that would certainly be satisfying, it would also bring guilt upon oneself. Clearly, the gains wouldn't outweigh the losses.
Jing certainly wouldn't do that. But that didn't mean he'd let the other person off so easily. He lined everyone up. The giant eye on the tree trunk scanned back and forth. Finally resting on the flame bird, he smiled and said, I wanted to let you go.
But you wanted to kill me. This makes it very difficult for me. You devil, who would believe you? Kill me if you want. Don't even think about torturing me again. The flame bird was bound by a thin aerial route. She struggled frantically, cursing non-stop.
Images of her torture flashed through her mind. This time she would rather die than endure that humiliation again. As for the others, the 30 old monks, all had their eyes closed and were chanting scriptures, looking indifferent to life and death.
Although Xuanhuan, who had no magical power, he did not give up and tried to pry open the air roots on his body. Although Zhuqiyi did not resist, his eyes were rolling around, thinking of a way to escape. Only Ning Kaichen was there.
He was so frightened that his soul had left his body. Jing glanced around. He didn't take Yan Kui's angry curse to heart. He said calmly, Don't worry. As long as you cooperate, not only will you not die,
I will also send you back to the mortal realm. Don't try to deceive me again. No matter what scheme you have this time, I will never let you succeed. Yan Kui's reaction was intense. A look of determination flashed across his eyes.
He was determined not to be fooled again, but at this moment, Pute suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Jing carefully. With a gleam in his eyes, he asked, Senior, what do you want? Jing's eyes lit up. He looked at him with new eyes and asked,
Did you figure it out? Pudi nodded. He looked around, a sigh on his face. He smiled wryly and said, Senior, your demonic power is pure. You're without a trace of sin. And now, you are about to enter the immortal realm. I, the poor monk.
And I have been deceived by Pudu Sai Hang's demonic words. We are asking for trouble. What? As soon as the words fell, everyone else exclaimed in surprise. Yan Kui and Zhu Chuyi's expressions suddenly became stiff. their faces filled with shock.
Then they looked at each other. Both had sad faces. They had figured out the reason. Jing glanced at Juki and Yank. A hint of amusement crossed his face. Then, with a thought, the air roots wrapped around them blocked their hearing and speech. Then,
in a flash, they along with Xuanhuan and Kachin were sent hundreds of meters away. You guys step back for now. He then instructed Yan Chixia, Ne Shaoqian, and the other ghosts. The latter left on their own accord.
only 30 old monks remained at the scene. Jing then said, I want to make a deal with you masters. Please speak, senior. Pewd spoke on behalf of the other old monks. He felt guilty.
He thought he understood why Yan Chixia was determined to protect the tree demon even at his own death. If he was dealing with a sin-ridden monster, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. But now they found themselves dealing with a sinless demon.
This was a serious problem. Furthermore, they had sent all of the tree demon's minions to the Western Paradise. This grudge was even greater. What's more serious is that this is a great demon that is about to undergo a tribulation and no one can afford to offend.
Under the law of cause and effect, they could even imagine what the consequences would be. The best way now is to calm the tree demon's wrath and prevent the great kingdom temple from suffering a disaster. Fortunately,
the tree demon seemed to be thinking of resolving the situation amicably. This was excellent news for Pewd. Chapter 242. What you wish for comes true. Jing observed the expressions of Pewd and the other old monks. He chuckled inwardly,
but remained expressionless. He pretended to think about it and slowly stated the request he had already thought of. He wasn't interested in Buddhist artifacts or magical treasures. He couldn't take them with him. What he wanted was the cultivation method.
The 30 old monks here are the backbone of Dakakuji Temple. Each one of them has a profound understanding of Buddhism, powerful cultivation, and extensive knowledge. Furthermore, their cultivation focus is varied.
And they were also skilled in the art of combined attacks. Their combined cultivation knowledge covered almost all of the inheritances of the great Daikoku Temple. Faced with Jing's request, Pewd and the other monks seemed extremely embarrassed.
Each of them had a struggling expression, hesitant and uncertain. No matter what, the inheritance of martial arts was the most important thing for any sect. Even for disciples within the sect, they had to choose the right person.
Not to mention passing it on to outsiders. Jing knew what was going on. He had anticipated Pewd and the others' reactions. He paused before continuing. I'm taking your skills simply to broaden my horizons. Besides, I'm about to overcome my tribulation.
If I succeed, I'll enter the realm of immortality and leave this place. If I fail, I'll die. It won't affect you in any way. Pewd nodded slightly upon hearing this. He exchanged glances with the other old monks. Everyone knew what was going on.
With Jing's current level of cultivation, there was really no need to deceive them. However, they still hesitated. Jing continued, I won't take your things for nothing. Masters, you have burned your energy before. This will cause endless trouble.
If I use my energy to heal your injuries, how about this exchange? All the old monks were finally moved. They already felt they were in the wrong and were prepared to be savagely slaughtered.
Although Jing's request for the technique put them in a difficult position, it was still difficult to refuse. Furthermore, he didn't force them and offered them conditions that were attractive enough to make them want to exchange. If they didn't agree,
they would seem ungrateful. Pewd said on behalf of the others, Thank you so much, senior. Jing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His demonic power was now pure and of wood attribute, giving him a unique advantage in healing.
Even if it consumed some of his cultivation, it wouldn't matter. He could replenish it in a flash with a little origin points. This exchange wasn't a loss for him. Even if the old monks knew they'd been tricked, it would still be a deal.
There would be no karma involved. Dakakuji Temple wouldn't come knocking on him afterward. Without further ado, he sprang into action. As the tree swayed slightly, a flood of green light appeared in the air, like a gentle spring breeze.
Silently melting into the monks, Pewd and the others' pale faces gradually turned rosy. Their breathing became steady and long. Soon they returned to their peak state. Thank you, senior. The monks once again bowed in gratitude and at Pewd's signal, one by one,
they began to explain their respective methods of cultivation. Jing memorized silently. If he didn't understand something, he would ask questions. He wouldn't pretend to understand. After a short while, the two sides concluded their discussion.
He opened the passage and escorted Pewd and the others out of the underworld. There are also the Kunlun school skills. Jing finally turned his gaze towards Yai and Yank, who were temporarily sealed in the distance. With a thought,
his air roots brought them to him and then released the seal. Kill us if you dare. Don't try to deceive me again. Flamebird revealed a look of resentment. She had understood the entire situation. Now, her heart was filled with regret.
She had been completely defeated. Yet, through her hand, the tree demon had achieved complete nirvana, entering an unimaginable realm. However,
She also thoroughly understood the tree demon's true nature and was certain that it would not dare to do anything to them at this critical moment when it was about to pass the tribulation. Jing met Yanqua's provocative gaze and said calmly, "Yes."
You guessed right. I really won't kill you. Yanqui and Zhu Qiuye were delighted when they heard this. At least they didn't have to worry about their lives anymore. But Xu Jing's next words made their hearts sink to the bottom.
"I plan to take you two with me to overcome the tribulation." "Oh, right, we have to choose a good place to overcome the tribulation. I think Kunlun sect is good. It's the perfect place to go." You devil," Yan Kuai's eyes flashed with horror.
Are you crazy? Do you know that saying that is tantamount to seeking death? She immediately reacted. She snorted coldly. Your path to immortality is within reach. I don't believe you'll give up your chance just because you're against us.
Juqiai nodded repeatedly. With a wry smile he said, "Senior, you are a magnanimous person. Why bother with us?" Xu Jing chuckled. Staring at Yank, he said, "But I'm not sure I can survive the tribulation.
And I don't want my enemies to be alive and kicking after my death, or even gloating over my misfortune. So, I will seal you up and bring you to the Kunlun sect. Then I'll survive the tribulation nearby if I can't survive.
I'll drag you and the Kunlun sect down with me to be buried with me. How about that?" Hiss! Juqiai took a breath. His heart was pounding. With a bitter face, he said, "Senior, you're not serious, are you? What do you think?"
Xu Jing stared at him coldly and said, "I haven't forgotten. It was you who covered me with talismans and destroyed my true form." Zhu Qiuye felt a chill run down her spine. She couldn't tell if Xu Jing was serious or not. Yanqua also fell silent.
Although the tree demon before her was innocent of any sin, she knew that it was not a merciful person. During her time imprisoned in that base, she knew that demons were being dismembered and died every day, screaming in agony. If she hadn't been useful,
she would have been one of them. Even so, she had suffered a lot. The pain was unforgettable. With the character of this devil, he is really capable of doing such a thing as dragging others down with him before dying. Yank couldn't help but shudder. Finally,
he gave in and said, "What do you want? What do you want in exchange for letting us go?" "Yes," Juqiai quickly said, "Senior, we can discuss it." Although their hearing and speech had been sealed,
they had seen the tree demon spare the 30 monks and even heal their injuries. This showed that everything could still be resolved. If they can live, no one wants to die. Xu Jing said expressionlessly, "I want your Kunlun sect skills also."
Records on transcending tribulations. It's always easier to deal with one family than two. After obtaining the skills from the Dakokoji temple, he had fewer concerns. His words were more convincing. As for this cause and effect,
Kunlun sect must have the strength to deal with him. Yanqui and Zhu Qiuye didn't dare to gamble. Even if it was the head of Kunlun sect, I believe he wouldn't dare to refuse. This will have to be decided after we go back and report to the sect.
Juqiai thought for a moment and said seriously, "Okay." Xu Jing agreed immediately. Much to the surprise of Juqiai and Yank, he continued, "Stay with me for now. Once I've dealt with things here, I'll go to Kunlun sect with you." Two sighs echoed.
Juqiai and Yank were helpless and could only accept the conditions. Chapter 243, Killing to the City of Unjust Death. Xu Jing then sent Zuo Chanu and Ning Kaichen directly back to the Yang realm. There's nothing good about these two.
Their strength is low, and it's too much trouble to keep them around. So I just let them go. After he dealt with these, he healed Yan Xixia's injuries and placed Nizhaoqian and other ghosts in his internal space.
It's time to settle the cause and effect with the Black Mountain Demon. Xu Jing hadn't forgotten what he had promised Xiaomei and Xiaoqui when he first crossed over. He didn't know if the two female ghosts were still alive. In addition,
the Black Mountain old demon who died before was only a clone. The main body is still alive and well. Boom! After he made his decision, the earth began to shake violently. The tree roots that had penetrated the netherworld began to withdraw.
The canopy covering nearly 1,000 acres also began to shrink. The towering trunks gradually shrank. Under the stunned gazes of Yan Xixia, Zhu Qiuye, and Yank, Xu Jing's massive body gradually transformed into a human form. He wore a men's cyan robe.
His long black hair cascaded down like flowing clouds. His face was breathtakingly beautiful. His eyes shone with a hint of coldness. His aura was as pure as a fallen immortal. Gurgle. Juqiai swallowed helplessly. He couldn't move his eyes away.
He had never seen such a stunningly beautiful woman. His heart was beating wildly. Pang! At this moment, a green light came like a streak of silk, knocking Zhu Qiuye to the ground and causing him to tumble. Xu Jing's face was stern.
His voice was icy as he said, "If you look at me again,
I'll doubt your eyes!"
He couldn't help himself from becoming like this. It was out of his control. Besides, he was androgynous to begin with. The higher his cultivation level,
the more feminine his appearance became, because his reproductive ability has become stronger. Yan Xixia helped Zhu Qiuye up. He was very tactful. After just 2 glances, he turned his head away, not daring to look any further. However,
His breathing became somewhat rapid, and it took a lot of effort for him to recover. The only one who remained unaffected was Yan Kei. She acted disdainful of Xu Jing's appearance and ultimately hid inside Zhuqiai's clothes, never to emerge again.
Zhuqiai covered his face with his hands. He lowered his head and said, "Senior, please forgive me." "All right." Xu Jing waved his sleeves and said, "Let's go." As he spoke, a green light swept over, carrying them high into the sky.
After determining the direction, it transformed into a stream of light and flew away. He didn't know where the Black Mountain Daemon's true form was, but when he killed the other's clone, he also caught a trace of its aura.
It was with this trace that he easily locked onto the location of the Black Mountain Demon's true form. Not long after, the outline of a huge city appeared on the vast land ahead. Xu Jing narrowed his eyes as he rapidly approached.
He carefully examined the mighty city ahead. Although the city of the dead looked majestic and magnificent, it gave him the feeling that it was just an ordinary city. This is not the true form of the Black Mountain Demon. He made a mental judgment.
Quickly settling on the ground. It turns out it's underground. Xu Jing suddenly understood. Although the Black Mountain Old Demon was hiding very deeply, he still sensed a faint and unusual aura coming from underground.
Who dares to trespass into the city of the dead? The ghost general patrolling the city walls spotted the approaching stream of light. He could see the details within the stream of light, but he could sense the scent of living flesh and blood. However,
being able to fly in the air was obviously not someone to be trifled with. He did not dare to act rashly. Xu Jing paused. He stopped above the wrongful death city and revealed himself. Without further ado, he unleashed a powerful aura,
fiercely bombarding the empty space within the city. Boom! The entire city of the dead felt as if a violent earthquake had struck. Centered around the city's central square, the solid ground began to crack and collapse. Black Mountain Daemon, here I come!
Xu Jing shouted like thunder, making the air buzz. "Those who don't want to die, get out!" His momentum exploded once again. All the buildings in the city began to collapse one after another.
Although most of the demons and monsters in this city are plagued by sin, this isn't always the case. Some people who become ghosts after death are born to be honest ghosts. They live peacefully and don't harm anyone.
At this critical juncture of overcoming the tribulation, Xu Jing naturally wouldn't kill indiscriminately or seek trouble. As for disasters like building collapse, they are fatal to living people. But they are nothing to ghosts who can gather and disperse.
But at this moment, under the pressure of his earth-shaking aura, countless ghosts and monsters began to flee for their lives, rushing out of the city in fear. Ding dang dang! Suddenly, a rapid alarm bell rang in the city lord's mansion.
Formed into battle formations and charged towards the sky. "I don't want to kill ghosts. You're forcing me!" Xu Jing sighed and slapped him casually. Boom! A burst of green light exploded in mid-air. In that instant,
the dazzling light was so intense that Zhuqiai and Yan Qixia closed their eyes in pain. When they opened them again, the ghost army that had charged had completely dissipated. This was the last of the city of the dead.
The more elite troops had been wiped out when Xu Jing revived. Xu Jing waited a while longer. When the ghosts in the city of the dead were gone, he calmly brought Yan Qixia and the other two down to the ground. During this time,
he also understood the situation of the Black Mountain Old Demon. The other party was just as the legend said. It was a giant black mountain that had cultivated into a spirit, and its situation was very similar to his, before its cultivation reached its peak.
Its main body could not move freely. But the Black Mountain Demon was quite clever. He was adept at controlling the rocks and the earth. He sank his original body into the ground and built a massive city on top of it, cultivating clones and expanding his power.
Within the confines of the city of the wrongly dead, the Black Mountain Old Demon's true form was suppressed. At least within the underworld, no one could hope to defeat him. Xu Jing, however, didn't care.
His current cultivation level had already reached the limits of this world. The one he should be afraid of was the Black Mountain Old Demon. The other party had no way to escape at this moment. He was already trapped in a jar.
He was in no hurry to deal with the Black Mountain Demon. After landing on the ground, he took out 2 small jars from his pocket. The jar contained the ashes of Shami and Xiaoqui. Xu Jing held the urn in his hand. After carefully examining it,
his expression shifted and he entered the city lord's mansion. Yan Qixia and Zhuqiai exchanged a glance and cautiously followed. Soon, they arrived at the backyard of the mansion and stood outside a black stone gate that looked eerie. "This is it."
Xu Jing's face lit up with joy as he lightly punched the black stone door. Snap! The door shattered and turned into dust. "Grandma! Grandma!" Suddenly, 2 extremely weak voices, yet filled with infinite surprise, were heard from inside the door.
They were Xiamei and Chapter 244. A fight to the bitter end. Inside the door was a dark room with no light at all. This room is like a square box, giving people a feeling of depression and lifelessness. "Grandma! Grandma!"
Through the light from outside, Xiaomei and Xiaoqiu could be vaguely seen hanging from the wall by specially crafted chains. Their spirits were vague and their movements were faint. They weakly raised their heads, their faces were filled with pain, surprise,
confusion and other emotions. If they hadn't sensed the arrival of their own columbarium, they wouldn't have believed that the stunning woman standing outside the door was the former tree demon grandmother. It's me. Jing stood outside the door,
frowning as he surveyed the dark room. He didn't enter. This room gave him a feeling of being alive. Senior, there's something wrong with this room. Yan Qixia stepped forward and scratched the wall with his fingernails.
Then he pulled out a piece of talisman paper and stuck it on. Boom! The talisman paper suddenly burst into flames and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. Grandma, why don't you come in and save us? Xiaomei and Xiaoqui in the room suddenly cried out loudly.
Their voices were extremely miserable and made people feel desolate. Jing sighed. He suddenly put away the two women's urns. He said coldly, Black Mountain old demon, how long are you going to play around like this? He was still too late.
The two women were still there, but they had become one with the Black Mountain demon. Their wills were completely controlled. It was hard to say whether they were still alive. Ha ha ha. At this moment,
the black room in front of him trembled slightly and turned into a huge head. Two swirling black holes appeared on the left and right sides of the door beam, like two eyes. The previously broken doorway opened and closed, transforming into a mouth.
Dryad, don't you want to save your maid? In the dark space within the skull's mouth, Xiaomei and Xiaoqui could be vaguely seen being grabbed by countless pale hands, as if being pulled slowly into the abyss. Grandma, help.
The two women's screams became more and more shrill. Yan Qixia and Juqiai frowned repeatedly, their faces showing pity. Jing remained calm. He looked up at the Black Mountain demon and said calmly, You think you still have a chance if you irritate me?
The Black Mountain old demon went a bit mad. He sneered, Tree demon, I admit I'm no match for you, but you're about to pass your tribulation. If you kill me, your two maids will die too. Have you forgotten the oath you swore?
He merged the two women's souls into himself and saw their memories. Of course Jing hadn't forgotten. He had sworn a solemn oath to reassure the two women. Looking back now, it seemed like he had been too reckless. The higher his cultivation level,
the more he could sense the constraints of the current world on oaths through the demon core within his body. This was also a kind of rule. Now he felt like he was trapped in his own cocoon. Let them go, I can spare your life.
Jing's voice became colder and harsher. The Black Mountain demon laughed heartily. He gritted his teeth and said, You destroyed my clone, killed my general, and destroyed the city of the dead. Do you think you can just write it off like that? I take.
This is a dream. He had initially ignored Jing's vows to the two women. But now things were different. He had never imagined that Jing could actually raise his cultivation to the point of transcending the tribulation.
The oath Jing swore to the two women turned out to be his biggest trump card to turn defeat into victory. The price of disobedience is death. At this critical juncture of the tribulation, it will inevitably be directly fulfilled in the thunder tribulation.
The Black Mountain old demon was brimming with pride. With the two women in his grasp, he was invincible. Give me the secret to your cultivation advancement, and swear an oath of loyalty to me. Otherwise, I will fight you to the death.
I will take your two maids with me and bury you in the heavenly tribulation. Ha ha, ha ha. Jing suddenly burst into laughter. It seemed like he couldn't stop. It took a long time for him to stop laughing.
He looked at the Black Mountain demon as if he were an idiot. He said sarcastically, Are you mentally ill? You think you can force me to surrender with just a curse, hand over secrets and submit to you? You don't know what's good for you. His voice was icy cold.
A murderous aura emanated from his entire body. He slapped him hard. Go to hell! Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly occurred. Jing was surrounded by a green light, blazing like flames. His aura surged,
stirring the clouds and causing the wind and thunder in the sky to change. Snap! Cracks appeared on the skull made of the black room before him. A strong wind blew, and it turned into dust and scattered. Are you crazy?
The Black Mountain old demon's horrified voice came from underground. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to survive the thunder tribulation? He finally felt like he had miscalculated. A chill ran through his heart.
He no longer had the complacency he had before. So what? Jing didn't bother to say anything more. With a flick of his sleeve, a flash of light swept Yan Qixia and Juqiai up, carrying them directly out of the city of the dead. Then,
he fiercely raised his leg and stomped on the ground. Another rumble, the ground shattered. Suddenly, a blazing sun rose within the city of the dead. A violent shockwave swept in all directions, completely destroying everything in its path. Click, click.
Made entirely of black rock, suddenly reached out from beneath the ground and grabbed Jing. At the same time, the Black Mountain old demon shouted, Tree demon, if you don't stop, I'll make your two maids vanish into thin air. Jing snorted coldly.
Ignoring the Black Mountain Old Demon's threats, he raised his hand and punched out, shattering the giant black stone hand that had grabbed him. Then he soared into the sky. Buzz! The air within a radius of several miles resounded. A towering banyan,
emerald green as jade, suddenly appeared in the sky. With immense pressure, it pressed down upon the ground. The Black Mountain Demon roared wildly. A vast cloud of inky black mist erupted from the ground, with surging demonic energy.
It gathered into an eggshell-like envelope, facing Jing's true form. The next moment, the defensive magic that the Black Mountain Old Demon released with all his strength came into contact with Jing's body. Click, click, after a brief stalemate.
The black protective shield shattered and dissipated into mist. Boom! The towering banyan tree fell to the ground, and the entire wrongful death city began to shake violently. A large number of thick roots grew from the base of the banyan tree,
Penetrated into the ground, and spread deep into the ground. Click, click. The earth cracked inch by inch, continuously collapsing downwards. It was violently torn apart, revealing fissures stretching for who knows how far. Finally caught you!
Jing's face appeared on the tree trunk, revealing a mocking smile. Boom! A thought struck him. The entire banyan tree sank tens of meters into the ground. The surrounding ground split open, revealing an unfathomable ravine. Stop it now!
The Black Mountain Old Demon shouted in panic.
Otherwise, I will kill them right now.
Chapter 45. Madman. After Jing heard what the Black Mountain Old Demon said, he paused slightly, but the next second he continued his attack.
A large number of roots penetrated deep into the Black Mountain Old Demon's body, piercing and entangling it mercilessly. You lunatic! I don't believe it! I don't believe you dare to kill me! The Black Mountain Demon's main body, the Black Mountain,
was constantly shaking. Xuanhuans emerged one after another, attempting to break free from the restraints on his body. Each time, they were easily torn apart by the roots that were like electric drills. Faces emerged from his body, densely packed.
All of them were men and women he had tortured to death over the past millennia. But at this moment, all the faces turned into those of Xiaomei or Xiaoqiu, and they cried out in shrill pleas. Still not giving up, Jing's face turned grim.
He no longer held out hope of ever fulfilling his vow. The Black Mountain Demon was too ambitious. He thought he had grasped his lifeblood. He kept testing him, and even at the brink of death, he refused to give up and threatened him.
All these actions have completely angered him. Go to hell! A brilliant beam of light shot straight into the sky and then spread out in all directions. Boom, boom! The earth shook and trembled. The ground around the entire wrongful death city suddenly collapsed.
The Black Mountain Demon screamed miserably. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of its body underground. Spare my life, he uttered a hoarse, painful plea for mercy, simultaneously.
A demonic hand emerged from his body, grasping two ethereal, nearly dispersing souls. However, both souls were in a state of idiocy, having clearly lost all spirituality, begging for mercy now. Don't you think it's too late? As Jing spoke, his mind stirred.
A root shot out with lightning speed, severing the demonic hand. Then a green light swept up the two women's souls, sending them flying back to the ground. But at this moment, the Black Mountain Old Demon let out a crazy roar.
A monstrous, murderous aura surged from his body, rising upward. Suddenly, the outside world erupted in turmoil. Let's die together! Countless holes appeared on the surface of the Black Mountain, like a series of acupoints.
Spewing out endless eerie demonic power. Boom! The earth's veins churned. A massive black mushroom cloud erupted from the ground. The surging shockwave, like a raging sea, surged in all directions, when everything was calm.
Jing looked at the light shield in front of him. It's empty inside. Xiaomei and Xiaoqiu's souls had long since disappeared. The Black Mountain Old Demon's true form also turned into a pile of debris. Deader than dead, he sighed, dispelled the light shield,
and transformed into a human form. Suddenly, he felt a surge of frustration. Although the Black Mountain Old Demon's final self-destruction was powerful, it only forced him to use all his strength.
He even managed to maintain the light shield protecting the two women. But in the end, the two women still died. In other words, when the Black Mountain Demon refined them into his body,
they had already lost their own intelligence and became controlled, vengeful spirits, becoming part of the Black Mountain Demon. If the two women had completely perished before he arrived, then it wouldn't matter. But in the current situation,
if the two women were still alive but he failed to rescue them, no matter what, the original oath would not be fulfilled. This would have some impact on the heavenly tribulation he was about to endure. Jing temporarily suppressed his worries and regrets.
He soared into the sky and quickly found Yan Chixia and Juqiu Yai. He landed in front of them. With a gloomy expression, he opened the passage without a word and led them back to the Yang Realm, Lanro Temple. Except for the original temple,
the large banyan tree forest has disappeared and has become a wasteland. Jing's long hair blew up without a breeze. It stretched out, then broke off in pieces, scattering everywhere. As soon as the broken hairs fell to the ground,
They quickly transformed into a banyan tree seedling. It took root and grew. In the blink of an eye, the entire wasteland became lush and green. The demonic energy within Xu Jing's body vibrated. Then, a green halo spread out from him.
All the banyan trees swayed and grew wildly. Soon, they formed a banyan forest that was even more lush than the original one. Swish! Another green halo emanated from Xu Jing's body. Wherever it reached, all the banyan trees sprouted facial features and limbs,
Transforming into tree men. After doing this, he released Qian and the other ghosts. Then he said to Yan Chixia, "You stay here and guard them for a while. Wait until I come back. I will not break my promise to you. Don't worry, senior."
Yan Chixia faced joy. He agreed readily. Xu Jing nodded. He then looked at Zhuqiuyai with a sullen expression. He said coldly, "Now, take me to Kunlun's sect." Zhuqiuyai shrank his neck.
He had heard Xu Jing's previous battle with the Black Mountain Old Demon, and even their conversation, clearly from outside the city. Naturally, he knew the whole story. He knew in his heart that Xu Jing's oath had not been fulfilled.
Even if he tried his best to avenge the two female ghosts, the situation was not optimistic. I couldn't afford to offend him in the first place. Now I can't afford to offend him even more. The flame bird on his body had already hidden away.
Not daring to come out and bring bad luck upon himself, Zhuqiuyai immediately agreed. "Okay, how do we go? You show me the way." A green cloud rose from Xu Jing's feet, lifting him and Zhuqiuyai up into the sky. Half a day later,
They arrived at the Kunlun Mountains. Zhuqiuyai didn't dare to play tricks. He honestly led him to find the Kunlun sect hidden under the formation. Standing on a mountaintop, after gazing at the Kunlun sect's mountain, protecting formation for a while,
Xu Jing said, "Go back, I'll wait here. I'll give you half a day at most. Bring what I want. Otherwise you know the consequences." He knew nothing about formations. Yet the mountain protecting formation before him actually gave him a faint sense of danger. So,
how could he be willing to take the risk? Zhuqiuyai had no objection. After responding, he immediately disappeared into the ground and returned to the sect. He now only hoped that the stubborn old men within the sect would learn their lesson.
if Xu Jing's threats had been a bluff before, it was hard to say now. After all, in his opinion, the consequences of not fulfilling the vow of death would definitely come true in the catastrophe. The tree demon now was like a pissed-off hedgehog.
Anyone who provoked him would be in trouble. And judging by how he dealt with the Black Mountain Old Demon, he was definitely a lunatic. If you offended such a dying creature,
He would probably bring down a thunder tribulation and destroy both him and the Kunlun sect. Zhuqiuyai understood this truth. Yank also understood it. After they returned to the sect, they immediately reported everything they knew. Fortunately,
after half a day of discussion, the people inside the sect finally reached a compromise. Zhuqiuyai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hurried back to the agreed location, carrying the compiled techniques and records of the Thunder Tribulation. Chapter 246.
trip to the Imperial Palace. Perhaps the Kunlun sect had determined that Xu Jing could survive the thunder tribulation. Therefore, Zhuqiuyai brought a comprehensive package, while it didn't include any incredible magic techniques.
It was more than enough to satisfy. Xu Jing wasn't looking to change his cultivation technique. His goal was to broaden his horizons. And just like the ghost cultivation technique had learned from Dong Xiaoyu, who knew where it might be useful. After reading it,
He nodded under Zhuqiuyai's anxious gaze, dismissed him and flew high into the sky, leaving Kunlun Mountain. One day later, the capital, Jing, riding the wind, descended from the sky under the gaze of the crowd, entering the Imperial Palace.
the palace guards surrounded him, but intimidated by his appearance, no one dared to take the initiative. He walked forward slowly and calmly. With every step he took, the guards took a step back. It was morning court time and Xu Jing,
Escorted by the Imperial Court Hall, all the civil and military officials were present. Emperor Xian sat high on the throne. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. The palace was magnificent and grand.
but it pales in comparison to his peerless grace. Who are you? After a moment of silence, someone finally mustered up the courage to ask. Long before Xu Jing arrived, they had received reports from the guards who had arrived earlier.
Everyone was speculating about his identity, their eyes flickering with wariness. Xu Jing glanced around and then turned his gaze to Emperor Xian. He said calmly, "I'm from Lunruo Temple. You are." Emperor Xian's pupils suddenly shrank.
A look of horror appeared on his face. He had obviously thought of Xu Jing's identity. 30 old monks from the Daiguo Temple and the left captain rushed back to the capital last night and reported everything that had happened.
The Imperial Master Pudu Saihang was a 1,000-year-old demon, the source of chaos and disorder at the Imperial Court. This was shocking enough. But when the cultivation level of the tree demon in Lanro Temple was revealed, it caused an uproar.
This is the matter being discussed at the morning court. Not only Emperor Xian, but everyone else took a deep breath after hearing Xu Jing's words. Their faces were filled with fear. causing a commotion. Xu Jing's expression remained calm.
He glanced at the ministers and guards and said, I want to speak with the emperor. Please withdraw for now. Boom! The hall suddenly became bustling with activity like a market.
You bold monster!
This is the capital's most important place.
How can we tolerate your insolence? Come on, capture him. At this time, an old man with a long beard among the civil officials stood up and shouted loudly with a righteous look on his face.
Even the most corrupt dynasties are always protected by loyal ministers. They are not afraid of death, care about the people and love their country. Their hearts are solely devoted to the people of the court.
Xu Jing looked at the old man with admiration in his eyes. Then he looked at Emperor Xian and said, If I want to kill you, no one in this vast world can stop me. Indeed. Emperor Xian took a deep breath. He regained his composure and said to the old man,
Please be patient. All the ministers may withdraw, His Majesty. A few more people looked worried and wanted to persuade him again. Emperor Xian waved his hand and said in a deep voice, Everyone, step back. Yes, this time, no one disobeyed.
The main reason was that everyone understood that if Xu Jing really wanted to kill the emperor, no one could stop him. Soon, everyone left the hall. Emperor Xian stepped down from the throne. He nervously approached Xu Jing and asked awkwardly, I don't know.
He suddenly stopped, not knowing how to address Xu Jing. Xu Jing didn't care. He said directly, Do you want to live forever? What? Emperor Xian was stunned. He wondered if he had misheard, but then he realized what was going on. His breathing quickened.
He looked at Xu Jing expectantly, as if he wanted to ask something but was hesitant. Who wouldn't want to live forever? Especially not for a ruler like him who's already past the age of 50. Xu Jing met Emperor Xian's gaze. He shook his head slightly and said,
Sorry, I was wrong just now. Emperor Xian's face froze. He was filled with disappointment. But then he heard Xu Jing continue. Although I can't make you immortal, I can still extend your life by a few decades. Is what the immortal master said true?
Emperor Xian's eyes sparkled and his face was filled with excitement. If it could really prolong his life, then who cares what Xu Jing's identity is? There's nothing wrong with calling him immortal master. You'll find out soon enough.
Xu Jing raised his palm and forced out some of his own life force energy, forming a green ball of light. He then slowly pushed it towards Emperor Xian's chest. Emperor Xian suppressed the urge to call out to his guards, with excitement and worry.
He watched the ball of light merge into his body. Oh, he couldn't help but groan. He felt a warm sensation in his chest. Subtle changes seemed to be occurring in his body. Then he frowned again, as the heat in his body spread throughout his body.
It felt like countless insects and ants were crawling all over him. It was almost unbearable. Ha 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 ha! Emperor Xian could grit his teeth and endure it at first, but soon, he could no longer bear it. He trembled and screamed.
And ran to the golden pillars of the hall, and rubbed against them. Tap tap tap! There was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. A group of ministers and their guards went out and came back. Your Majesty, someone.
Call the imperial physician immediately. You demon, you really have bad intentions. Everyone was in chaos. At the same time, a large number of guards approached Xu Jing, suppressing their fear. Wait, at this moment, Emperor Xian suddenly shouted.
No one is allowed to be rude to the immortal master. He knew his situation best. The numbness and itchiness in his body gradually faded. Instead, he felt a near infinite surge of energy. He didn't know how long it had been since he'd experienced this feeling.
More importantly, he saw his own hands. His hands, originally wrinkled and dull in complexion, had undergone an incredible transformation. The others finally noticed the change in Emperor Xian, but everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost.
Their faces filled with disbelief. Xu Jing smiled faintly. He walked before Emperor Xian. His lips moved, and a mirror appeared out of thin air. Emperor Xian looked up and cried out in surprise. He froze in his tracks.
The reflection in the mirror had transformed him back to his youth. His eyes were dazed and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. How? Xu Jing asked with a smile. Thank you, Master. Emperor Xian was extremely grateful. He was very thoughtful.
He then asked, I wonder what Master wants. Let's discuss this in detail. Xu Jing came with a purpose. He immediately stated his request in front of the civil and military ministers, without any hesitation. Half a day later,
he rode on a stream of light and flew out of the palace, soaring into the sky. On that very day, an imperial edict was issued from the palace. It swept through the court and the country like a hurricane, announcing it to the world.
Everyone who read the contents of the edict was shocked. In just 2 or 3 days, the contents of the imperial edict spread throughout the country. For a time, people were shocked and disgusted a lot. Chapter 247, Dark Reign.
When the imperial edict was still on the way, Xu Jing had already returned to Lanruo Temple. He found Yan Qixia and taught him all the skills and magic he had learned from Kunlun and Dago Temple. This technique isn't the only one anyway.
As for spreading the news, it would only work if the original owner dared to deal with him. Yan Qixia, a self-proclaimed cultivator, has spent the past few years searching for opportunities. He doesn't care about the conflict between Taoism and Buddhism.
Despite being a skilled swordsman, he frequently uses Buddhist mantras. After learning that it was the righteous teachings of Kunlun sect and Dago temple, he was not worried at all. He accepted everything that came his way and learned everything.
Jing was very experienced. Although he had not practiced these techniques, he still had a good eye and insight. He also gave some guidance on Yan Xixia's practice. Yan Xixia was deeply grateful. As he was moved, he also showed even more respect for Jing.
He had made a killing this time. It was like encountering a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He even had a bright future ahead of him. After completing the agreement, Jing asked, I still have things to do. What are your plans?
Yan Xixia said without hesitation, I plan to live in seclusion here, senior, and concentrate on cultivation. He had seen enough of the wickedness of people in the outside world. Now that he was completely devoted to the Tao,
he naturally didn't want to get involved in worldly affairs. But when he heard Jing still had something to do, he said, if you need any help, please feel free to ask. Jing shook his head and said, just cultivate well.
Help me take care of those little ghosts. I can handle the rest myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew high into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yan Xixia was somewhat bewildered. But more than a month later,
he received surprising news from a caravan that had stopped by Lanru Temple. The imperial court appointed a cultivator known as King Mu Zhenjun as the imperial master. As this news spread throughout the world, so too did a portrait of this cultivator.
As soon as he took one look, he instantly recognized that the person in the painting was Jing. In addition, the imperial court ordered officials in each city to build official Taoist temples, and only King Mu Zhenjun was worshipped in these temples.
Initially this was only a momentary shock, but before long, in many cities across the country, every street and alleyway, tall and lush banyan trees sprouted overnight. Outside the city, a large banyan forest appeared out of nowhere. Normally,
these banyan trees are no different from ordinary banyan trees. However, once someone commits an evil act, regardless of the severity of the evil or the perpetrator's status, they will immediately transform into tree men,
shouting the name of King Mu Zhenjun and directly attacking and killing the evildoer. Even more cruel is that wherever a banyan tree appears in a city, no matter how large, every corner will be covered by it, and the darker the place,
the more banyan trees there are. Furthermore, these treemen would move and take root according to circumstances. After killing someone, they would suck the person dry on the spot, turning them into a mummy, for a time.
All cities were plunged into what seemed like the darkest yet most peaceful era of treeman rule. Yan Xixia was stunned. He couldn't believe it was real. He had only been in seclusion for a little over a month, and the world outside had already changed so much.
Now that the world is at peace, even the most ruthless villains have become sheep. Even if they flee outside the city, they have no place to stay. As long as you don't do evil, you can go anywhere in this world. Yes.
It's said that King Mu Zhenjun is an immortal who descended to earth. He could bear to see the suffering of the world. Now with one move, he's eradicating all suffering. We merchants also know about demons and monsters, but things are different now.
These demons and monsters have all but vanished. The merchants were talking about this, and Yan Xixia couldn't stop grinning for a long time. At this time, someone else said, look at the banyan trees here. This is obviously the territory of King Mu Zhenjun.
We can stay here, it will be safe, that's right. As long as you walk and sit upright. These tree guards are easy to get along with. They even offer help. Tomorrow morning when we enter the city, everyone should go to the Zhenjun temple to pay their respects.
Good. The caravan was well fed and well drinking. They all went to sleep without even arranging a night watch. Yan Xixia, however, couldn't calm down. It was right to use harsh punishments in troubled times, but the current level of pressure was unprecedented.
Good and evil are relative. In a complete world, how could there be no evil at all? The peace and beauty of the moment may be merely superficial. The hidden evil and the unpredictable darkness of the human heart are like a spring.
It will eventually burst when compressed to its limit. If the senior fails to overcome the tribulation or ascends to heaven, wouldn't that be terrible? Yan Xixia couldn't help but shudder when he thought of this. He felt a chill. The next morning,
he followed the Caravo temple and headed for Gobei County. Outside the county town, a new Taoist temple was indeed built. At this time, the Taoist temple was bustling with people. The incense was surprisingly strong, and within the main hall,
a single wooden statue of the tree demon stood. This statue was a work of art beyond measure, seemingly formed naturally, rooted in the ground. Its spirit was so captivating that seeing it was like seeing the tree demon himself. Beneath the statue,
rows of cushions were placed. When people come in, most of them light a stick of incense and then find an empty cushion to pray quietly. After that, they get up and leave.
Yan Xixia observed for a moment and noticed that everyone who came to pray was very pious. He nodded secretly and turned to leave. He entered the county town. Banyan trees could be seen lining the city streets. But the funny thing was,
many of them had prayer charms hanging on them. The machete-wielding gang members were nowhere to be seen. People were greeting each other with smiles on their faces, but the atmosphere was much quieter than before. The changes are really huge.
Yan Shixia was filled with emotion. He walked from the east gate to the west gate, circling the entire county. If one ignored the lush banyan trees lining the road, it truly felt like a time of peace and prosperity. He quickly returned to Lanru Temple.
He randomly found a banyan tree and knocked on its trunk a few times, saying, "Please help me contact the senior." He knew that each of these tree people had a subtle mental connection with Jing, and could also be used as a messenger.
The tree figure's features emerged. It responded, then spoke again shortly after. Mother said she understands your doubts. She asked you to wait a few months. When she returns, she will answer your questions. Fine.
Yan Shixia had no choice but to go back and continue practicing. Another 2 months passed in a flash. That day, a sharp whistle suddenly rang out from the sky, accompanied by a flash of emerald green light.
Jing descended from the sky and landed outside Lanru Temple. Over the past 3 months, he traveled through every city, spawning tens of thousands of offspring. He then transformed all of them into tree men, forcibly rectifying the increasingly evil world.
Besides this, wherever he went, he would kill the demons and monsters that were causing trouble for humanity, and then train some powerful tree demons to suppress the local people. Now that the work is done,
it's time to reap the fruits of your labor and prepare to overcome the tribulation. Chapter 248. Causal Transfer. Jing hadn't forgotten what happened during his time in the Pacific Rim. The system received the power of faith from the designated target.
During the strengthening process, it transformed the power of faith into irrecoverable pure source energy and integrated it into the strengthening process. In that world, he took advantage of this opportunity to leap from a level 5 monster to a level 8 monster.
Although each world only has one such opportunity, making use of it can play a crucial role. However, in the current world, the population is far smaller than that of the Pacific Rim world.
The only good news is that ordinary people here are more receptive to gods and have stronger faith. Over the past 3 months, Jing not only restored normal order to the world,
but also dispelled people's vigilance by responding to some prayers and various rumors. Now, the world has no doubt that he is an immortal who has descended to the earth.
Every one of his Taoist temples is almost always packed with people from morning till night, and incense is burning non-stop. As for how much he would gain, he was still unclear. At this time Yan Shixia, who had discovered his return, finally arrived.
With a look of joy he said, "Senior." Jing nodded and smiled. He walked into the temple and said, "Come in and talk slowly. I also have something to talk to you about." He walked into the hall and sat down at the long table. Yan Shixia was the first to speak.
"I am aware of what you have done, senior. However, this action also carries many hidden dangers." He pondered for a moment, then expressed his concerns one by one. Jing smiled and said, "I've thought about what you said, I've considered it."
Oh. Yan Shixia was slightly stunned. Then he realized what was happening and said, "Senior, is there anything I can help you with?" "Exactly." Jingji said, "I plan to hand over all the tree people to you." "What?"
Yan Shixia's eyes widened in surprise. Jing had this plan in mind long ago. Firstly, he would soon be going through a tribulation. Whether he succeeded or not, he would have to leave this place and lose control of the tree man, rather than leaving it alone.
"It's better to give it to someone I trust to take control of temporarily." He also has a half-baked idea he wants to test out. There was another reason. During this period of traveling around,
Jing had been intent on searching for traces of former immortals and gods. Besides some chance encounters, he had also gained a lot of useful information. This was once a world with perfect rules. Karma and reincarnation were the order of the day.
And evil deeds were punished. And the gods, like the world's administrators, each performed their duties, maintaining the world's normal operation. Now that the immortals and gods have disappeared, many rules have become problematic.
But ultimately, these rules still exist. Without enforcers, there are still heavenly tribulations. For Jing, who was about to undergo a tribulation, his past good and evil deeds had a huge impact.
Although his sins were forgiven after his death, his actions during this period still had some impact. Especially when the tree people first appeared, their wanton slaughter and suppression of evildoers left a gloomy feeling in his heart. Jing understood.
This person must have committed a crime not punishable by death yet. Because of his single thought, he died. The sins involved were now being counted on his head by the rules of the world. But he wasn't too worried. He had a plan.
This stemmed from a strange spell he'd acquired outside. This spell could perfectly transfer karma and sin, provided the recipient was willing and capable of taking responsibility. And Yan Shixia was exactly the perfect candidate he had considered.
Jing wasn't trying to trick Yan Qixia. Facing his doubts, he frankly explained his reasons. Then he said, although letting you take on this karma will bring you sin, don't forget, besides karma, there's also merit, and by clearing the universe,
upholding righteousness and eliminating evil, restoring order to this world, ensuring that righteousness prevails, the merit you'll accumulate will be considerable. He had considered slowly rectifying the world and earning this merit. However,
because the system indicated it was almost dawn in the main world, he had no choice but to give up. However, his actions during this period could still gain him some merit. Furthermore, even though he had cast a spell to transfer karma,
the merit he had already gained would not be transferred along with it. In this way, according to Xu Jing's calculations, the consequences of the previous unfulfilled oath would be insignificant under the great merit of stabilizing the world.
It might even significantly weaken the heavenly tribulation, and once he strengthens himself once more, with the fusion of the power of faith, his strength will surely be much greater, giving him a greater confidence in overcoming this tribulation.
After hearing this, Yan Qixia was very moved by the merits, but he seemed a little hesitant. He frowned and remained silent for a long time. Xu Jing thought for a moment and said, the evil tendencies in the world have been suppressed by me.
If you take over the cause and effect, you can slow down the pace, let the tree people only play a supervisory role and stop killing people, gradually transfer the responsibility to the government and handle it according to the law. After all,
we cultivators are not trying to rule the world. Over time, the evil tendencies in the world will naturally dissipate, and everything will return to normal. Yan Qixia breathed a sigh of relief. He also understood Xu Jing's painstaking efforts. First,
focus on the key areas, then gradually relax them. Finally, create the most suitable environment. But a lingering worry still lingered in his heart, making him hesitant to make a quick decision. So he simply asked, if Senior leaves,
what if those powerful demons and monsters that have been hiding come out to cause trouble again? And there are also Kunlun sect and Daguo temple. Won't they be jealous? Xu Jing smiled and said, you may not understand yet.
I've also thoroughly investigated not only the Yang realm but also the Yin realm. Most of the demons and monsters still lingering in the world are no longer a threat. And after I hand over control of the treatment to you, your strength will increase significantly.
Even if something does appear, I believe you'll be able to suppress it. As for the Kunlun sect and the Great Power Temple, they control hundreds of thousands of tree people. Would you still be afraid of them? Moreover,
these tree people can also reproduce on their own. Some of them have even evolved into tree demons. Yan Qixia took a deep breath. He clenched and unclenched his fists. Finally, he made a decision and said, I'm willing to share your worries. Good.
Xu Jing was very satisfied, but he also warned, I hope you can keep your original intention in the future. Don't forget your original intention. I will definitely live up to the trust placed in me by my seniors.
Yan Qixia said with a determined look and a sincere tone. Xu Jing nodded, stood up and said, come with me. He said this as he walked out the door. Yan Qixia followed him. One after the other, they arrived at the mass grave behind Longru Temple.
There's nothing to prepare, however. This spell is rather complicated and takes a long time. It's not convenient to stay in Lanruo Temple and encounter passers-by.
Xu Jing summoned a group of tree people to protect him and then began to perform the spell according to the steps. Half a day later, as the extremely long incantation finished, the once clear, cloudless sky suddenly changed color. Thunder roared.
No regrets. Karma is a cycle. There's a divine will. It can't be counteracted, but it can be diverted. As Xu Jing performed the spell, he seemed to touch upon the laws of the world and saw many images. Some people commit all kinds of evil,
yet they enjoy wealth and prosperity, even dying of old age. However, their retribution does not disappear with their death. Instead, they will suffer in the next life, or their descendants will suffer. This is a sin that cannot be evaded.
Even if descendants give away all their wealth and do good deeds everywhere, their merits and demerits cannot offset their sins. But this doesn't mean that good deeds are useless. Good deeds are rewarded when irreversible bad consequences come.
Perhaps your good deeds will be rewarded and help you avoid disaster. Xu Jing seemed to have some understanding in his mind, but he wouldn't take it as the truth. After all, different worlds have different rules.
He just regarded it as a way to gain more knowledge. If he encountered a similar world in the future, he would be able to adapt quickly. The changes in the sky grew more dramatic. Vast masses of dark clouds rolled and surged, gathering from all directions.
And a massive vortex faintly appeared. The center of this vortex was filled with lightning. It had even turned into liquid, surging constantly. It looked like a giant eye, cold and merciless. Yan Qixia's face changed drastically.
Senior, don't worry. It's not my calamity. Xu Jing shook his head slightly. He shouted, now pray sincerely to the heavens. Accept my karma. Don't give rise to any distracting thoughts. He was actually a little nervous. If Yan Qixia hesitated,
He might face the backlash of the world. Yan Chixia looked up at the sky suddenly. He understood something. If he regretted his decision now, it wouldn't just be Senior who would suffer. His fate wouldn't be any better either. After all,
Playing a joke on God is really boring. He tried to calm his emotions. He put aside all distracting thoughts. His mouth moved. He silently prayed to the heavens. Jing sensed Yan Chixia's sincerity and breathed a sigh of relief. He then began the next step.
the person who created the art of transferring karma had a clear understanding of the cycle of karma. Drawing on the principle that descendants can inherit the karma of their ancestors, he created this strange magic.
The caster also needs to plant their own bloodline into something that is related to cause and effect, and integrate it into the body of the recipient. Jing placed his finger on the edge of his heart. After finding the exact spot,
He plunged it into his body without hesitation. Then, sweating profusely, he dug out an emerald green demon core from his body. This was the demon core from his transition to a sub-body. It also represented nearly 1,000 years of his cultivation.
while this loss was significant, it was nothing compared to the merit and faith he had gained during this period. His face paled slightly. He grasped the demon core in one hand. With the other, he passed his hand across his forehead, trembling.
He pulled out a strange object resembling a red earthworm. Then, chanting an incantation, he pressed it beneath the demon core. This is soul blood, even more precious than physical blood. Even if Jing were to return to another body someday,
He would definitely be able to sense it. Both items were taken from his body and fused together easily. The originally emerald green crystal core began to glow with an eerie red light. Jing glanced up at the sky. The giant blue eye remained.
but it didn't change. He walked a few steps to Yan Chixia and shouted, "Open your mouth!" Yan Chixia saw only a red crystal flying towards him, but upon hearing Jing's words, he opened his mouth without a second thought. With a gurgle, he swallowed the crystal.
Instantly, a raging fire seemed to ignite within him. An almost boundless vitality erupted and merged into his blood. It hurts so fucking much! Yan Chixia's beard rose. His eyelids trembled. His face wrinkled into a ball.
He held his head and rolled on the ground. He didn't know how long it had been. When he recovered, he found that the sky had already turned dark. The dark clouds and thunder had also disappeared. The soft moonlight enveloped the earth, a gentle breeze.
Jing sat on a crooked tombstone. He looked at Yan Chixia with a smile and asked, "How do you feel?" Yan Chixia dusted himself off. Suddenly, he stared at his hands in a daze. Then he touched his face. He looked up and asked, "Could it be me?"
He didn't finish his words. He was stunned again. Only then did he realize that his voice had become strong and powerful. There was no trace of old age. Swish! Jing waved his hand, releasing a shadowy image. He said, "You're now practically half a monster."
Or rather, you have my blood. Restored youth, long life, greater strength. Do you regret this? Yan Chixia stared blankly at his younger self in the shadows. He felt the surge of mana within him.
And the ability to control and sense all tree people as if it were a natural instinct. For a moment he was speechless. After a long while, he suddenly said in a deep voice, "No regrets."
Who among those who practice cultivation doesn't want to achieve enlightenment and immortality? If before, he could only see a dim, indistinct lighthouse in the fog, now a golden road leading directly to the lighthouse appeared at his feet,
allowing him to stride forward. If one completes the next cause and effect and obtains the merit bestowed by heaven, then enlightenment is just around the corner. Jing's face showed signs of fatigue. He waved his hand and said, "All right, you go."
I'm going to retreat and prepare for the heavenly tribulation. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a banyan tree. However, he was able to control himself, only remaining the size of his original tree demon, not fully revealing his true form.
Yan Chixia walked respectfully to the banyan tree, bowed and said, "Thank you, Senior. I will never forget your kindness." He thought about it. There really wasn't anything he could give in return. He shook his head and walked away laughing.
The capital is not far from Gobei County. During the day, the aura of calamity clouds outside Lanruo Temple was sensed by all the monks in Dago Temple who had cultivated themselves. Candles burned in the hall, and wisps of sandalwood smoke rose.
3 elderly monks, nearly worn out, sat side by side, facing the Buddha statue. They clasped their hands together, closed their eyes and chanted sutras. After a long time, the old monk on the left said, "It's not a thunder tribulation."
The old monk on the right opened his eyes. He sighed and said, "It's the art of transferring karma. That donor has some powerful tricks." Amitabha. The old monk in the middle said, "Let's discuss the believer's affairs after he has transcended the tribulation."
They didn't mind the issue of the temple's martial arts skills being spread. However, the recent incident of Jing kidnapping a large number of Buddhist believers in the name of King Muzhenjin had them deeply troubled. However,
with the emperor's support and the other party's cultivation level, they could only accept it. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months have passed. Jing regained his human form. He flew high into the sky and disappeared in an instant.
He didn't have time to waste in this world any longer. The reason he stayed this long was to accumulate more power of faith, and to sort out and digest the gains from his recent explorations. He didn't say goodbye to Yanchixia.
The other party had already left Lanru Temple on the day of accepting the karma. Choosing to enter the world of cultivation, you have to find a secret place to survive. Jing had a plan. After determining the direction, he flew towards the sea. Chap 250.
This wave is stable. The central plains of this world is surrounded by oceans. The ocean is a place full of terror and awe. Since ancient times, there have been countless stories and legends about the sea. This place is vast and extremely dangerous.
Jing continued to go deeper. After a full half day, he finally chose a deserted island and landed on it. This is a large island with open space on all sides. Looking around, the island is very desolate.
System. After Jing landed on the center of the island, he summoned the system. A familiar interface appeared. He looked at task 3. After reaching 9999 years of cultivation,
he first helped the monks of the Great Kingdom Temple recover. He then extended the life of the emperor. He also bred a vast number of tree people and tree demons. Finally, in order to shift the cause and effect, he dug out a demon core for himself.
Although he seemed unharmed at the moment, he had actually lost over 300 years of cultivation. Converted to cost, this was over 13,000 source points, but it was all worth it. He gained a technique, merit, and nearly half a year's worth of accumulated faith.
And soon, this faith would transform into a tangible source of power, causing his strength to skyrocket. Jing glanced at the remaining 10 essence points and without hesitation chose to use them all to improve his cultivation.
The 10,000-year limit for transcending tribulation was merely a standard given by the system based on the rules of this world, but it didn't stipulate that it could be further improved.
As a large amount of his essence transformed into pure demonic energy and merged into his body, Jing involuntarily regained his original form, transforming into a banyan tree and taking root on the island. Soon,
he had recovered his cultivation level from 9999. His immense form almost occupied half the island. The treetops soared into the clouds. Tens of thousands of aerial roots dangled from the canopy to the ground, gently fluttering. Rumble. The next moment,
the sky suddenly flashed with lightning and thunder. Dark clouds quickly gathered. Within a radius of dozens of miles, it became dark in the blink of an eye. The endless dark clouds grew thicker and thicker, accompanied by a fierce wind.
Wow! Torrential rain poured down like thousands of arrows, piercing the ground fiercely. Jing stood still. Amidst the raging storm, his 10,000-year cultivation continued to rise like a rocket.
A shimmering emerald green shimmered throughout his body. Blazes of light emanated, even causing the heavy rain to back up and the waves to subside. Boom! It seemed as if his provocative response had angered the heavens. Deep in the ocean, a storm arose again,
bringing with it a massive tsunami stretching for hundreds of miles, sweeping towards the island. At the same time, the thunderstorm in the sky finally brewed. The dark clouds obscuring the sky suddenly descended, enveloping Jing's treetop.
Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning struck down like a doomsday disaster. Snap, snap! Jing's treetop branches exploded and broke one by one, falling from the clouds. But he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Merit.
A pair of eyes emerged from the tree trunk, emitting 2 brilliant green rays of light. They gazed deep into the clouds there. Besides the thunder, a faint golden light appeared, enveloping his body, whenever lightning struck.
After penetrating the golden light, it would become thinner, its power greatly reduced, and just like that, Jing's cultivation had reached the level of more than 12,000 years. The 40,000 points of origin energy were completely consumed.
As his own origin points ran out, a vast amount of faith power was transformed into origin energy through the system. It appeared out of thin air within his body, easily merging into his body.
Its entire body shone with endless green light. Its canopy expanded further, its trunk thickening and growing taller. Its roots, like dragons, dug deep into the ground, piercing the seab. The branch that had been split by lightning,
in the process of being strengthened by the source energy, grew back in the blink of an eye, even becoming thicker. Thunderbolts fell one after another, seemingly never stopping, but Jing let the wind and rain blow, the waves crash, and the thunder strike.
He remained silent and motionless. This time it seemed stable. Seeing the years of cultivation on the system interface still ticking rapidly, and feeling the increasingly powerful demonic power within his body, a huge weight of relief fell from his heart. Call!
At this moment a strange sharp wind blew past, as if an invisible hand was shifting the rules. The dark clouds in the sky slowly began to swirl, their color growing darker and darker, forming a huge vortex. Boom! Sheets of flame emerged from the vortex.
As if the sky were collapsing, large chunks of fire fell, clinging to the treetops and blazing. Heavenly fire! Jing's eyes lit up at the tree trunk. from the Kunlun sect and the classics he had unearthed.
He had long since gained a comprehensive understanding of the process of the heavenly tribulation. At this time, the original energy in his body finally dissipated gradually. The strengthening reached its end, more than 16,000 years of cultivation.
After seeing the detailed information on the system interface, he couldn't help but marvel. The power of faith had increased his cultivation by nearly 4,000 years. His current form was twice as large as it had been at the beginning.
The island he had taken root on couldn't even bear the weight of his form, and it cracked and collapsed beneath the sea. Jing seemed to wake up from a deep sleep. The thick tree trunk shook violently. With a loud bang, a pillar of light erupted from him.
Wherever it passed, lightning and fire were annihilated. Finally, a massive hole was blasted through the heavy, dark clouds that stretched for hundreds of miles. It's time to end it.
Countless aerial roots dangling from the tree's canopy danced like roaring dragons, piercing the storm clouds that enveloped the canopy. At that moment, Jing resolutely unleashed the vast majority of his demonic energy. A sun,
Roughly the size of the treetops, rose above the island. Then, a dazzling light shone in all directions. Heaven and earth roared. A gigantic mushroom cloud billowed upward, soaring into the sky. The earth trembled. The seawater, centered around the island,
rushed madly in all directions, forming wave walls hundreds of meters high. The calamity clouds in the sky could no longer hold on under the powerful shockwave and collapsed into pieces. Bite! A sharp reminder suddenly rang in Jing's mind.
He opened the system and looked at the interface. Sure enough, Task 3 had been completed. He shook the tree trunk, regaining his human form and floating on the sea. At that moment, the sky was ablaze with rosy clouds, the sounds of bells, tripods,
and cranes echoed. A beam of white light slowly descended from the sky, enveloping him. What caught their eye was that within this beam of light was a 9-sided emerald green crystal. Its surface was densely patterned, appearing incredibly mysterious.
The audiobook for chapters 201 to 250 of this issue has concluded. Please subscribe to this channel, turn on notifications, share, and leave your comments. I will continue to update the subsequent content.